spinning the
Right,
wheel. Oh, there
Rags,
we go.
when did you beat Halo on Legendary? Was that yesterday or the day before?
It was the 30th, so 2 days ago?
You know, it's funny. It feels like because I know Mauler's beaten it and I beat it Tuesday/Wednesday. And I find that funny because it means that we would have completed it before the patch that fixed that the jackals, when they fire a charged plasma shot, that kills you instantly instead of just taking out your shields.
My legendary run happened the day after that. That was a 20.2 gig patch for the
Really?
game.
Oh, God.
What else did they do?
I haven't played it since then. I haven't played it since they did the patch. That's hilarious.
Boy, oh boy, I can literally click right here and it shows the update here.
Yeah, no, that's
download size. What's crazy is that it says July 29 update, small update / patch notes. It is 20.2 gigs. And it is, it's the July 29th update. And right here, I charge plasma pistol shot no longer kills players with full health and shields on any difficulty.
Yeah, it could be.
When I played, when I did the Maw on Legendary, there were more enemies that it spawned in the Warthog run, and holy shit, my PlayStation 5 could not handle it.
Oh, was it chugging?
Yeah, it was. It was chugging more than it ever did.
I believe you.
I had the issue where the frame rate for the enemies and objects in the world would drop, and this time it was getting to the point where it's like, dude, I feel like the game's about to crash with how much it's freezing up. It was insane.
I feel like I almost got a crash or two when there was like a really, really like the game would stop, like it was loading, but it kept going and going. But I can believe that your PlayStation 5 was chugging because the game does not run well.
Yeah, I mean, again, I bought it on PlayStation 5, partially because it was a meme, but partially because I assumed it would be a lot more stable. No, it ran like shit. The Warthog run, it was horrible. And it did the thing as well where I don't know what technique they try to use to ensure performance, but like where it looks like the whole screen had sandpaper rubbed all over it. And it's, you know, like, I don't know what to call
like the de-resolution or something.
It was like this weird graining thing that was happening all across everything in the game because it was running so badly. Oh, by the way, guys,
I haven't watched your playthrough yet.
Oh no, that was specifically for parts where lots of stuff was happening because it can't handle that. And also, by the way, on Legendary, it is still pretty easy to just like run past a huge amount of encounters in that game.
I don't know if
trails. You can run through most of Silent Cartographer. You can run through most of Keys. It's really easy. Not only is it easy,
it was actually quite easy to run through like a lot of Keys.
A lot of the time, it's just a better strategy. If you have to fight them outright, they might throw a grenade at you and kill you. Like a lot of the time, it is just better to run past them. That is insane that you can run past them.
For whatever reason, they really programmed the. I was very my estimation of the game went down significantly with the Legendary playthrough because it felt very lazily designed in terms of the difficulty. How Ultras would spam grenades the fuck out of you and how they would just throw clumps of elites at you in like rooms that are clearly not designed to have clumps of elites.
Oh yeah, I
like
love that
massive halls
that hallway in Truth and Reconciliation. Yeah, let's put in a new room there and let's spawn like fucking 10 elites and then put like a sniper jackal there.
We could totally do an episode for Halo. I think we should do an episode.
I know the room you're talking about. Yeah,
that's true.
Because it's very oftentimes it would be like a room with 5 elites in it. And then there would be a door and a corridor where you would be. And I noticed a pattern where so often you'd be in the corridor, door, chamber full of elites. And that was just like what you'd have to whittle down slowly but surely over many, many, many minutes of very dull and boring combat. I'm like, damn, I've seen this before. Why do you keep doing this?
This is the preamble. I figured we could talk about something else briefly.
How can you talk about anything else when Spider-Man is coming out?
Spider-Man
and I can say that
out.
See now,
without it
look
being
at that, look at that. Set it up for you to bat it. You know.
How could you talk about one of your franchises being ruined?
He gets vindicated
talk about
once
one of
per
our franchises being ruined.
Yes.
He gets vindicated once per 4 years. Without like that meme becomes a reality.
So. I mean, I guess it will be more frequent now because it's going to make $900 million.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
900.
Will
I mean,
eventually.
then again,
I mean, it was
No Way
always
Home
going
made
to.
$2 billion, so that's it's kind of is a little bit crazy that they took this long to. But yeah, $900 million opening weekend.
That's
I
insane.
mentioned it before we started, but more people have watched Spider-Man in America on its first day than watched Supergirl anywhere in the world at any point at all since it's existed.
I think
When you
there's an
say it,
easier
it's
way
like,
for you
yeah,
to
of
say
course
that. You
they
just say
did.
in total, right? Instead of like just say total.
Yeah. Spider-Man made more money on its first day in the United States of America, not including worldwide, on its first day than Supergirl made at all. Period. And yet
Ever,
You
people
blank out
pretend
the
like they like
minutes.
that
You blank out
movie.
the like how many minutes it had to be out before it beat Supergirl.
Yeah, maybe like an hour, I'm assuming. Which
Yeah.
and
60
it is so
minutes.
it feels so weird seeing people laugh because at this point I assume that when I go on Twitter and I see someone talk about the movie, it's like, dude, there's like a 50-50 chance you haven't seen that movie while talking about it.
Yeah.
There's just no way. There's no way with the amount of like engagement that some of these posts are able to farm that it reflects at all an audience that actually exists. It's just hilarious. But I mean, yeah, no, we're talking about Spider-Man.
People will always show up for Spider-Man is certainly what I've learned.
You can tell
Yeah.
how impressed we are by how much we want to talk about it.
He's so
No, I mean,
cool.
no, there's hey, look,
We're
alright,
talking about Halo.
you can't give the game away, okay? You
Yeah.
can't go doing that. Not who knows what any of us think about Spider-Man?
I think the title
I
gave
mean,
it
all the
away.
I
time.
love
Honestly.
it.
We are so
Yeah.
passionate about it. I love it.
Yeah, actually, Nuts and I, we fought really hard before we behind the scenes. We thought
Yeah.
it was really good. We love the movie, so we were really kind of opposed to Mahler kind of doing it. And Platoon was sort of 50-50. He didn't want to rock the boat.
Mm.
But Fringy and Mahler
you know
were
what?
really
You know
dead
what I
set
want
on
to
this
know
being
is
the title.
actually, hey, fellas in chat, what do you tell us what you think of the movie now? I want to see. I want to see.
Oh
what
yeah,
you all-
he wants a
what you all like.
record. He wants a record frozen in time.
Yeah, a little bit. I want to see how everybody feels about the movie.
Chat hosts
love it.
the episode this time.
Timeless classic. Let's see it scroll by. It's average.
It's a real
7.5.
mix there, isn't it?
It's an EFAP 4 out of 10. 3 out of
No,
10,
I'm
2
just
out of
reading
10,
10 out
6
of 10 everywhere. It's like
We have
everyone
a
loves it.
poop emoji out
No,
of 10.
it's a real mix there. I'm seeing a real mix
Yeah.
of perspectives
It was
here.
It was all
I'm
right,
seeing
I
a real
guess.
mix.
Big issues,
Though,
but I enjoyed it.
there is a certain mean that I'm already noticing, which is interesting. But yeah, no, it's a real mixture.
3,
Um,
3, 6, 4.
in
Yeah,
my
you're
head-
right.
Yeah.
We're in quite a mix.
In my head,
It's,
it already won like 10 Academy Awards. What are you talking about?
Yes. Also,
Yeah, no,
Best movie
okay,
ever.
yeah.
there probably
Interesting.
is something wrong with my PC because everything is just laggy. I hope if someone
You
can
need
pull
to
up a
restart
stream,
it.
I can tolerate it as long as it's not happening. Because like my
Oh,
software
no,
preview is laggy, but is it laggy on stream?
Yes, yeah,
It is? Okay.
yeah.
A restart. I probably should have restarted then. I thought I'd fixed it.
Yeah.
I
Apparently your
definitely
audio was
your
flipping
voice
as
is
well.
Yeah, your voice was it was okay for mostly, but then it would do a little
I have no
little
idea what would be
little
causing
hinge.
this. Even my task manager is reporting some weird shit to me as well, like
What does it say?
saying that 99% of my CPU is being used, but there isn't
Oh,
anything
no.
that's costing it like listed. So something's
Holy
wrong.
shit, it's on a deathbed. What do you mean? It's like
Hates to be stabbed. It's bad when Taskmaster of all things stabs you in the back. It's like I trusted you. You were supposed to be on my
explain this to me.
side. You were the chosen one.
Yeah, as a computer science bachelor, I'm telling you, your
If you're-
computer is doing terribly right now.
As a guy, I think
In its
I'm
CPR.
telling you should restart now because we're going to be here a while. There's a lot of things to say about this incredible movie that I and Nutsa loved, and Platoon was 50-50 on, and you two hated. So if you're going to restart, do it now before we really get underway.
Can you
That's
just
what
go
I'm-
I'm just gonna say, like, I mean, restart it. Let's restart it.
Yeah,
I mean, we have to do
restart
this. Yeah.
But before
we
you
should-
do that, do you track the programs that are using up your CPU? There's like percentages.
Yes, but for
You
some
could
reason
distort
right now
it.
they're all being listed as zeros. Like the something's wrong.
Oh, it's even worse than I thought. Okay.
So okay, I'll have to restart. Hopefully that solves the problem. So we'll be back. I think as long as I don't end stream on YouTube's end, it stays going until I restore
Hmm.
it. So
I think so. Yeah, as long as you're in Coder, if you're in Coder or whatever, it crashes your Streamlabs or whatever you're using OBS.
yeah,
That crashes, but the YouTube side stays up. I think you're good to restart it. I think.
Yeah, restart must help. If not,
Don't
well,
quote
you're
me
fucked.
like the people in chat will be quoted who gave this movie whatever score they gave it for no reason.
good God, I was just trying to just save something on Microsoft Word where I could store some stuff, and it just said connecting to the server, which I have never seen on Microsoft Word before.
Microsoft Word connecting to the server. Oh yeah, great. My word processor needs to connect to servers. Awesome.
All
What
right.
is Spider-Man's bestie AI called? Sorry. Yeah, go. Come on.
Evie.
That one
EV.
cursed you,
EV.
probably. Not woman, not humanized AI, just... Yeah.
Was OBS causing it, maybe?
Did
How
the
easy is
exact
that
same
to
thing for a
reinstall?
second time, and now apparently it worked, so there's that. I love it when you do that.
Okay, we are alive.
Yes.
So in conclusion, Spider-Man was a really good film.
I loved it. Platoon actually came around. He was 50-50, but we had
You've
a talk
convinced me.
while
And
he
me.
was
Convinced
restarting
me,
his
yeah.
PC. Yeah, and I think Nuts and I think we got him. I think we wore him down.
But no, tell me, chat, how do I come across? Am I laggy as fuck? Because if that's the case, then we're gonna have to do a strategy of me talking as little as possible for this stream, because I have no idea how to solve it without doing a lot of troubleshooting.
You sound good for us, so we'll see.
Well, the thing is, it sounds fine, but like the screen is fucking lagging a whole bunch, and it keeps buffering
Yeah,
Yeah,
occasionally.
it's your PC.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, well,
But
yeah.
the problem is we don't know anything further than that, so...
We'll call it a stylistic choice.
I mean, I don't know. I'm like really. I feel like it should essentially be figured out.
I don't know what
Yeah.
else I can try that's going to be quick, and man, I don't know what's wrong.
Especially if it keeps. Yeah, because like that screen, it is like intensely fucking
Yeah.
lag, like insanely. Any visuals it would be putting up would like look like shit.
Hmm.
Is your task manager back up to 100%?
Let me check. If it ever loads, this is another. I think you may as well just say yes. I'd
Oh
say.
no. That's terrible.
Yeah, this is the kind of thing that I would take like a whole night to figure out what's happened that's making this do this.
Well, its
So
audio sounds good. That's the thing.
Yeah,
well, this is extremely fun as a situation.
very.
No obvious solutions.
Well, it is for me, actually. No, I'm sorry. I should...
Well, you're not gonna be able to do much.
My
You
nerd
don't
brain.
even like, because it would be a fun problem to solve in theory, but you can't
And-
even
Yeah,
like, you're
not in
limited under.
practice. I'm sorry this happened to you. I'm not happy
Sending-
about this, by the way. Not
Sending
at all.
positive vibes your way right now.
I'm
Yeah.
afraid the vibes they just don't do the job. You know, they should, but they don't.
Damn. Let me try harder. Let me just decide to try harder and fix the problem. This is not in reference to anything.
You got that Welsh internet. Unfortunately,
yeah,
the
but
internet is
but-
absolutely fine. It's my PC.
Like
Yeah,
I don't know.
sounds
Like
fine to
I
us.
I just figure that like even if it's like it gets delayed by an hour, I figure that's fine. Like I just think we should
Yeah.
actually like try and fix the problem.
Maybe we could, like, fix it very quickly. Who knows?
Like
Maybe we could.
I think I would just almost state flatly that I think that the lagging of the visuals is like at an unacceptable level. I think we shouldn't even
agree.
entertain that it's at a level that's acceptable.
How come I couldn't do this during the mixtape stream?
That would probably
That's
upset
so
our fans even more.
Like that's I don't know. That's why I figure it's Especially just because, like, I can also just entirely imagine that there might be something that materializes that affects the audio as well. Like, this doesn't feel like it's an actually, like, stable, clearly not stable, but, like, not even remotely stable enough to like, continue. I feels like it could just, like, explode at any moment.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
I
We're
don't
gonna
really
be here for a
disagree.
while
Very
anyway,
similar
so, you know,
concerns.
I don't know. I figure that even if, as silly as it might be, that maybe another restart is all it will take to fix this problem.
It
Mm,
wouldn't be unprecedented.
I'm probably
for
not going to
that
risk
sort of
another
thing
restart
to just
until I
work.
try other things. Just because my PC is
Fuck.
finicky right now.
I mean, just the fact that you are in a position where you have to say, "I'm not going to risk another restart," is already like,
It's
Well,
terrible.
it didn't come back straight away. This is why.
Coon's not the only one who. Never mind. It's whatever. It's
The
fine.
worst case scenario is like it's hardware problem. If it's hardware problem, like it's unfixable at this point. If it's software, I mean, I don't know.
I did that when I first got it because it's ridiculous. Like, it weighs more than I do, and it took 2 men to like lug it off a lorry, and then they dropped it on a curb without telling me, and then the motherboard cracked, and so I was using it, and it was just
Oh.
randomly turning itself off for no reason.
Oh no, I'm so
I had to
sorry.
send it all the
I
way
am
back.
paranoid about that kind of thing. Like some people, they like ship their PCs like in boxes on trucks and
Mm.
planes and stuff, and I'm like, no, there's no fucking way I'm shipping my PC anywhere. Absolutely not. I'm super paranoid about that kind of thing.
I'm gonna have a look at settings in OBS, and I can't change any unless we're not streaming. So I'm gonna stop
I mean,
again.
obviously, yes.
Did it reset bitrate to something like absurdly low for some reason when you restarted?
I mean, I'm just gonna look
Let's
through it. This is what I mean by this is the next step now. It's gonna be me reading and
Yeah.
looking through everything. So,
Okay.
Yeah. Let's just stop and try and figure it out.
well, yeah. Either we'll come back within like an hour-ish, or we'll just have to do this a different day, I guess.
Mm.
Mhm.
Brand new day?
Oh
I
yes.
needed it.
Computers are weird, so who knows?
Yeah.
A restart could it could do nothing, or it could fix everything. So
Mm.
Yeah. Well, we're up, but I'm just keeping an eye on the.
Okay, I dare not get ahead of myself here, but like it ain't lagging.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
The visual isn't lagging right now.
Well, so
Yeah, it
everything's
looks
good.
reduced on output now, like bitrate and just pressure on
Oh.
everything. But
Yeah, I think it's good.
It's not lagging. So, hey chat, can you
Hello. Oh
provide
god.
some feedback here? Can you provide some feedback? How's it looking? How's it sounding? Maybe you talk more, Mola, because that seems to be like the important.
yeah, so broadly, it's still not good for me on my browser. Everything it's like unusably laggy to scroll even on YouTube.
Dude.
But I figure if I don't touch anything, then if I can get it working enough that they can hear us talking, if they can hear us talking, that will be good enough.
Yeah. They can.
I guess so.
Seems good. Fingers crossed that it holds up.
Oh god, just
I'm
hearing
pretty
noises.
sure.
Oh
Everything-
no!
What happened?
No, it's back now.
we
Whatever
spoke
you
to-
just did
No,
broke it.
back.
It's fine. Good. Just
It's
don't
back
do
now.
anything.
That was
Do
good.
not
That
touch
was
your
good.
computer.
Oh, don't even breathe. Okay.
Rags, how long am I
Okay.
not allowed to
Alright.
breathe for?
Well, this is gonna be a long movie. This is gonna be a long EFAP on this movie. So, unfortunately, it might be a while.
Dude.
I might just nuke the browser actually.
Yeah.
Make sure you nuke it fully, like Task Manager nuke it, maybe. Just make sure that it's actually ended.
I mean, this
I'm
is it. So
hopeful.
chat for the next like 2 minutes, right? We'll just blim blam, and if could you tolerate this 2 minutes in the form of several hours of talking about Spider-Man, and if so, we will carry on. If not, then we will have to stop. Everyone talk.
All right.
Okay,
Well,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
We'll definitely see. I mean, we can talk about anything that we want. I mean, especially if it's just for testing purposes to see if everything's
Yeah.
stable and smooth enough to carry on.
If it's
I mean, that's what we should be doing now. Is just we just want to see, because the last thing we want is to be is to be
We're gonna have to
deep
consider
in
something
the
radical, and
what?
that is an audio only podcast. Do they ever do that sort of thing?
I don't think that they have. This might be unprecedented. We would be trailblazers.
Well,
Podcasts where you just listen?
I've never heard of that before.
normally we would
That
show
means that they
some
could
trailer
lay down.
footage and maybe some posts about different things that have been said about the movie or some behind the scenes stuff. But for this one, I'm gonna just not even touch the browser because it looks like I'm gonna jinx it now, but it looks like things are just functional enough and the chat seem happy enough. So should we continue?
Yeah.
I'm down for
Okay.
it. This will be
Okay, sure.
theater of the mind.
It's
If it needs
if
to
it's
be.
been
Imagine everything that we
Yeah.
say. You're like,
All right, so
it's
so
you're
we were talking
direct
about
it in your
Spider-Man.
head.
That's what
I
we're doing
love
today. We're talking
Spider-Man.
about Spider-Man: Brand New
I
Day.
love Spider-Man.
That's
I
the
like
movie of the
Spider-Man.
day. We got your perspectives, chat. So
That's
that's
right.
good that we've got that. We'll just sort of keep that in mind as we kind of progress here. You know what? I figured that
What?
we don't actually need to do any sort of recapping of the Home trilogy because conversations about those films will inevitably arise as we progress. And also because if you talk about what you think about those movies, people just kind of stop listening to you potentially. So, you know what? We don't need to do that. We could just sort of talk we could just talk about this movie and then it'll sort
Well,
of become
sure.
clear maybe
Well,
how this film slots in
it should be
relationship
said
to those.
every Spider-Man movie is a battleground. Every one. There's not a single
Yes,
one.
I think that
Yes.
is the truth. It doesn't matter, and I have no doubt that the sentiment regarding this film will change inevitably.
the
Whether or not
last-
you think that's fair or
Hmm.
unfair, well, that kind of depends on I don't know your personal opinion of the movie, I suppose.
What was the last generally universally liked Spider-Man movie?
I don't know, like
Two.
Spider-Man
Spider-Man
2.
2.
Yeah, like
Probably
I
two,
don't
Or
yeah.
know.
maybe Into the Spider-Verse? I don't know.
Into the
Maybe?
Spider-Verse, maybe, but
For those who watched it.
certainly not the
Not
sequel.
across.
Certainly not.
Yeah.
Certainly not across. Well, it
Yeah.
was. Everybody was universally positive about that for a while until they started thinking about how canon events are really stupid.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're not talking about that one. And
That's
we'll
right.
talk about that. We will finally talk about that next year, I think, is when
Yeah.
the other one comes out. Wow,
That
exciting.
has
Fine,
been,
Gold Day.
it's been 84
yeah.
years.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's been a long time. All right, how about so we'll just talk about this movie right to left. Tell me what you thought about
Yeah.
Spider-Man. What?
Sorry.
Oh, right to left. Tell me what you thought about Spider-Man: Brand New Day. Briefly, Platoon.
Briefly.
Briefly. Okay. Spider-Man Brand New Day is not very good.
Aw.
There you go. That was
Okay,
brief.
yeah, all right, sure.
I can be slightly less brief if you want, but I figured we'll.
Yeah, but hey, we can go. You can sort of just
I
give
can
me
be
a broad
briefer.
brush, like sort of a minute, around about a minute. Your summary.
In summer, okay, well, weirdly, despite it not being very good, I think if this was the baseline for the MCU as a whole, it would be in a healthier place. But that's really just a comment on how utterly appalling everything else has been. Villain, well, depending on which villain you actually mean. There is a villain in the film, but the movie doesn't necessarily think that that villain is a villain. But villains, extremely underwhelming, poorly motivated, certain important introduction of character who is also very poorly motivated, somehow manages to be both shocking in a bad way, but also at the same time underwhelming, which is quite an achievement. Overall story, kind of, underwhelming. And Punisher, who's also in the movie, underwhelming. I think underwhelming is probably going to be the overall word. So, not great. Still better than a lot of other recent MCU stuff, but not by as much as a lot of people, I think, will say. And it's not better than the John Watts Spider-Man films.
Ooh.
Damn, shots fired.
All right, Rags.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping it brief, there's virtually nothing about this movie that I like. While I was watching it, I was sort of caught in the MCU malaise of, oh, it's bad. Your eyes glaze over. You want to think about something else, but but I couldn't do it. I couldn't even hold that. what began as a movie that I just flat out didn't like actually became a movie that I began to slowly but surely, well, actually not that slowly but surely, but certainly surely hate. I started to feel like a bit upset at what this movie was doing. I don't like what it does with Peter. I think it's got maybe one of the stupidest villains in fiction, maybe given the potential of the power set that they've introduced. I hate the direction that they took this in terms of where Peter is and what he wants to do. I hated the cameos. I like essentially nothing about this movie, and we'll get into that in a greater detail as we go because all of us will have things to say.
Nuts.
Where do I start? Which thing do I emphasize? I think Brand New Day is the funniest Spider-Man movie ever, and it's the best comedy of the year.
Wow.
Why was I crying then?
I don't know why you
Crying with
were
laughter.
crying. I was laughing so much. I had the best laugh. I had so much fun. I mean, fun. I had a lot of laughs. I thought it was a very funny movie. Though unintentionally so, unfortunately. Yeah. And I think the only thing I'll add is like the first montage thing that you see in the movie. That should have been the movie. I don't know what the fuck everything else was. That's it.
Mubes.
I don't think much of anything works in this film. They take a platform that was generated across a whole trilogy of binding and building and spawning Spider-Man within a universe that already has loads of rules and history, and desperately trying to reasonably get him from childhood to adulthood and to the Spider-Man everyone's familiar with, only to flush all of it down the toilet and to like desperately recreate, but with sort of worse emphasis and meaning and thematic potency, the same payoff that the end of that trilogy did. That would be, only one of many issues if it wasn't for possibly the worst villain in the MCU. I think Rise kind of said something like that, or stupidest. Absolutely unmotivated, fucking insane. Just
if competition for that
never
title.
seen a movie completely just miss what character it's even dealing with, and then just assassinations being tossed around like candy for basically every character in the movie. She's a great example, I'd say. The bad guy of just dealing significant damage to so many other characters, where in other stuff you can almost avoid it depending on how you write it. The plot is hilariously nonsense. World building's out the window, and the thing that I guess will keep this film healthy for a little longer before everyone starts to really think about all the nonsense in it would just be there's fight sequences. There's webbing stuff that can be neat. But every character, Punisher, Jean, even Yelena is assassinated in this movie, and she's in it for about a minute.
Oh yeah.
That's incredible. They do some really great work, and yeah, of course, this for me is one of the few, if not the only character remaining in the MCU outside of possibly John Walker that I still care about. And this was it. This is as far as he goes. He's out now, unfortunately. So that's a shame. And it makes me think that we're not just at the end of the doomed times. We're pretty thickly in it. It's just gonna have to endure a lot more bullshit for a while.
You know what? It's great that when Spider-Man jumps off a building and he's sort of like falling down and then he starts swinging, that the fabric like on his suit kind of wobbles a little bit in the wind. That's like great, man. As well as
That's
that
peak
little
Spider-Man.
shot from like inside, the shot where you see his little eyeball in the mask, even though it doesn't really make any sense, but you're not allowed to say that. And if a shot
The
doesn't make
reflection.
sense, and you point it out, then there's something wrong with you. You're not allowed to say that. Don't say that. But yeah, and then he goes and he swings and he does some spins and stuff, and he cries while sad music is playing as he's swinging around in the rain. And he's poor, but he does have a super sophisticated like 3D printer that builds his Spider-Man suits and super advanced AI assistant that puts like a big heads-up display in his screen. And I don't know what he does for work to pay for all of this, but he's poor and he's sad and alone, which is as I understand it, what everybody wanted. which I find very funny. I feel like this movie. I echo all of that this film is really stupid. But what I find really funny is just this film simultaneously feels like it's a response to all of the things that people say. That all of the commentary that surrounded the previous trilogy of Spider-Man films. It feels like a response to that, while at the same time not actually doing what people wanted it to do. Which I find almost more fascinating in a meta sense. I don't really know how this film can possibly survive on that front, even putting to one side the catastrophic damage that this story deals to Spider-Man, to its new character that's probably going to have a lot of history, like a lot of story to come, to the world building, as well as just like, I don't know, man. I feel like a common criticism of the previous Spider-Man trilogy was this idea that the villains don't have any connection to the character, which is not true. Only for that to like definitely be true here. But we can talk about that a little bit later. The point being, I think this film is like really bad, but I also don't think it's even giving people at least what they wanted. And yet it's going over really well, which I find very perplexing. But hey, maybe, a few of you that really enjoyed it might feel a bit differently by the time that we're done talking about it.
I think, like, weirdly, this will parallel with the next thing we talk about next week, about how easy it is to fool a lot of people. Not that that should be news, but there are things that you can put in your video game, your movie, that will just completely fool everybody. It could be some music, it could be some visuals, it can be some fight sequences, it could be some graphics, and then everything else just completely falls by the wayside and gets completely forgotten because the flashing lights worked. The music and the stuff, the feels, it worked.
I figure that the best, we should just like launch right into it, right from the start, right from the first scene of the movie. The other thing as well, the color grading is good. That means it's like a real great movie with amazing cinematography as well. We're so back. Destin Daniel Cretton, he cooked. Anyway, Peter Parker is he's alone. Is that his name? I always get it wrong. What is the dude's name? I should actually like figure that out. I feel like I keep mixing them up.
No, Peter Parker's right. Yeah, it's Peter Parker.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, you nailed it. You nailed it. Have you seen this movie before? Are you a fan? Are you a big Spider-Man
No, he was just
fan?
asking if he changed it
Nailed it.
legally. That's all.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, so Peter Parker is alone in his apartment working on Spider-Man stuff. As mentioned previously, he has a sophisticated 3D printer, which is building him a new suit. He's tinkering with his web shooters with the assistance of an AI system he created called Evie, that's played by Naomi Watts. I feel like there's something to be said for this immediately.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I thought the whole point of the reset was that he was going to have like no resources. That it was going to be very, very, very homemade. Not to the point that he has like a pretty good laboratory where he can build all sorts of crazy stuff with a ultra super futuristic 3D printer. Wow, to the point that he will build something that will change the world. It will change the world in ways that before the world has even changed in a way that it needs to be accounted for.
Yeah, I was thoroughly disappointed throughout this movie, and we'll obviously get into all those points later, with how capable his ability to like do tech and things are. He's a very smart person, obviously. I wouldn't want that to be changed, that he's not a smart guy. He should be. But it's how smart he is and what he has access to technologically and the kinds of problems that allows him to just instantly essentially get around that I do not like at all about this movie.
That first scene was already just felt like the nail in the coffin when the movie hasn't even started for me. 'Cause like we already are at the end where I thought we would be getting to.
Yeah.
With the film. Because I was just excited. Maybe it's just I had like wrong maybe expectations and it's on me. But this movie, really, like, probably after No Way Home, you were expecting him to basically, quote-unquote, hustle this entire film, to struggle, and sort of build himself back up. But we basically bring him back to where he was in No Way Home, just with less friends, and that's it.
Yeah,
And
I thought
his suit is really high tech.
really high tech, shockingly, to the point where you can't even
Very
tell the
high
difference between this one and a stock one. So,
And yeah, exactly. And Rags is right, because it's just like it's difference
Well, yeah.
the difference between being a prodigy or a child genius and being basically a demigod. What he is doing in this movie particularly, but there has been precedents of that. But let's not. In this movie particularly, is just like inhuman, and it's just not. I mean, I've been in the tech field myself, and I've known many like genius level kids. It's not, life doesn't work that way. And when you write a character like this, like that, it's just terrible writing. I mean, there's nothing you can attribute.
Peter's
Bear in mind, he's
It's
not even the
worse-
smartest character in the movie. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
it's worse than that too, because he's designed the very things that are going to bail him out all the time in the movie where he's confused. And I find that really
Yes.
annoying. Like, there are going to be
It's
things
not
this
his
AI
intelligence that's
does.
solving things.
Yeah, there's things the AI does that he could have done, and then there are things the AI does that no one on planet Earth could do for him. Like,
Yeah,
as in,
they're
we get the
absurd.
worst of both worlds for every aspect of this. Whereas we could have jumped right in to him dealing with really low-level thugs and low-level just criminals in the city, while doing some jobs here and there in like a joking way, maybe helping someone move as Spider-Man, and then getting like some cash for the job and helping people out, high-fiving sort of thing. But then also showing Peter trying to get a job. Crazy idea. Photography, maybe you could probably put him into that in some way, shape,
Oh,
or
that's
form.
like completely abandoned.
So
Well,
you build up
as-
money, take out bad guys, and then slowly make something of himself, instead of skipping us to possibly the most advanced AI we've seen in the movies up to this point, the most advanced spider suit we've seen up to this point, and technology that he not only understands but can facilitate to
Yeah.
print suits, print essentially stock tech in his room, and edit his own DNA. So,
yeah, and bear in mind as well that on that, when you were talking about, that he could be working his way up or getting a job or going to university, it's like, and then through that, inevitably, that's an avenue to introduce new characters, you know, because there's heaps of Spider-Man characters you can be introducing through that means. But the trade-off for how advanced all of his technology is that he has no life at all, nothing. Like he doesn't have any friends, like I said, what does he do for money?
There
Don't worry
were
about it.
arguments
He's got money.
made on Twitter that he's a genius, therefore he has money, because it's like easy for the genius people, and it's just so not true.
That is a
Well, that didn't
profoundly
work out for
Worst
Iron.
hope I've ever heard.
Ironheart.
I think that's just
Or Falcon.
that's just a remarkably stupid thing to say.
It is.
This
Oh,
is
yeah,
Yeah, when the
an
guy
excellent
comes around and
example.
says, "Pay me rents," what does he do?
And then there are people like he has leftover money or like belongings from Tony or
No,
something, and I'm
oh,
like,
sorry.
he was
I thought that
raised.
the reason why everybody liked the ending of No Way Home was that he was broken alone.
Yeah,
and
now
it
people
was
are
on a
coping with-
platter, dude. It was right there.
It was right there, man.
You reset. You purposefully designed the plot of No Way Home to where you could essentially reset him back to basics. He's learned a very important lesson. He's proved his heroism. We're ready to, move forward and see what kind of a person that trilogy has turned him into and how he,
Preston Daniel
operates
Craig
from now on.
decided that the way that we're going to start is we're not going to progress anything in terms of his personal life, but we're going to progress everything with regard. We're going to skip over, because it's already been said, but we are going to skip over like Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery shenanigans. A lot of that stuff that you saw in the trailer is part of an opening montage, which I already thought would be the case. I had a feeling it had a montage vibe, especially with how they were marketing that they were doing comic book covers. Like they were doing homages to comic book covers. It was like, these will be like 5-second shot, but you're not actually going to do anything with Tombstone. And it's like, yeah, but what about Scorpion? There'll be more of him. It's like,
Barely.
there ain't much Scorpion in this movie. That's, there really isn't much of that aspect of the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man thing, as will sort of become apparent as we.
To what you said,
opening scene.
It's not like anyone watches No Way Home and thinks, so Spider-Man's lesson is he will never be connected to anyone ever again. That sounds lame. It's like, no. That was obviously for all the connections he'd made up to that point. He sees like the damage that can be done by being in their lives and everything. But that him going to university, like was mentioned, or doing work where he saves people, or even trying to work with other law enforcement in an awkward way, it just generates connections. It's a huge
Mhm.
offer for new
Well, of
people.
course, going to university starts to justify in more interesting ways, kind of like what we saw in Homecoming, how he built web fluids like at when he
Yeah.
was in chemistry. He'd go to school and get the stuff that
Which
he needed
is
to do it. So you can just transfer that to university, but at a greater scale, more access, more smart people like, Dr. Connors or something that he can talk to.
Where
you could
As a
see
cast
where entities like
um,
Oscorp can be really,
Or
useful
Oscorp,
and
yeah, something
similar
like
things.
that, like some sort of internship,
you can see where
it's
the
all there for
original
you.
the trilogy's going, and then this film just feels like it goes off the rails completely because this is the time to do a reintroduction of Oscorp, right? Because they said there is no Oscorp in this world. It's like, so all you have to do is they're building up the Osborns as a family, and
Yeah,
that they've
it's a
decided to.
Company, yeah.
It's like
You can,
Silicon Valley venture capital
well,
startup
yeah,
or something.
Yeah,
they
just like
could
a
have bought
different
out
tech
another
company.
company that's huge in tech, and they rename it to Oscorp, and it's like, oh shit, that's where they were. And then you have your own versions, but like you said, Dr. Connors is
Just be
another
working
avenue.
with Stark.
So you could
And
pick
to me,
an
it's the most
unknown, like from the
it's
comics, a
most
story
obvious
that most
thing.
people
Yeah.
try and
Make
make
one up,
something new and
yeah.
iconic. The one that I was really
Sure.
surprised is like no Black Cat at all, and then no MJ as well. It's like, damn. Well, I say no MJ.
Well, no Mary Jane Watson.
No
I
Yeah.
wish
Mary
there was
Jane
no
Watson.
MJ.
Just
I
say
mean, the thing is,
Zendaya.
to say it ahead of time, I mean, you are not getting any new friends or romantic interests like in this movie. There's no Gwen Stacy, no Black Cat. Like we're not
They want to
no
set up
Harry
one
Osborn
for a little
on
bit,
that.
but it just doesn't amount to anything. So I'm like,
Well,
like the
No.
it
blonde
doesn't.
chick.
But yeah.
But just
Weirdly,
like,
no
okay,
Jonah as well.
The point would be if this is
That is
like a
weird.
brand new day, we still got a lot of stuff that we're going to be hanging up on, and whether or not that was necessary, well, we can talk about that a little bit more as we go. But
A brand old day.
This movie should have been called Yesterday Again.
Yeah.
A little bit.
maybe,
A little
yeah.
bit.
So while he's there
Same
tinkering with
old
all of his
thing.
stuff, he opens a drawer on his desk and he finds the coffee cup, which contains the letter that he wrote to MJ at the end of No Way Home. And so it starts narrating as we're seeing stuff, but I guess it's worth reading it out loud because I'm pretty sure you don't get the whole thing in No Way Home. I think you only get the introduction. So a lot of this is brand new. And he says, "Hi, my name is Peter Parker. You don't remember me, but I have something to tell you that's going to sound crazy, but it's the truth. And I know you're going to believe me because you're very good at telling when I'm lying. We used to know each other. Yeah?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, I just for a genius, he writes very much like a juvenile. Oh my gosh.
Oh, well, I was going to save that for later, but there's a lot of like
Yeah.
run-on sentences in a lot of the writing in this film.
It's
Just
not.
because he's a
yeah,
tech
he's-
genius doesn't mean that he's a good writer.
It's not Pete's
okay?
but
fault.
it's
It's
not
the
just
writer's
him.
fault. Okay. They
Yeah,
didn't-
it's not just him. Anyway, so he says, "We used to know each other. We were together, but something bad was going to happen, and the only way to stop it was to make everybody forget me, including you." And so while he says this, like seconds after rediscovering the letter, he receives a notification on his phone. It's like a little Instagram post, because Ned is posting like an Instagram story and a whole bunch of them documenting essentially him going to MIT with MJ. And this is like day one, which this will help sort of contextualize what we're about to see. Like this montage, this is spanning years. This is spanning about 4 or 5 years, something like that. I mean, however long it would take someone to go through MIT for like some, crazy like engineering degree or something. I assume it's like 4 or 5 years. So that's
titular
about like
Ned.
the time span here. That's something that's worth keeping in mind, partially for like world building implications. Just keep that in mind. And so he continues, because I'm not just Peter Parker, I'm Spider-Man, and sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart. And maybe that's my responsibility, to live alone with the truth. But the truth is, MJ, that I love you, and I hope deep down something inside you knows that you love me too. But until then, I'm just gonna be Spider-Man.
This is like the majority of what the movie's about already, just very explicitly and
Stated
clunkily said
plainly.
by the main character to
Very clunkily.
the whole like sometimes Spider-Man's got to do things that breaks Peter Parker's heart. I was like, ugh.
Imagine just being like a barista on a random day and some guy comes up to you and tells you all this fucking nonsense.
I think that's part of the thing that needs to be kind of understood. And because I don't know about you, but I've thought like, oh, what if I did time travel or something like that? Like, how would I convince everybody? Like, how would I,
Yeah.
if how would I convince? Oh, in a different universe, smaller, we start a podcast and everything, and da da da, and like how would that happen? It was like, oh yeah, he'd think I'm a crazy person because obviously that's what would happen, and surely
I
Peter
think
like knows that there's no possible way that you can go to someone in this scenario
Yes.
and say, "No, no, no. I talked to a wizard and he cast a magic spell over all the universe, but not all the universes, just this one, I think. And that means that like everyone who knew me forgot about me because I had to protect you from all the people who are coming after me. But you and I, we were in love and we kissed and
well, the
everything."
thing is that I mean, he could, right? If he did a flip, he'd be like, "Yeah, see, I'm Spider-Man. Look at that, I did a flip." So you
Oh
know,
yeah,
I'm
that's
telling the
true.
truth
Oh,
on
you can
that.
convince her
find
he's
a guy- let
Because
me find a guy
Spider-Man,
to
we are,
but
we are going to we're going to get information as the film progresses.
be a triple flip.
That's not great
Mhm.
in terms of essentially, but we're gonna get the perspectives of characters on the nature of how the spell worked. But to be fair to this film, the spell was silly in No Way Home anyway. Like it's pretty
Yeah.
hard to justify how it could work. It inherits
Yeah,
that damage,
there's
but I don't think it does a great job trying to deal with it.
It should have just ignored it and just let the
Of
characters
course, it should
be.
have
Oh,
just
you should,
ignored
yeah,
it.
move
story
forward,
moving
I mean,
forward.
yeah,
keep
This
moving
is
forward.
the-
But because I'm in full agreement, right? Like, first of all, it was really disappointing to know that I've been worrying about this from the trailers for a while because of the presence of those characters. But he's like, while showing the montage, he's just stalking, man. He's just keeping track at
He's
all times.
obsessing
And
over these
yeah,
people.
and it's just like,
Yeah,
because
dude.
while this
obsessing
is
over their
happening,
life.
he's
And
following them on Instagram.
I want to
and
be very
constantly seeing what
clear.
they're up to.
I mean,
There's like the counter notion of, yeah, but you're suggesting he'd stop caring about them. It's like, no. I think he cares immensely about them, but that he makes this very adult decision at the end of No Way Home that, one, it's going to be a nightmare getting everything back on track, like Rags was saying, convincing them of this wizard. And even if you do convince them, you've convinced them that there was a past version of themselves that no longer exists. That's not great to tell somebody anyway. So then, on top of all
Yeah, I
that,
did something to your mind.
the
Yeah.
most important detail for the character in No Way Home is when he's about to tell her he sees her injury, and then he stops, thinks, and it's like, is it worth it for her to know me just so that I can know her? Like, basically, is this fair to people to put me in their lives, even if my main, like, the reason I want it is so much is because of how much it means to me. And it just felt very Spider-Man to me for him to be like, I'm not going to do this to
Yeah.
her just because I want
It was
it.
a high point.
Yeah, no, I think
100%.
it's really good. And so now
It leaves off on a great note.
I'm already realizing, right, with that description and the opening montage, I'm like, oh shit. So the point is going to be that he's waning on that principle. He's like, actually, I think it is worth it. Actually, I think it is worth telling it. And what's worse, of course, is the additional years. Is like everything's
Years,
further away now.
4 or 5 years that this is going on.
And it just
Yeah.
feels
I
like a
would've
complete
really-
regression of the character while also pushing him way further forward than we ever would have expected in all the other aspects.
Yeah, it would have been nice actually to have like they're not a part of this movie. Maybe at the very beginning, it's letting you know that he's moved on in a mature way. Like he's not going to obsess over him, stalk over him, watch everything that they do. He is purposefully, meaningfully putting a distance between him and the people he cares about because he knows what could happen if there a connection is drawn, and he is happy for them to have this life that they have now, and that's enough for him. He doesn't need to be a part of it, and they don't appear in the film ever whatsoever. They're no longer a part of this story. That's not the film we got.
no. Look, I can see liking, like being okay with the whole him like following his friends and stuff at the beginning, kind of as a thing of like I could see him potentially relapsing or regressing, which is like a part of life, and especially as a young adult, he might have still missed them and had a nostalgia and like got weaker and weaker over time and relapsed into that. However, I would like that if the movie's message was something entirely different. If the movie was basically, about him doing all that, but then coming out of it and learning his lesson. But it's the opposite that happens. The movie rewards him for that, which, completely defeats what I would potentially like about that storyline. So, if that made any sense.
I think so.
So
No,
after
none whatsoever.
Okay.
so after the that line gets read, he goes swinging, and the fabric shimmers. And I'm gonna say right now, because we're probably not going to talk much about the fighting, or the swinging, like in terms of like how it looks, because I know that people have said that they think it looks good. I don't think that it looks particularly great. I think that TASM has better web slinging than this movie does. I don't like
Yeah.
those movies. I think TASM still looks better.
Oh,
Both
those
the first
movies are-
one and
yeah.
the second one. They look way better. Like nothing in this I find particularly impressive on that front.
I
It's
actually
also
like
just a
their
limited
action
point
scenes.
of praise as well. Like, even if you accept that they are an improvement over like the last 3 movies, once you get past, okay, the web swinging looks kind of cool. What else have you got? Oh, kind of nothing. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not a big enough Spider-Man fan, but I just kind of,
You're
I'd rather
never
have
a
more
big enough
Spider-Man.
Spider-Man fan.
Apparently not. No, it's like Sonic fandom or MonsterVerse fandom. Like, you can just never be
You
good
can't
enough for
just
these
compare
people.
Spider-Man fans to Sonic fans, despite how accurate it is. You
Sonic!
can't just say that.
Yes.
Yeah, so he goes swinging around, and the big old montage tells us what he's been getting up to over the last few years. So I figured that the easiest way to do this is to sort of almost break it down into like 2 components. So like his Spider-Man life and the Peter Parker life that basically doesn't exist. So in these 5 years, Spider-Man has fostered a relationship essentially with the NYPD. There's a Detective Rivera. That's like mainly his connection. And it's a strong one. Like he's got a strong connection with the New York Police Department. And he systematically dismantles several criminal organizations throughout New York. And we see that this includes the antics of Scorpion, Tombstone, and the Hand.
The Hand.
So
There's
we
a
need
blast
to
from the
we
past.
need to slow down a little bit. I think that this montage plays a little bit I just want to say dishonest in terms of how it defines the time span that we have, because the way that this montage is essentially contextualized is that we keep seeing Peter watching like videos that Ned is posting of like, oh, it's the first year at MIT. Wow. Oh, it's the second year. Oh, it's the third year. So you're meant to essentially infer that all of this is kind of generally happening over the course of that time. But during the montage, there's a news anchor, which is helpful, always using a news anchor to do that. He says, in the past 6 months, Spider-Man has taken down every criminal organization in New York. And this line feels like it's a line that's trying to deal with Daredevil, because that's kind of the big problem here, in multiple ways, is Daredevil.
And to be
It's
clear,
twofold. No,
they can't.
yeah.
You can't, like, anyone who wants to claim, well, they just completely ignored Daredevil. It's like Punisher is in this movie.
Punisher is in this movie, so
Daredevil
no,
was
you
in the
can't-
last
you-
movie.
You can't, and he was in the last movie
Plus,
too. Like,
I mean, he was.
so yeah, because
he was his lawyer.
you've got 2 big problems. Number one, the Hand was destroyed in Defenders, which is canon. You can't just tell me, oh yeah, and then the Hand appeared and then Spider-Man beat them. You can't just do that. They got
Well,
beaten
even
Okay.
in Defenders.
even
if you
don't-
decisively.
What if I want a big ninja fight and I can't be asked to explain any reason why the Hand are there? Can I just do
Just
that?
say
then
that
you
there's
can
a
just say
ninja
that he
gang in New
defeated the
York.
Hand. No,
No.
they defeated the Hand, and it's a new Hand, and it's funny
Even
because it's a new Hand
the
that
left
gets defeated
hand.
off screen. They get defeated off. All you see for him defeating the Hand is that shot in the trailer where he launches towards all of them, going at him with the swords. You know, the one at the end of the first trailer. That's all you get for the Hand. Yeah, you could have introduced the foot from Ninja Turtles. That'd be the
Foot
way
Clan,
to do
yeah.
it. But
I think that
yes,
even if you don't take into account like the Hand being defeated in Defenders, if you go into this like not knowing that, which I would say is just most people. That's just the majority of people who
a
watch
lot of
this
people,
will know
sure,
that.
yeah.
But it just kind of seems like in a throwaway line, yeah, it's like, oh, they were like a really really big deal though. They were like
They were.
killers. They were super highly trained killers. That
Oh, and
Daredevil and all
Immortal,
that
they were
stuff was
using magic and stuff.
yeah,
were,
like this was
they
like
were
a
super
huge
powerful.
deal, and it's like, oh, Spider-Man just beat them all. I'm like, oh,
He just
that
beat him.
kind of like
They hit
really
again.
devalues the Hand as an antagonistic force to just say that, oh yeah, he dealt with them, they're done.
Well, I mean, it
Oh.
denies Daredevil the possibility to use the Hand ever again, like some resurgent Hand, and we just don't have anything. And basically, all we see of the Hand is like 6 ninjas. Basically, you got like about 6 or 7 ninjas. Oh, fuck me.
They just
sorry.
needed guidance, man.
Yeah. Well, we'll get there. And then, of course, like I said, that's one thing. Number 2, this film just doesn't acknowledge that there was about a year in the MCU where New York turned into a fascist dictatorship under Kingpin, and
Where
he
was
specifically
he?
signaled that he was going after Spider-Man. Like he was an anti-vigilante fascist dictator that took over New York, and we're just gonna ignore and by the way, this film doesn't pretend that Daredevil doesn't exist. Sheila is the new mayor of New York.
Yeah.
Sheila, the collaborator of the fascist dictatorship, gets away with it clean, cuts a deal or something, and she's now the mayor and hands the key to the city to Spider-Man in this montage.
What did Spider-Man think of Kingpin just murdering people as the mayor? Like, just slamming people against walls and shit.
He couldn't interfere.
He didn't do anything
Probably
about it.
likes
Yeah,
it.
he was part of it.
He was
Nor
too busy
Punisher.
going to his
Remember,
job.
Punisher ran off.
He was
He
too busy
didn't-
watching
even though-
Ned's live streams.
Well, again, it does feel awkward. Spider-Man dismantled every criminal organization except the fascist dictator that took over the city and specifically targeted vigilantes and disappeared people.
Small potatoes.
And then the mayor went insane and murdered a bunch of innocent people in City Hall with his bare hands.
I didn't know Neil Druckmann directed Spider-Man Brand New Day, where he stops at the top.
The answer, the whole point I'm bringing up here is that it doesn't want to deal with that. It doesn't acknowledge that.
Oh,
it
completely
it is incompatible with it. They are incompatible, which is very awkward when the Punisher is a prominent character in this movie. He's in it a lot. So
Yeah, this is what happens when you set everything in New York. Also, there's more cities on the globe, and the United States has a plethora of large cities for you to choose from to set your movies and settings in. They don't all have to be New York.
The thing is that Spider-Man and Daredevil are very inextricably tied to New York, so they can't be removed from it. The last time we removed
huge city.
It is, but unfortunately they did Homecoming mostly in Queens, and people complained about that because he wasn't swinging from skyscrapers, even though that was a deliberate choice that movie made. So no, we have to be in Manhattan. It has to be in Manhattan.
I did sort of. I wrote down something that it'll come into play when Peter does go to the top of the building and he purposefully takes his mask off to watch the Ned live stream on the building. And I'm thinking, like, well, the last time we saw him, we saw the results when Beckett, I think, Mysterio, reveals to the world that, oh yeah, Peter Parker's is Spider-Man, and that creates a huge cascading set of plot events that lead to a big magic universe spell that shouldn't exist, and it stresses Peter out and it gets him to do all this thing. Like, Peter should be really, really paranoid about being seen, his face in the suit, because of all of the things that happened in previous movies. And one of the first things we see is him, like, is there a small chance that he'll be seen? A very small one, sure, but like, man, you should keep that mask on like all the time when you're in the suit.
Slightly to the film's credit, he does keep the mask on a lot in the movie, which I always prefer, because when you take the mask off, you lose an important aspect of the design of the character.
Sure.
Which is also an issue that we'll get to once we get there.
And also, by the way, it's worth noting when he puts on the mask and like takes it off, it's a floopy CG thing. So I don't know why people are praising that. It's clearly floopy CGI when he puts the mask on in that scene, and when he does it later during the first action scene. But nobody's interested in talking about that for the time being, I guess. Never mind.
I want to nitpick, like, take a moment to nitpick, like, Ned's Instagram stories or whatever the fuck that was. This just like what I liked about Homecoming and the first trilogy is that how much it understood basically like teenagers and young people, and I think I always think about like that Far From Home presentation with PowerPoint about like Tony Stark's death. It's just like I think I Will Always Love You is playing. It's just like such an accurate presentation of like a kid would make, and like
the transitions are all clunky and different. And like fading and doing those awkward spins from like an old tech sort of thing.
It basically understands teenagers, and it understands
the
young
school
people
announcements
and
and Homecoming.
Generation.
Just how stilted and awkward they were.
I'm not a huge user of Instagram. I don't even have it on my phone. But from what I'm like, Ned's stories are just so stupid because no fucking person uses those like stories that way. He's basically like doing
but that's
vlogs.
Ned. That's the titular Ned from EFAP 397.
Like a character quirk. But I still think that even like I've never seen in person anyone just like, hey, just like film a autobiography on their Instagram stories. It's just so weird.
And they show the likes and stuff on the page when it pops up, and it shows
He's not getting a
like
lot of
a
likes.
decent. Oh, I thought
He's
it
not
showed
getting a
like
lot.
I thought
He was
so,
getting
I
like
thought it showed
200 or 300 likes. That's not much.
I mean, for a
like,
random person talking about MIT, I feel like that's way more than most people would ever get.
I thought people get like thousands or tens of thousands, like if they're doing well on Instagram.
Maybe
but
I'm
I don't know.
out of
It's not an
maybe
ecosystem I'm
I
familiar
could
with
just
at
be
all.
Rags
I could
revealing
just be out of
himself
touch. I
to
just
not
don't.
be an Instagram user.
First off, I'm not, and I will declare this from the mountaintops. I don't use Instagram. All right, maybe some, but I figured that it would be if you like breaking the getting out of the like the 90% of whatever of influencers or people online get like 10 likes maybe, and then once you get your 11th like, you're in like the top whatever percentile of all people, just because of how bottom heavy that is. So I was like, oh, it showed that he had a decent amount. I don't know, maybe it's just the scales off because I'm not familiar with Instagram. We can move on.
So,
well,
yeah.
yeah. One more thing I want to say, like, it's just what it communicates to me straight away is just like these types of details is how contrived the story is, because like they're communicating so much information through something that is just so contrived and just made up to like how's Ned's day going without showing us Ned.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, the whole point is the montage is he's doing all this crazy stuff for Spider-Man, but he has completely neglected his personal life. He has no new relationships. He's still pining over the relationships he lost. He also appears to be struggling with headaches. I again feel like it's worth reiterating. I don't know how he pays the rent.
I think they're missing out on a big part of the Spider-Man thing that you could play with was the duality. Peter Parker,
exactly.
Spider-Man. It's something the other movies have done to different degrees
But this
quite
film is
well
explicitly
sometimes.
not interested in doing that. Like explicitly, that's not what we're doing here with this movie.
They show what they'll do is they'll show him getting an apartment, and the apartment's like, oh, we use it as a storage room. But Peter says it's perfect, and then for the rest of the film, he's set.
It's huge.
He's done.
Yeah.
He's finished. He's good.
This feels like it's such a problem with it. Like, if you ever go and look at some of these apartments that exist now, they're fucking tiny. Some of these apartments that
people
you can
live in fridges.
Like, and he lives in this massive loft. Like, this massive loft in the middle of New York. And it's like, dude, wouldn't that cost like $5,000 a month? Like, to rent something like that? It feels like these movies need to update, like, with how much it costs to live in New York. It's always been expensive, but, like, the idea that he could have that while seemingly not having a job is insane. Like, that would cost like
small print
$6,000
of
a month.
Doctor Strange's spell. It's like everyone will forget Peter Parker is Spider-Man except the bank account number and the social security number and all the stuff he actually needs to live.
Someone has pointed out that it has asbestos in it. I don't think that makes. Even though it's got asbestos, it would still probably go for like $5,000 a month. That's kind of the point. I don't know. Like it is insane that he has this when we don't even know what he does for money in this movie. So,
newer builds
And it
don't use asbestos, but there are plenty of builds that still have them.
Old ones. Yeah.
Like, so the idea that you get a huge discount, but I mean, it's fine. He can 3D print an apartment. I think at this point with the technology he has.
Yeah,
that's right.
And it's
There's
not just
nothing to
3D.
imply that he can't.
It's not just
We
the
also,
3D printer is like relatively cheap. It's just the materials. That are,
Yeah,
like,
but it's a super duper like advanced 3D printer is what you see there, and also yes, you're right. The materials.
Yeah, it's magic. It's
That
sci-fi
suit
magic.
it makes, 3D printing that suit is fucking unreal.
Yeah, and I'm like,
But
if anyone makes an argument, maybe it's more accessible in MCU because the technology is more advanced, which I've never heard anyone say that. But for the argument's sake, if it was so easily accessible, I think everyone would be Spider-Man at this point in that city.
Not just that, but we've got other precedent of people struggling money-wise in other places. Like poor Falcon can't even get a bank loan.
That's right.
Can't even get a loan. Black man can't even get a loan.
And there's Spider-Man just soaking up all the wealth, I guess.
I'm pretty sure like Peter can't even
3D
do any
dollar bills.
That is what's kind of the funny joke. He could actually seem to print actual money.
Counterfeiting, to pay his rent.
What an ethical dilemma. that
So,
Spider-Man could be put through, but instead we'll have
another
different
thing-
ethical.
And also, like, we have to factor in the fact that he's probably doing most of this, like, illegally, because again, the spell stuff is stupid, but from my perspective, how I imagined it is that his entire identity, I mean, if his own mother wouldn't remember him, he definitely does not have, like, ID or anything. He's not legally registered anywhere, so he must be doing this, like...
Well, I would assume
under-
he's on, like, bank rolls and stuff like that. It's just that I think it's the connection between... What was the specifics of the spell? It was the connection
everybody
between him
forgets
and...
Peter Parker. Everybody forgets Peter Parker exists, period. It's not
Okay,
about
so-
Spider-Man. They forget that Peter Parker exists at all.
All right, because even they showed, like, photos in one of them that, like, had him in different angles and things covering his head and stuff. So, okay.
Well, so
I
one thing
assume that it's
contextualizes
magic
it is
is-
that later in the film... Well, yeah, this is the problem, is, like, does the spell deal with, like, paperwork?
Yeah.
If it deals with digital photos, I assume it deals with paperwork as well.
Yeah.
It does it in such a way, like, unfortunately, it's like it's the realm of a massive universal magic spell. I
Well, it's
guess
just stupid.
Literal
works.
magic, yes.
Yeah, it's like literal I guess it works.
That's why I
Alright,
sort of cut
Just be
some slack
consistent, I guess.
to the movie of, like, why hasn't he enrolled in a university yet or anywhere? Because if he's such a genius, I mean, I definitely could see him, like, getting a scholarship still without, like, having any funds or anything by, like, exams and shit. But I just assumed that he has no legal way of applying.
That would have been really
because he has
fun
no identity.
to have him hack his way into creating an
Yeah.
identity and then enrollment at a university. That would have been cool.
That would be a way for him
Well-
to show his intelligence, not just say, "Oh, this machine will take care of everything for me. I am smart. The plot says I'm smart," but to actually show him using his intelligence.
Yeah, wouldn't that be crazy?
Mm.
That would be insane in the membrane.
So, another thing that we see is that Peter keeps going to... It's a bodega, right? That's what they... Convenience store? Like
Oh,
in
wait,
New York.
I think. Oh, before I forget, I guess it was in the intro. I guess Scorpion's out of prison.
And now
Um,
he's back in.
he's back in.
He got
With
the
his
big
suit.
old... Yeah.
Yeah,
With the
but
suit.
he's.
We don't know how he got the suit.
He
but
came
he's got the
out,
suit.
he
I was
got
like,
hit by a piano,
I
and
saw
then he
him
went
in
back in.
I saw him in the montage, and I'm like, they let you for what? Good behavior or something? They just let you
No,
out,
he
and you
got
got
out,
access
and
to
he
your
built
suit
a-
again.
He got out, and he never had a suit. He when he went to jail, he wasn't Scorpion yet.
Yeah,
He was
So
Oh,
just
it
a
was
I wanna
for
be
guy.
clear about
unrelated.
this.
It was unrelated crime. Okay.
like chat, you
remember
this.
the
Homecoming.
Scorpion was set up in
Yeah.
Homecoming. He turns up in the middle of this montage as like, "Hello, I'm Scorpion. Here I am," and then gets dropped by a piano, and then gets put back in jail. And I can say, you will not see him again, quote unquote.
Well, you will only see him for like 10 seconds, basically. Yes.
Yeah, like
Um,
it's not even meaningful, you know, that 10 seconds.
He gets about 5 Scorpion, like actual
Scorpion.
Scorpion gets maybe 5 lines of dialogue in this movie. That's probably too much. It might
Yeah.
be 3.
Like,
Actual
maybe.
Scorpion.
You'll understand what I mean when we
Yeah.
get there, but like that's it for Scorpion, pretty
Look,
much.
if
The
you want to
character
see him,
Scorpion.
if you want to see him talk, go play Far Cry 3. Okay.
That's right, yeah. So
It's just
we
it's just
also
funny because a lot of
see-
people thought the Scorpion might be playing a role in this movie. Like,
They
No,
got
no.
rhinoed.
No,
they got
no,
the
no.
bait and
You got-
switch that
that's right,
Rhino.
you did get rhinoed.
So
I feel
they
like
got
Rhino had a bigger
rhinoed.
role. Did he not?
He did. Rhino did. He said more lines. Yeah, he definitely had more lines of dialogue. And Spider-Man at least fought like Rhino properly, like an act.
Yeah.
Like, even though you
And
didn't
they
get
got
to see
Sam
much of it.
Adams to play him too. It was like, oh wow, look at that.
What?
Look, guys,
Sam
at
Adams.
least we have Ned.
That's
second president of the
that's
United
fair.
States is
It's a good
Rhino.
reference.
Okay, there you go. So anyway, the last thing in the montage is you see that Peter is buying flowers from the bodega.
Wait, John Adams, right?
This is a really important one.
Sorry, actually,
think
I
it's-
can't.
yeah.
I don't want to prove because you're talking about the miniseries, are you, or am I completely overestimating what you're referencing?
Yeah, it was just a miniseries.
Yeah, isn't that John Adams?
Yes, it's John Adams, the second president of the United States. I was sorry, I'm an alcoholic. I was thinking of the Sam Adams, the beverage.
Well, I'm glad we figured that out. So
Well, I
um,
mean,
I got
that
my
makes
Adams
sense.
Yeah, no,
mixed up.
Like Rags is from
Yeah.
Wales, I'm from Arkansas. It makes sense that we'd get this. You know.
I was referencing the other, not the Munsters, the other group, the other spooky group is what I was doing. Whichever
But,
one has
yeah.
thing or it.
Peter's buying flowers and putting them at May's grave. That's the shot in the trailer where it's raining and it's all sad. We'll be back there, but it will be sunny because he will have gone on his arc. But we'll go back there. And that's the montage. So not great. Not a great foundation for our story to sort of build upon. A lot of it feels like it was just there for the trailer so that you could have all the shots of him fighting Spider-Man villains, because he's not really fighting a Spider-Man villain in this movie, which isn't a flaw, but it is interesting given the criticisms that people level towards the John Watts films, when all of them were Spider-Man villains and all of them were connected to Peter Parker in some significant way.
It's a good way to describe it. It's not a flaw, but I'd say it's probably just generally going to be a bad decision. He's got such a great cast of villains you could use. It'd be neat to lean into those.
Tombstone
Or
was in
if
it for
you're
30 seconds. Honestly, it's probably less than that, my man. It's probably like 15 seconds.
We're measuring
I
it
think he
in
only has one line of
seconds.
dialogue. I think he only has the one line of dialogue. So, yeah.
It's Tombstone, it's Boomerang, Tarantula.
Scorpion. Yeah, and Scorpion. And the Hand.
There's another dude who runs into a wall. He's, because I remember reading it.
He like headbutts the wall? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because it was the cover,
Ramrod.
wasn't it? It was, but I can't remember.
Oh, you should call him Juggernaut.
But yeah, point being, they're all key jangles. None of them are anything for the audience or meaning or story or anything.
This movie.
Always the king jangle, never the car.
So we have a scene where Peter, but it's Spider-Man on the phone with Detective Rivera, basically talking about like, the job, all of the stuff that they're getting up to, and basically like kind of the point of all of this is again to reiterate that Peter doesn't have a personal life and is obsessed with vigilante work, which feels a bit redundant because that was kind of what the whole montage explicitly told us. Like, I don't know, feels like it's a bit awkward for the first proper scene in the movie to kind of just be superfluous.
I don't know why these random, like, no offense, but why these random women keep showing up in these movies, because she has basically no role. She could be cut out from the movie. The only thing she is a plot. That's why. Because in No Way Home we had that Congresswoman or something, and now it's like the same character but a different character, and I'm like, what is going on?
You talking about the admissions person for?
She's not Congress.
Oh, admissions. Oh, really? I didn't care to remember, but yeah. I felt like she had a similar, somewhat.
Well, she was just whether or not they got a chance at MIT, right? Like he wanted to make his case to her. There was only the one scene as well.
Whereas this character's like in it more.
Well, this character, as mentioned, she is superfluous. I don't see any point in her existence at all.
Yeah, which is funny because it feels like she's sort of almost filling a Commissioner Gordon sort of role. It's like the connection between the vigilante and the police department. But but and then there's an alert, there's something going on. We got a big action scene that we have to get to. This is the first one proper because the story's actually beginning, and I figure that it will make our lives much easier talking about this film to essentially just get it out of the way immediately. Jean Grey is in this movie. Jean Grey is, for most of the film, the antagonist until things flip in the third act that sort of recontextualize it. She's in the movie. And
you say recontextualize it. Like she's no.
We'll get there. We'll get there.
I agree, Platoon.
So she's in the movie, and she has the ability to mind control people by like hopping between them, provided that they are within 33 feet of each other. That's what she can do, and that's what she is doing. I'm gonna call it often. I'm often gonna call it flooping because it looks like flooping. Like when she transfers between people, they sort of floop forward.
Yeah, they floop.
It's mind control, but it's probably closer to like possession. Basically, it's like 100% complete, like total control over what they say and do, and that's her. She's in the movie, and that's what she can do. And knowing that is going to make discussing the events of this movie far easier. Anyway, so Jean Grey mind controls an old lady into driving a tank through the streets of New York.
Very nice.
So there's going to be a lot of we're going to be doing a lot of talking about Jean Grey. When I said that she's maybe the stupidest villain in the MCU, I understand that that's quite an accolade to have, and that she has got some stiff competitions. But I think I'm really settling on her actually being the stupidest villain that we have. You get this in a lot of like games, you get it in a lot of shows, a lot of movies where the villain has a power such that they like you'd have to be mentally retarded to lose. There's no way that Jean Grey should not be able to essentially get whatever she wants effortlessly without ever revealing herself.
We can sort
Correct.
of get to that once we sort of get to the motivation, the intention, the I figure that the first thing
Well, I
to
think-
acknowledge is just that as a statement. Jean Grey is making an old lady drive a tank through the streets of New York, plowing
can't
through
believe it.
cars, almost plowing through a bus filled with innocent people.
Those guns
Except
are.
Spider-Man stopped her from doing that.
Those
and
guns
she's
are just shooting
firing-
as well.
Yeah, she's firing.
Oh yeah,
the
there's a
cannon
lot of
off the
people
top of the
died. Yeah,
tank.
there's an
there's-
armored
Yeah.
car that has a minigun on
Yes,
the top.
Like
I would just
most
say
of the
that's the
bullets,
aircraft cannon.
to be clear,
yeah.
are missing because Spider-Man's not getting hit by the bullets because he'd be dead. Which means
Plot
they're all
armor,
going into the
yeah.
walls of the skyscrapers around us. Which means, yeah, there's a good chance she's killed quite a few people.
Oh,
Already.
yeah. A lot of
and-
people
She's a
and the thing is that
terrorist.
You see,
Yes.
you see, like as she's slamming into these cop cars, they're going flying. One of them nearly hits a kid until Spider-Man saves him. So it's already game over on that front. People on Twitter are being profoundly stupid. On
Show me the
on
bodies.
this point.
Show me the
to a-
bodies.
She's a
yes, but
she's a
basically,
murderer in her heart. Is like you can't like obviously she is.
that is the unassailable point.
Well, I didn't see any
She
bodies,
is
so-
doing this, and she does not give a shit if anybody gets hurt, which they definitely do. And the reality is that people are dying. The idea, like, oh yeah, no, people can just survive when a tank smashes into their car. Like we're talking like levels of essentially
just-
absurdity in terms
yeah,
of
you could
argument
just-
there. That you're just being stupid. You're being silly.
just
You know
spray
that
a
you're being
minigun
silly.
through New York at all the buildings, and it'll none of them will ever hit a person ever. You know, it's it's middle of the day. It is profoundly stupid. You don't have to defend this. You
Again,
really
the
don't.
big one is that she tries to drive the tank through like a bus that's got a bunch of tourists on it, and Spider-Man stops that from happening. But she was going to do that. Innocent
Yeah.
people just on this bus, just going on a tour of New York. It's dire, and this is just the beginning.
No,
This
but
is
This is
just
not
the
the
beginning.
what you'll
we're not even
discover, of
done,
course,
like,
is that these things are all
with
very
this.
necessary with her plan.
Yes.
She has to do this. This
Yeah.
is the only way that she can achieve her goal. This is the
Yes.
only way of doing it. It's to make an old lady drive a tank through the streets
yeah,
of
and-
New York.
Now
Because Rags
here-
is totally right on this the stupid accusation, but I would just want to make sure it doesn't overthrow the evil accusation. She
evil.
is
Yes, that's the
ridiculously
one.
evil.
She is-
Which I will say, right out of the gate, what is going on? Why can't we write like? Because of course you guys already know where this is going. She will be absolved for doing this.
Yes.
I think you all know that that's the direction this is heading in.
Yeah.
This is Wanda
She's a
all
woman.
over again. This is Wanda all over again, as far as
I
I'm
mean,
concerned.
Well, it's
I
worse
don't
than Wanda, though,
understand
right?
what-
I assume we agree.
Well, it
Yeah.
is worse
Oh,
than
yeah.
Wanda because
I-
Wanda can at least hide behind some degree of mental floopery.
Yeah,
that
she got like
wasn't
magical
herself or
infection.
of sound mind. Whereas in this case,
Kind of,
this is
yeah.
just Jean's rational plans. Like it's
I'm trying to think. As excluding Thanos, is any like other
excluding
MCU?
Thanos. This is where we're at. It's like, all right,
Yeah, this
well,
is-
we
yeah.
won't count Thanos, but
Yeah, does any MCU villain have that high of a body count?
Yeah, Captain
It's-
Marvel.
There,
Yeah.
yeah, Captain Marvel actually.
But also-
Yeah,
but
that's-
also- Wanda,
but that's
like-
not a villain. That
Yo,
doesn't-
Well,
4 genocides
uh,
doesn't make you a villain? How many do you
I
want?
don't know.
Oh, well, technically.
Nutsa has interesting opinions
Um,
on genocide.
but yeah, it's about what Rag said, as to the heart, right? Like, we'll never get a kill count, but Jean, from her actions, clearly doesn't care if everyone on Earth would
She's
die.
a killer.
He does not care.
She's a
Yeah.
killer.
Yeah.
In fact, well, yeah,
So,
I want to be clear. It's not even a negligence thing. She enjoys it. She enjoys killing people.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's something that will sort of emerge is that she's pretty sadistic.
Yes.
She's like she has a massive ego.
And her sister.
She will go out of her way to taunt Spider-Man. and it's kind of
And
crazy.
torture.
Like
Which, by the way, that's
yeah.
fine if you want to have a villain who likes to
have her be the
taunt
villain
and everything.
yes,
Like
but-
that's kind of one of Spider-Man's rogues gallery things. Like the Green Goblin is famously cheeky and evil,
yes,
and that's why we love him to death. But like,
again, the thing is that in the case of Green Goblin and the nature of his relationship with Norman Osborn, it's like, well, it's a bit complicated in terms of them as identities. And bear in mind, the ending that he got in the first movie was getting impaled by his own glider. That's what happened to him.
Yeah, he was hoisted by his own
exactly.
spittoons.
Even if the movie villainized her, like if we accepted her as a villain, if she was not, there was not a a trial to redeem her, I guess. The motivation, her entire sort of reasoning behind it, even as a villain, still would make her the most bullshit character ever.
Oh yeah, agreed. We needed like this is the only way to recover this fucking character is to have Professor X roll in and be like, Jean, and put the mental blocks on her and be like, holy shit, we can never let her escape ever again. That was a monster.
I wonder if this feels like something that I need to float, because plenty of you guys in chat will know the comics. My understanding was that aside from the Phoenix Force as an element, like making her Dark Phoenix, when you remove that Jean is basically a Paragon. Am I wrong? Because I've seen people saying that is incorrect. That Jean is morally grey. I thought that the whole point was that she's actually a really good person, and that's what makes Dark Phoenix so tragic.
Yeah,
I thought that's what they did in like the X-Men trilogy, right? Was
like in those movies, yes.
And it corrupted her.
You know, that's always what I've understood. Yeah, everybody's saying that she's good. She's not morally grey. She's pretty good. Almost always a good person. She's good.
Jesus, dude.
So people are lying to me. They are lying to me then when they say that.
The quick Google gets me. She is traditionally viewed as the emotional core and empathetic anchor of the X-Men, prioritizing the protection of innocent life and the preservation of human mutant coexistence. That is fucking hilarious.
As I understand it, isn't there
that?
meant to be like a love triangle usually between Scott and Jean and Emma Frost? That's going to be awkward because it feels like Emma Frost, whatever she emerges as going forward, there's no way she's going to be as evil as Jean was in this movie.
I mean, we should just face it. With the level of writing in these movies, Emma Frost is going to be throwing fireballs.
That is an underrated comment. What,
didn't they cast
is she like diamonds?
Yeah, no. diamond skin, like sort of thing, which means that you can't use like
don't
mind
you play
control
Marvel Rivals?
I guess. What's the opposite of diamonds?
Sludge goo. Like
she's gonna have sludge goo skin.
Fringy said it. Fringy said the word. Everyone, Fringy said.
What?
He said it. No,
you said your famous word.
Oh, good.
You said your word.
Goo. That's right.
Platoon, say your famous word. Say it.
Yes.
So okay. Anyway, so yeah, amidst all of this, as Jean Grey is plowing this tank into people and killing them, Spider-Man gets hit by an explosive fired by Frank Castle. He's in his little van and he's chasing. Now, you had some thoughts on this, I know, Mubes.
Yeah, well, I was quite shocked that this was the first few seconds of Frank Castle because there's no. We may as well skip because like there's questions to answer that you wouldn't necessarily have the answers to immediately, but we know the answers to them. He knows exactly who Spider-Man is. He not only has had many interactions with him, knows his reputation as like the savior of New York, the guy with the fucking key to the city because of all the good work he's done, dismantling all kinds of horrible criminal organizations. He saved Punisher's life. This is all explicit. This is all covered.
Staten Island, yeah.
And then we open with the Punisher fires a grenade launcher at Spider-Man, and a lot of people seem to think they're like, yeah, that's kind of how Frank likes. That's like kind of how Frank is a friend. That's kind of what Frank does. Like Frank knows you'll be fine. It's like, we forget
this is part of their cheeky banter.
Spider-Man is not immune to a grenade launcher. It'll like fuck him up.
I mean, I've always understood that, yeah, he's really strong, but like you can cut him, and I mean, shrapnel would be like a real concern if he gets hit by shrapnel.
Well, yeah, we got references all over the place. He can't take a bullet. And I'm not talking about a sniper bullet. I'm talking about regular bullets. He can't take them. And if you get him in the head, he's dead.
Funnily enough, in this movie, even when he gets his ultra super abilities that we'll talk about later, yeah, he nearly dies from a gunshot wound.
There's that, but also when he's
earlier with like
he gets stabbed in this movie.
Yep.
Like
Yeah, and
if
it's
you
fun,
can
like-
get all of that done, don't you think a grenade launch explosion is probably going to do some damage, if not fucking kill him?
Yeah, I mean, over these movies, we see he's constantly bloodied,
Now,
and
to be-
Yeah.
in the sauna scene, he has like a bunch of bruises, so he's like far from being invincible.
He is very
Yeah, and to be
vulnerable, yeah.
clear, I'm not criticizing the film for having Spider-Man survive it. I'm okay with that. I'm criticizing Punisher for shooting a fucking grenade launcher at Spider-Man. That makes no goddamn sense at all. It's completely out of character. It's extremely reckless. And Punisher knows it could kill him. So, like, I was like, the first thing I see Punisher do, he's already out of character. Great.
And he's like actively stopping
Well,
Spider-Man
I mean,
from
I
being
feel like a way that
participant
it
in
would
this
be is
fight.
imagine that Daredevil was fighting some guys, and then Punisher just shot just an outright a bullet at him, just shot an actual fucking gun at Daredevil during the fight. Get out of the way, Red. I'm dealing with it. Let me tell you something. You know, like I don't know. It just seems But we're doing banter. They have a bit of banter when
Yeah, they have
Spider-Man
lots of
hops on
cheeky
the van.
banter, yeah.
They talk about Staten Island. We'll be coming back to Staten Island, but then Spider-Man
We
just
shouldn't be able to
takes him out
talk
of the
up
fight,
there, but that's just
kicks
that's
him out
the
of it.
nitpick,
No,
basically.
yeah, but yeah, he kicks him out of his van and then shoots some web. I will say, I don't think it makes sense that Frank can rip the webs off of his mouth.
Maybe
Little
those were
nitpick.
weak.
The tensile
webs.
strength,
Eh.
Remember, the tensile strength of Peter's webs is insane, and it would dissolve after 2 hours. That's what was established.
And Homecoming.
And
don't know
yeah,
that
you
he
need
could
like a
rip it
blade
off.
to get through them, because that was actually
I
something that
figured
came
he
up
would
like
need
years
enough-
ago. People were like, how can you cut through it? You can't like stretch through it.
Tensile
It's like
strength
it's
is good, but
yeah.
but you
Well,
can cut it.
It came up
But
because Cap pulling on them. It was like, why wouldn't they break? It's like because the tensile strength, you can cut easily. His
It's
shield
really
cuts
good,
through
yeah.
them, but you can't pull them apart.
You can't pull them apart. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's okay. So Jean crashes the tank into a damage control detention center where Scorpion is being held because he's going to get transferred to another facility. The tank goes through, it flips, and it nearly crushes a bunch of people until Spider-Man swings in and saves them. So
Yeah.
Jean Grey just flumps it. I mean, I feel like it's worth noting. She just drives a tank into a building with no idea who's on the inside. There are people on the inside, and if Spider-Man wasn't there, they would have been crushed to death.
And it's just like part luck as well that the fragile old lady who's driving this thing somehow, is bulletproof in
She
this scene.
survives, but she gets hurt though. She does get hurt because her welfare is in trouble as well.
It's something you noted, Frankie, but there is a strange, almost considering all variables, attention to detail on people not getting killed by Jean in a lot of these scenes.
Yes.
It's like it's this language from the filmmaking of like, don't worry, she didn't kill him. Don't worry, no one's dead there. No, not there either. But
oh good, no one's dead.
this is why the narrative right now is you never see a body. You never see a body, guys.
Yeah.
It's like I don't
As
think that's how that
number
works.
Number one, you don't even need that. An intention to kill is an intention to kill.
That's the criticism, is the intention.
Yeah, whether or not it actually. That's the reason why attempted murder is something that people get punished for. Not like, oh well, you didn't succeed, so it's all good.
You missed. You shot and you missed.
Yeah.
So
Well,
you
and
know.
then there's a
Don't
thing
worry
called
about it.
manslaughter, even if you didn't intend.
Mhm. But you did something that you knew any sensible person would know could cause grievous harm.
Well, if she said,
And
I was
also,
just trying to
it's still-
shoot Spider-Man, I wasn't trying to shoot everyone else, you'd be like,
Oh, well, trying to kill Spider-Man is still illegal, obviously, but, on top
I
of that.
mean, we
Yeah.
have Hulk taken to a fucking insane
Wow,
asylum
wow,
for
wow,
less.
wow, hold on, we'll
We'll get there.
You mean in previous movies, but yes, no, we can talk about what she does to Mr. Bruce Banner, because it's quite cruel. So, Spider-Man opens the hatch and is stunned by seeing an injured old lady in the driver's seat. And so Jean
Not as
starts
injured as she should
flooping.
be.
She starts flooping through multiple people, which Spider-Man notices. His Spidey sense allows him to essentially notice that this is happening. Though I will say, isn't it kind of interesting that at this point, Jean doesn't know, because this is something that will become apparent, she cannot get into Peter Parker's mind. She can't breach Spider-Man.
Like
He's
Frankie's
immune
reading
to her
my
powers.
notes.
But
Goodness.
why wouldn't she immediately try and floomp into Spider-Man?
Into
Surely that is
Spider-Man
your best
immediately.
prospect right now. Floomp into him immediately, take over him,
Well-
and go achieve your goal.
Frankie,
Yeah.
this discussion is going to take a while because there's like even more problems before that. Believe it or not, just like
Yeah, sure, I
obviously it's
believe
like
that.
it's crazy that she doesn't try to take over Spider-Man immediately. Like, okay, it's weird that she didn't try and do that. All right, maybe there's some plan at work or this is some intention.
The old lady
sure,
was
yeah,
more
whatever.
important.
But well, we need to talk about the old lady. Look, all right, I know I have a reputation to keep, but we need to talk about this old woman. We need to talk about grandma. All right, we need to have a discussion about grandma. So this isn't apparent on your first watch through because you don't know the nature of Jean Grey and what she's doing and everything. But there's a few things that come to mind. How did this happen? And I mean that like in earnest. How is there an old woman? How is grandma driving this armored car? Like, think about it in your head. How could Jean Grey, through a chain possession, gotten a grandma into the armored car? It means that at some point, Jean Grey got within 33 feet of someone who was a grandma, right? Got into grandma, and then without swapping to anybody else, not the driver who has the keys, not the people who guard this vehicle, because it's got like miniguns and shit. It's like a war vehicle, all right? And how did the grandma get in the car?
I think
And
the
that's not
line.
just
They do have a line
I think
for
the line
she's a
that they-
janitor
yeah,
in
the
the
line is she
DODC.
worked there.
Yeah, but
so how
to
does
Rags's point,
she have
why in the world would you put a grandma in there instead of one of the people that's actually connected to functioning it? Because the grandma janitor probably would not be able to access and start
physically
that fucking thing.
But also this gives it's like
You
instantly
know why
kinda,
though,
it
right?
gives the game away. It's
It's
for the
because
of
shock
the
value
surprise.
of opening it
Yeah.
up. Oh, it's
Yeah,
grandma.
yeah.
But by Jean
Okay.
Grey doing this, she essentially reveals because I don't know if I believe the stuff in the movie about Spider-Man notices this. Is like, well, I'm noticing it because you're kind of
I
making a
noticed it
big
'cause
deal
they're
of
I
it.
noticed.
flooping.
Yeah.
They're all
They're
flooping.
flooping. Like
She
I've
floops
seen
to a
movies and
guy,
other people have
and
seen movies and
he has an
stuff.
evil
and-
smirk. He smirks
Yeah.
very
They're not.
evilly.
Jean's not
So the
subtle.
first thing that No, it's like the first thing you do is you like, oh, the hatch opens, it's grandma, and Spider-Man is looking at you. So you instantly show your powers in front of Spider-Man and how they work, that you can essentially chain possess people, revealing that that is the nature of your powers and there is a villain behind this. That was completely
Yeah.
unnecessary. You should have
Well,
never.
I mean, you know it was unnecessary. I mean, driving a tank. into
He's
Yeah,
right.
all of this was unnecessary too.
A lot
but it's
of
like,
what she does is unnecessary.
Like, all
it's
thi-
a
it
chain
is-
of stupid and unnecessary.
It is so funny because yeah, if all you need to do is floop somebody who's within 33 feet, which is what, like 10. What the fuck is that in meter?
It's about 10 meters.
It's like a few. Yeah, like so. Just walk next to the building and then floop into the guy
Yep.
if you really
Why-
want to get into this building. But as will become clear, she doesn't need to go to this fucking building. This is not
Why
where she
does-
needs to go.
Why does
If-
Grandma flume? Period.
What do you mean? Why does she?
Like when the
Well, she's
when Grandma
so-
when the hatch gets opened up and there's Grandma there, why does she flume into someone else?
She wants to flume
Because she-
so that she can
to
get
get
to the
Scorpion.
rooftop before Scorpion leaves, so that she can inform the pilot that he needs to go to Bellevue instead of Maximum or whatever.
So that you can then get him out of
Because then, yeah,
But
she's
why-
going to go to
flooping some
Bellevue
other
and
guy.
possess someone to free. Which, like, we can talk about how none of this makes any
Yeah,
fucking sense at
yeah.
any. I don't know when you want to do that, but like, there's so many
I
things.
think that we should wait until we find out like what she's actually trying to get.
Sure,
I
sure,
think,
sure.
I think at that point we can come back to all of this.
I was going to
'cause
say
it's
there's
just
got to be an
everything.
efficient way to do this, right? Do you want to just skip Gene until we get more information, or because like this?
I want to keep talking about how. Yeah, no. All I'll do is just keep pointing out that she is doing this and she's flooping around, just so that you know
Yeah,
all of the
she has a lot
horrible,
of
evil
flooping.
things that she does. That's kind of the point so far, is to just illustrate that every horrible thing that happens, it is Jean doing it.
Yep.
Just
She is
so
one
that
of
you
the
can
most
keep
evil,
track of it.
Horrible,
people.
evil, and just grossly unnecessary. If
Yes.
your goal is to get into a building, why flump into a grandmother to get into an APC, to drive the APC through the streets, to ram the APC through the walls of the building, if that's how you want to get in?
Yeah,
Open to somebody who walk through the door like a normal,
yeah, exactly.
well-adjusted human being. You psycho. Just walk through the door. They specifically designed these architectural apparatus for the transversal through walls. You could just walk through the door.
And all you need to do is, if there's a gate, there's probably a guard on the other side. Just floop to him, and then you'll
Well, I mean-
pass the gate. You're all good.
Yeah, then you can just walk in the rest of the way. You're a guard. You're meant to
But
be
like,
here.
even because we're about to get in the next minute she's doing this right now at this moment. She desperately needs to get to Scorpion's helicopter pilot. And you're like, Why didn't you just do it way earlier so that you could guarantee that? But then also, why send him to Bellevue instead of just having them walk him outside?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Seems like easy, really, but okay. Anyway, but she does floop her way to the roof and tells Scorpion, yeah, take him elsewhere. And Scorpion realizes that something's up. Even he's like, what the fuck is what is this? But that's not going to do him any favors later when he gets his life ruined by her. And so Spider-Man gets the roof, and Jean attempts to throw the guard off of the roof, but Spider-Man saves a fellow and webs him up. And then Jean now finally decides that she's going to try and enter Spider-Man's mind, since he would be a much better prospect for doing anything than Scorpion would be under this particular framing, because there's a much better way of achieving her goal than even trying to get Spider-Man to do it. But she can't get in. She can't get into his head. Doesn't work. And then she reveals that she placed a bomb inside of the tank, which detonates.
Which nobody spotted, obviously. Nobody investigated that. As soon as it crashed in and was neutralized, nobody thought, oh, we should probably check to see if there's anything wrong with that.
And she really needed to have that bomb in there.
The beeping.
Yes, and she's really happy about it. She's smirking. She loves it.
But she also says, like, you didn't like check or ask what I put in the tank, as though that was intuitive in any way.
It's not intuitive that you put a bomb in there, particularly when we find out what your motives are.
That's more where I'm going. Like, why would she do that? What the fuck is going on?
Other than just because she feels like killing people. She gains nothing from it.
Why do Peter's Spidey senses not hear the beeping that we hear of the bomb?
Because I don't know, because he ain't flooping yet with his own like problems with his powers. That's coming later. Like he had a headache before, but his senses work with her. Well, it does, but
but even like baseline sensitivity, like we can hear it.
But that's it, and he probably killed some people, or at worst,
probably.
And also, it feels like it's worth noting, Jean not killing somebody but turning them into a paraplegic is not like somehow dramatically like, oh, well, that's okay. Just this is again, injuries are horrible. Injuries ruin lives, some of them. So the idea of like, oh, well, Jean, she didn't kill anybody, she just horribly injured them. Like the idea that that's somehow better or somehow whatever. Anyway, and then Jean disappears, which this is something that feels like it's important to note. Spider-Man sees this, that Jean, you can't like trap her in a person. She can like abandon any person at any time that she wants. She can't be trapped. Just keep that in mind.
Yep. Keep it in mind. That's how they're setting up the rules.
And so, we got Spider-Man. He's it's as sort of the recap on the scene. He's checking in on everybody, including the mind-controlled guy, as he gets put in an ambulance. He's probably going to get fucked over by this, because he's frantically apologizing and declaring that he loves Spider-Man. He would never hurt Spider-Man.
He also says something very specific, which is, I don't remember any of it.
Yes. And this is something that Peter doesn't log for some reason. It'll only be something that he thinks about. And this is the first of a few people that will point this out to him.
It's not even the
either
last one.
Explicitly or implicitly. This guy can't remember anything from when he got floomped.
It is also important to note that as an audience, we all know what's happening here. Something's jumping between people to possess them. Like it's very clear that that's what's happening. Mm-hmm. So if I know it, Peter should know it.
Especially when he lives in this universe where that is definitely possible.
And he's a mega insano genius man who with 5,000 million IQ. He should know instantly that this is what's happening. If I know it, he should know it.
And so Rivera.
He talks,
oh yeah.
You go ahead. You might be just you. I think you're getting into it.
Oh, well, it's just Detective Rivera tells Spider-Man what we talked about before. Scorpion got taken to Bellevue and escorted out the front door by a guard. The old lady was a janitor at the damage control facility where they had a tank and does not have a criminal record. And so she puts forward, I guess Scorpion got to the janitor and made her do this, but Spider-Man doesn't say, oh, no, I know what it is. It's mind control. Like, it's basically possession. Yeah. He just doesn't know. He's not sure. He feels like he needs to talk to someone about it.
which
So
is
what are the
great.
Even though
legal
it's obvious.
repercussions of
When he
that?
should just say, "Listen, I
Oh,
know this is going to sound crazy, but we live in a crazy, wacky world. All right, here is what happened. The lady did a thing to another person, and then something is clearly controlling people one at a time in a row and making them do things. First off, it explains everything. I'm telling you, I saw it. The policewoman, she would believe Spider-Man by the
Oh,
nature of this
sorry, and
world.
I got her
So,
name. It's DeWolf. That's the name of Detective
DeWolf.
lady. Yeah, DeWolf, not Rivera. DeWolf.
DeWolf should
There you go.
believe the spider when he explains all of
DeWolf,
these things.
yes. Not to be confused with Wolf, the EFAP, the fella.
Trapper
DeWolf.
Wolf, the person ruining Star Wars.
No.
Yeah, not
Oh,
Trapper
Trapper
Wolf. Yeah,
Wolf. Oh
I
my
think
gosh.
we
It's
should
crazy
just
how
start.
deep of a reference that
You
is,
know
but it
what?
hasn't been that long.
I think
at
I'm
all.
just gonna poach that from chat. I think I'm gonna call her Trapper DeWolf.
Trapper
Thank you for
DeWolf.
that. Yeah, so Detective.
Trapper
Yeah, so
DeWolf.
he's talking to Detective Trapper DeWolf, and yeah, no, he goes off to a spa, which serves as Yelena's office, and
Who?
and she's
What?
sitting at yeah. So Yelena is at this spa. That's her office. She's sitting in the spa, and she tells Spider-Man to take off his clothes, or else she won't speak to him. And the pretext is that Yelena wants to see that he has no weapon, seemingly not realizing that this is Spider-Man
Pretty weird.
that she's talking to.
This
It's
is
very
obvious
weird.
lie. She just wants to see his dick.
It's very weird, and I feel like we don't even need to explain why it's weird. It's incredibly weird. Hey, Spider-Man, take off your clothes, or else I won't talk to you.
We'll just
I mean, it's
reverse
been-
the roles
yeah,
here,
yeah,
and
it's
would that
also
be
The
acceptable?
genders.
And also, by the way, I'm pretty sure they CGI his underpants on, because I'm
Oh.
pretty sure they do. I think so, because he puts on a towel and he's very guarded about the towel. Then he takes it off, he's got underpants on. It's like, oh, well, you know, I don't know, you know what I mean? It's like, it feels like the scene probably got shot the other way, and then someone said,
Oh.
this is weird, this is incredibly weird, and they're like, well, I mean, we shot it, so put some underpants on him or something so that it's
Yeah.
less awkward.
I
That's
What
think
is
the
that?
impression
it
I
would be
get.
kind of out of character for him to flip, you know.
What does that look
Go
like
off.
on someone's CV? So what did you do for that Spider-Man movie? Well, I spent 17 hours looking at Tom Holland's dick and getting rid of it for the movie.
I assume you would have
well,
been
so the
wearing
thing
like
is,
a skin-colored pants or
it's
whatever,
the
but
shot from behind. It's the shot from
It's
behind,
like,
but it's the way. It's the fact that they
28 years
cut
later.
away. They
Mhm.
cut away when he gets out of it at the end of the scene. It's like, well, why would you even be worried about that when, like, if he's wearing underpants and you shot it with him wearing
so-
big black underpants, that it would be fine. You'd have nothing to worry about on that front.
part of what's interesting about this is that there were rumors and leaks about what this film had in it, and some of the early ones I heard was that those two see each other naked in it, like completely, and that's
Yeah.
like supposed to be a funny bit.
I think it makes way more sense that they did it like that, and somebody was like, "This is fucking weird," and
Yeah.
they're like,
Yeah.
"Well,
Because it is.
yeah, okay, put some underpants on him, CGI some
It's so
underpants on
weird.
him, and then we're
But
good."
I
Why did
think
we arbitrarily decide to put them in this scenario? Oh, who could we blame for
That's-
our own
Oh
arbitrary
no!
decisions?
Well, it's because Yelena's quirky. She's quirky and she's got a Russian accent, and that's what
It's so
and she's
dumb.
dry. So she's an awesome character.
She's
Well, and
very
the-
wet.
is what
some
that
kind of
makes
like,
her.
oh, she doesn't have anything to hide sort of thing. Like she's a blatantly honest person.
But to make someone else who's clearly uncomfortable do that is wrong.
Yeah.
Is what it is. It's wrong.
It could even
Obviously.
count as SA,
Well,
like very easily.
yeah, but the thing is that there's someone else in this movie who does something much more sinister on that front.
Yeah.
So we'll get to that.
Well, yeah.
Relatively,
They already
relative to
have.
what that character does. Well, yeah, but I mean, on that front, we'll get
Mhm.
there. It's just incredibly weird. And also, again, it doesn't even like if it's like, oh yeah, no weapons. It's like, dude, it's Spider-Man.
Look,
The fuck you gonna
if
do
it
to
was-
Spider-Man? You later. What can you do to
If
him?
it was any other character, right? If it was like Captain America or someone, like I wouldn't be bucked by this at all. But Peter Parker, it's if they attempted to film him like imply that he got naked, it's just it's so out of character for me. I just can't
that's
imagine
why
him ever.
I assume it tested badly, and then they cut it. So this,
yeah, for a
the
reason.
scene may have began with maybe her being very like viewably naked from his POV, but not from the audience's, and then she goes into the pool and then asks that he do the same thing, and that's
And then
you can
someone
cut
pointed
around
out,
it
like,
to make it not look that way.
Why would you do this? Especially when it's Spider-Man in particular. It's Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Spider-Man's meant to be
the
a
bot- it's-
particularly
Look,
accessible.
if
like an accessible,
Oh, he's
kid-friendly sort of
accessible, alright.
superhero.
If this was like Tony Stark character, it would just be like back and forth, like they're both cheeky and kind of like, haha, hee hee. Okay, sure, let's get
So to
naked.
speak.
But Peter Parker, come on, like it's crazy.
But
That's
anyway,
weird.
so
Lawrence, we got you a cameo in the new Spider-Man movie. Take your top off.
So what happened? What we got in this is that Yelena essentially is very dismissive about this situation. The damage control situation is small fry, and it's not her concern because she's a new Avenger dealing with big fry stuff. And it's
Yeah,
like,
you're a
oh,
new Avenger,
okay.
right.
Do you know what damage control does? Do you know like the resources they have, the technology they have? This is big fry. The idea that this is
Well-
small fry, number one, this is not true.
In total, what references are available are several buildings. I think she says 4 before the one that we see in the movie have been compromised in the form of like broken into or destroyed. Major military material is just being, captured and used to blow up home cities like streets. Then you've got someone who's able to, at the very least, from her POV, perform demonic possession. Is just going around on potentially high-ranking members of the DODC. So this seems pretty serious, I would say. And
No, it's
this is
small
just the
fry.
beginning too.
It's not a
We don't know
new
what they're
Avenger.
actually trying to do, and they're doing it. And they released Scorpion, so that's probably not good. Like,
No. It's
Trying to
your
give a reason why
problem.
she's
you
not
know,
a
the small
very
fry thing is so
effective
funny
participant.
because she's saying that to Spider-Man, who's about 100 times more effective than she is, and she wouldn't be able to defeat this
That's
problem.
what I mean. Like, she can hit with batons and stuff. Spider-Man is Spider-Man.
She's
Spider-Man
been
fought
punching
Thanos
well above her weight
directly.
and height for like all of her appearances. It's absurd.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's just funny because again, it's the new Avengers, which is just a dead end. That's like a narrative dead end. But okay, we Yelena's great. And so yeah, then because basically Spider-Man wanted to talk to Yelena because he thought it was like Red Room mind control or that it would be her wheelhouse. And she says that it's less like mind control and more like possession. And then she talks about this is the 4th attack on a damage control facility. Someone accessed damage control databases and searched for the term VMAX. And then she's like, "Oh, but this is not my problem. It's yours. You go get the." And then tells him to fuck off, basically.
Which is basically like that moment is a character assassination for what there was, if there was anything with her character.
When Tony said this to Peter, he was referring to a guy who was scavenging like broken materials from damage control shipment containers, and some people were maybe getting them to rob like cash machines.
Well, and in his view, that was still too much for Spider-Man. It's like, no, that'll be something.
Well, yeah, once it evolved, he actually got involved. That's the crazy thing.
He got involved, but not Iron Man involved.
Yeah, because the FBI were.
Yeah, my point being, right, like it was not only way smaller when he said that this is like you should get involved in low level stuff, but he eventually was like, okay, I've got to see what this is.
Yeah, exactly. And that was not as important as this is. This is somebody with mind control powers that are extreme, that is trying to access like this crazy technology. And the idea, like, well, that's and it's funny because it's like we deal with big fry stuff. It's like, yeah, like what? What are you doing right now, Yelena? What's going on? Please tell me what is going on right now during the events of this movie that is so important that you need to be involved in compared to this that's in your backyard in New York, where you are.
They'll explain it in Thunderbolts 2, coming to a theater near you.
Oh yeah, that will never happen.
The new Avengers. It's just that the movie
more
tries
like the
to
nude Avengers.
The movie, first of all, is like trying to play this off as comedically, so we shouldn't take this too seriously because Yelena is so funny. But behind that, it's just like it's banking on the fact that she's just too busy to work. But the scene is its own counter argument because the only thing we see in her in this movie her do is just
in a spot. Yeah.
Sit. Yeah. So she has plenty of time.
Like it.
So basically, she can't, but she doesn't want to, which is like,
which again, it's awkward when she's just being told that it. I mean, the thing, it is mind control. It is, which is something that she has personal experience with, and it ruined her life, traumatized the shit out of her. So you would think that this in particular would just incense her, but no, she doesn't give a shit.
Nope,
she don't care. And if you're like, yeah, but this is a Spider-Man movie, it's like, I don't know, don't put her in the movie then. Why don't you put her in the movie then? If this
specifically
that's
went out
what
of your
raised
way
the problem.
to
You could
include
just
her.
say that, I don't know, she's in a different country. You could do like anyway, whatever. But yeah. That's the scene
And
though. And
I want to mention one of the biggest problems I have with the scene. I don't know if you might have mentioned this when introduction, because I was distracted, but yeah, did you guys mention about the mask thing?
what,
There's
like
nothing with the mask, but the fact that he comes in and told us to Mueller, it's just my biggest issue with him being behind the mask this entire movie is how would Yelena know who the fuck he is? Because it could be any guy in a Spider-Man suit, and they don't even ask him for proof or anything. It's just like, yeah, of course you're Spider-Man.
You should tell him to do a flip.
Yeah, triple
nothing
backflip,
like that happens,
nerd.
and this happens over and over again in this movie. Just people just believe him, which is so profoundly stupid. And it's such a huge. I do consider it. I don't consider it as a nitpick. I consider it as a huge plot hole.
Someone in chat has pointed out. I thank you for not letting me forget it. I'm pretty sure there are shots in that where the mask is CGI. And that's
yes.
Like you can see it does the thing when it's CGI where it doesn't track totally accurately. So yeah, it's just a bit awkward. Like it's such a practical movie. It's like, dude, it's filled with CGI. It's not very good. Anyway, Spider-Man heads to damage control headquarters, and so he goes for a scanner which identifies his arachnid hormones. This is very important. The arachnid hormones.
I just assumed that those were always a part of him.
Well, the thing is I don't know that we ever got
hormones.
into specifically like essentially the nature of like what his anatomy is, like what his biology is, but this is the way that it's broken down, is that he's got like human hormones and then arachnid hormones, and they can be like charted on two separate graphs, and this will be important to keeping track of the eventual changes to his abilities that will manifest. But in any case, they all point guns at him. He's ordered at gunpoint to take off his mask, and it takes the director of the Department of Damage Control, Bill Metzger. He comes along and he de-escalates the situation. So it's like, yeah, it's all good. And so he takes Spider-Man upstairs, and they bump into a group of ninjas. And Metzger explains that the hand now works for the Department of Damage Control.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got him to work for the Department of Damage Control, but not learn English. Interesting. But
what is the
I love the fact that they're just walking around the office.
Reasoning.
And ninja
Dressed as
outfits and
ninjas.
swords.
They're just in the office. It's so funny.
Oh, don't worry, they're good now. They use their powers for justice.
I'm not even kidding. That is a primo office joke. Like Michael Scott hired security, and they're just ninjas, and they all just stand there. He's like, "Yeah, I think they're doing great."
I've seen those movies, ninjas.
Also, that line you just said there, like, "Oh, I hired some ninjas. They're just good now." That's kind of the actual line in the film.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much better than that.
It's close to what he says. It is. And there's a whole bunch of familiar tech. We even see the Shocker's gauntlet, because that will come back later in the movie. And basically Metzger explains the Damage Control's mission is to redirect destructive technology and abilities towards noble causes. And we'll learn more about what that means. And then they just talk about essentially what we already know, which is that they're facing a threat which nobody can see or combat, except for Spider-Man, who seems to be impervious to whatever it is. And just outside of the office sits a giant vault, and Spider-Man wonders aloud if the bad guy's trying to access that vault. It is pretty funny that this is said, because there isn't actually like anything relevant in that vault. The only reason it becomes relevant is because people decide to go into that vault to hide. So it's kind of like a red herring, I guess, is what you could say about that. And then because Metzger says, there are things that even he can't share with Spider-Man, but they should work together. And before Spider-Man leaves, he asks Metzger if VMAX means anything to him, and Metzger says no. And he is telling the truth.
Yeah, he is telling the truth. But to be clear, he does give him like instructions, and I was fucking blown away at this point in the movie, because I was like, have we actually just had a scene where Spider-Man is taking instructions from DeWolf, and then a scene where he takes instructions from Yelena, and then a scene where he takes instructions from Metzger. Like, what in the
Metzger,
fuck
yeah.
happened? I thought he was supposed
He's
to be
not
his
that
own
independent.
man, dude. Like, what the
Yeah.
hell?
Oh,
No,
so
he's
that's
Metz.
how he gets money.
He's Metzger boy. He's Yelena boy.
Yeah, that's true.
He's the wolf boy.
The wolf boy. the pup.
Yeah.
So there's another issue here as well, that should be kind of playing into every scene going forward, but Peter should maybe be thinking in the back of his mind that any person that he talks to could be possessed.
Of course.
Nah. That would make
Or a
sense.
scroll.
Yeah.
Huh.
So
Or well, yes, that's right. Because we haven't gotten any update on the war, the righteous war against the Scroll traders that have taken over.
Talk
we don't
about
know,
the
that's
war.
over.
they just don't
Well,
talk
it's
about
funny
the war.
because who is the president in the MCU? Because that guy was in, and then Fury said he'd be a one-term president, and that was true. And then we got
Harrison
Ross.
Ford.
Now Ross is in jail. Well, he's in jail. So who is the president now?
Ross is VP.
Who was that?
I think it was Waldrick.
Oh, was it? Was it Waldrick? Okay.
No, but I could
Anyway,
hope.
Waldrick is
dream.
imagine the New York mayor ticket where it's like Fisk versus Waldrick, and you have to vote for one of them. Like, what do you like? You could choose.
That feels like
between
I mean, that's an easy
Waldrick.
choice, but I imagine you were trying to make it like in The Simpsons where it's, Kang versus Kodos. Like, you have to vote for one of us, and then Homer's like, I voted for Kodos before getting whipped.
We're obviously Team Waldrick all the way. It's not even close. I mean,
no,
gotta vote for our boy Waldrick.
So
I would vote for Waldrick, yeah.
That's the end of that. That's the end of that scene. And so now we've got Peter in a I'm not wrong, right? It is a bodega. That's what he's in. Like a convenience store, but it's a New York convenience store. I just want to get the terminology correct.
Yeah.
But he's in there.
Something like that, yeah.
And he's munching on some food. And he's on the phone with DeWolf.
Okay.
And says that EV is running facial recognition on a bunch of cameras around the city looking for Scorpion. And DeWolf points out this is illegal, but nothing will come of this.
Oh well.
Don't worry about it. There are no ethical concerns to be had.
He's doing the Dark Knight.
He's doing the Batman. Yeah, the Batman. Yeah. At least in the Dark Knight, they recognized, man, this could really be abused, this thing that we're doing, But
what do
we
they
should briefly discuss it?
What do they say explicitly that it's doing? Like,
it's EV is like accessed all the cameras throughout New York and is like scanning faces to look for Scorpion. So yeah, it is. Yeah, again,
there's a central database that's scanning everybody in the city.
I do enjoy that it's not interesting. It's like, yeah, but Spider-Man's a good guy though, so it's okay if he violates the privacy.
So I've already seen
everybody.
The overwhelming praise for this film is happening, but there are some, let's just say, comments about, wait, did Spider-Man do it? And you're like, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He did everything.
And then that's going to overwhelm the praise of this film eventually once the hype dies down.
It will.
Mm-hmm.
Speak. Yeah, go for it.
Does Peter's personal AI run on drinkable water too? Or
well, yes, that is awkward. Peter Parker is pro AI, so that's
I'm clear. Did he create this one?
He did. Yes.
Yeah.
He created EV.
Yeah, he's very smart because the film says he's smart.
Yeah, water
he doesn't do anything.
He
doesn't do smart things. The film just said he has done smart things.
Yeah, it's a great choice to have him create an incredible, amazing, top-notch, unstoppable AI off-screen that then solves problems that he could have solved if he were just more intelligent.
And also, he keeps it to himself.
Yeah.
He doesn't apply it for like medical research or anything. It's just for him. Just
interesting fella, that Pete.
Good for him to have an employee on the file.
It's funny because, like, if such a guy existed, right, and the public got to know that same superhero of theirs was using AI for most of his work, he would be canceled in no time and like shit on all over.
You're not using that AI you made for anything unethical, right? Like, no, no, not at all. Just to
he's just a bit
help
lonely
me with Wordle. Yeah.
Does this make him in some ways worse than Ironheart? Because, you know, she
Oh, yeah.
actually has a line at the beginning of her show where she says, you know, I need all of these resources so I can do stuff like, you know, healing the sick and feeding the hungry. Whereas he seems not to have contemplated any of that at all. He doesn't steal that we know of, so he's an improvement in that respect. But in terms of his moral conscience,
Yes.
like, doesn't seem to have like a very global view. All these other uses to which his technology could be put, and is not.
Yeah, I think this movie makes Peter uncomfortably close to being somewhat on the level of Ironheart, which is
Oh
what is
no.
his name? Weary?
He's
What the fuck?
iconic.
Yeah.
So Ned enters the bodega. This is seemingly a pure coincidence. Because this is just the one that Peter goes to all the time to get his flowers. So Ned is here. I'm not wrong, right? This is just a pure 100% coincidence
I
that
think-
Ned
Yes.
I think
bumped
it is
into
a
him
coincidence.
here.
Yes.
I
How
don't
big
see
is
the link the
Manhattan?
other way.
How many? Isn't it like 12 kilometers long?
I
How
think
many
it's just the one
bodegas are
street.
there in New York?
There's
Isn't that-
probably
I
like
assume there are
one
like
bodega for like
hundreds,
every 3 people, right?
Yeah, like I assume that there's a lot of them. I mean, isn't there like 5 million New York? How many people live in New York? Isn't it like if you add up like in Manhattan, it's like 2 or 3 million people in like Manhattan alone, or like 1 million at least. It's a lot of people. It's a big city, you know. A
What's your
lot
opinion?
of people live there. So yeah, that's just crazy.
It's 8
coincidence.
million people.
Well,
This is
that's
a- this
all
is
of
a-
Manhattan. That's
Oh,
like
the
that's like
entirety,
New York,
yeah.
Queens, because the metro area is like 20 million or something, isn't it? It's like, I mean, it's
Yeah,
one of the
20
biggest
million,
cities in
yeah.
the world. Anyway,
The point being, this is a certified and then moment.
a very much an and bear in mind, this is so fucking important. This is what essentially sets off the big metamorphosis in
The and thens
I feel
won't
like I got
stop.
that word wrong. Yes.
They don't stop
So
coming, they
and
don't
then
stop coming.
yes, and then Ned enters the bodega, and Peter's watching him as Ned tells the clerk not to sell him any energy drinks, which he may come back to buy anyway to help him study for his exams. And then he buys a can. He buys it anyway. Talks himself into it. And it's like, oh, Ned, silly you.
Our favorite
and so
character,
then-
Ned.
And so then Peter
Particular
stalks Ned back to his apartment, where he's throwing a big party. And he goes inside into this party, and he finds a big board on the wall that's dedicated to uncovering the identity of Spider-Man. And Ned comes out and bumps into Peter, and he explains that Spider-Man saved his life a few times during high school, and he just wants to find him and thank him. So that's like your first sort of explicit thing of, yeah, okay, so he remembers Spider-Man being essentially relevant to his life, but I guess he doesn't. Which I guess the way that you'd reconcile that
Nature
is
of the
that if
magic.
Peter was wearing the
guess.
suit when he was workshopping, like when the other Peters came in, you know, and they were working, because he must not remember them either. I mean, if he doesn't remember Peter Parker, you know, Peter 1, he can't remember 2 or 3 either, I would assume.
I
But
assume
whatever.
that if anything, I guess the magic would know that. Well, even though we have the very last, we'll get there. But I assume that the magic was like, if that would draw a connection between the two, it is erased
it
and
must.
replaced with
Yeah.
something else. I guess that's the nature of the magic. I will
Okay.
say though, I wrote some down because I legitimately don't know the answer. Unironically, in the Disney canon, he picks up a Chewbacca Lego piece because they built the Death Star and Homecoming. Oh my gosh, does the sequel trilogy exist in the MCU?
Probably.
I would assume yes.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just they only ever reference the OT with all of their Star Wars stuff.
Yeah,
With-
but
yeah.
they just do that anyway. Yeah, so I was curious. I didn't know if there was some sort of a political upheaval or because Obama only got one term or whatever.
You're
the sequel
saying-
trilogy doesn't exist. Like there's a domino effect of no Rey Skywalker.
You were hoping that this Nightmare World has at least spared that, but no, they have
Or
it as
maybe
well.
if
it got
you will.
blipped. Maybe Ray Skywalker got blipped.
Oh,
Maybe-
Well,
oh,
I
yeah,
guess
that's-
the
Or no.
blip would have happened when the Rise of Skywalker was like in production or about to come out, because that was 2018.
Oh, that would have stopped
Oh
it.
no.
Yeah.
Thanos was a
Right.
hero.
Well, it is interesting because there will be a Thanos thing that comes up later that is fucking bizarre, but we'll
The lamp.
that's a bit
Fucking hell.
no, it's just
jeez.
it's really awkward.
We'll get there.
Anyway,
We'll get
so,
I had another continuity question though. Does Ned remember he's a wizard?
I forgot about
Only-
Does Ned remember he met Doctor Strange?
I would-
I forgot that Ned was a wizard.
Because the thing is that certain things like look, we don't need. It's fucked. Okay, it's just
all you need to know is that it's fucked.
Very well.
And to be fair to this movie, it is a problem in No Way Home. That spell it's just absurd. Even though it can facilitate a decent, payoff for the character.
Oh yeah. The best thing to do is to just move forward, grin and bear it, and just don't talk about it.
Don't draw our attention to it. This film does. So that is its failing. Anyway, Ned has created an app called Spidey Tracker, which so they share that in common. They like stalking people because it triangulates Spider-Man's location with like reported sightings. And
so it does that with other people who have the app. Would just say like, I saw Spider-Man swinging by here.
People have the app. Yeah, and then that like triangulates it. Basically,
I'll be honest,
that seems to be the way that it works.
Includes
if that kept going for a while and everyone was pretty good at reporting it, they would be able to figure out where he lives.
They'd figure him out. Oh, of course.
Oh, they would figure it out in like 2 days.
They could narrow it down.
Exactly.
Like, it seems like he always, you'd see like the little. It looked kind of like a spider web. He always leaves from his house, so he goes in a line to a place, kind of, and he always comes back a certain way. It's like the heat map. Yeah, it'd be the heat map of all of his locations would centralize. Always coming.
Maybe though that data is ruined by the fact that this scanner can detect things in other universes. So perhaps the data isn't very useful.
They get false positives.
To help people understand the post-credit scene, we see the Spidey Tracker has him like somewhere in space. That's the post-credit scene. Spider-Man is somewhere in space.
Ned's a really good programmer.
Yeah, no, that's crazy.
Great.
Anyway, he does have 2 prime suspects.
Supergirl uses his app.
He has 2 prime suspects for who it is. Roger Harrington, the teacher, and Flash Thompson, which is mildly amusing. It didn't make me laugh. I don't even think it made me smile, but it was mildly
It might have
amusing.
made me giggle.
Did the second grenade launcher make you smile?
No, there's one thing that made me laugh, and it's really close to the end of the movie, and I'm almost ashamed that I laughed because I don't like the movie.
You can't control that.
It was a Frank Castle related laugh. So
he is the comic relief in the film, Frank.
He is. He's a goober. He is a goober.
I feel like that's the role that the Punisher should have.
Yeah, see, some of the chat's already
the comic relief.
They've already figured it out.
Yeah.
Anyway,
MJ
answers the Oh yeah.
I want to add about Ned that if I was Peter in Peter's position, right, and I've been like yarning for my friends for so many years, and I came to see them finally, and I saw that, I'd be like, okay, time to go. I don't want to deal with this person anymore. It's just so weird. This Ned is mentally unstable.
You're constantly yelling at Peter to like drop it, leave them alone, don't go anywhere near them, stop. We had a movie about this. Quit, stop. You're regressing.
Well, he's also got the disheveled, sort of like broken, mad, desperate look, and I was like, oh no. I was hoping we wouldn't do it this way. Jeez, like he's like, jeez, I'm so close. I just gotta say hello. Stop it, Peter. Stop it.
So MJ enters the room, and a stunned Peter offers her maize flowers as a housewarming gift. And MJ introduces herself. Peter doesn't reveal his real name. The conversation ends very awkwardly, and MJ and Ned leave the room. And so,
Peter told Zendaya his name.
Well,
at the very
he didn't
end.
say. At the end, well, no, he says something like Maine. I think he says Maine, like he's from Maine.
Maine.
No. In previous, at the end of at the end of No Way Home in the coffee shop, I think he says his name.
Yeah, he says I'm Peter Parker.
Oh yeah,
for her to write it on the coffee cup.
I understand that she wouldn't remember that, even though she does remember it later, which is kind of funny. But yeah. But yeah, that's it. And so Peter watches as MJ tells Ned she turned down a job on moral grounds. She says that something's telling me I'm supposed to be waiting for something great.
She said she doesn't want to work for a soulless corporation, but she did go into an interview to work there. So,
yeah, she did apply.
Between those 2 points, she learned something.
At some point, she realized not. Yeah. And then MJ's boyfriend, Ezra Bridger, enters the frame. It's Ezra Bridger from Ahsoka.
Oh,
that's who that is. Yeah,
I thought he looked familiar. But in a really forgettable
Yeah,
sort of way.
Yeah, and
I wrote,
and then
remember, I wrote here. It's funny in hindsight, especially. But I was watching it. I wrote the note. I'll quote myself. I really hope that this story is about Peter learning to let go of MJ and being happy for her.
Yeah.
No, he's not happy. He sees them kiss, and he is he goes on tearfully, existentially crisisy, swinging around New York in the rain while
Without
recalling
his
all of his
suit.
memories. Yes, and the visual effects in this sequence are terrible, but we're gonna have to wait
bad.
a couple of months before anybody admits that that's the case. It looks horrible. There's a part where like he
Does not look
swings up
good.
towards the camera, and it's as bad as the one that people made fun of in Supergirl. It's like you grab him almost like as a PNG with a transparent background and just zoom it in and twist it towards
You just
the
scale it
camera.
upwards, like you just
Yeah,
stretch it out, like it looks
yeah.
like it's getting closer when
It
you're
looks
just making it
it looks
bigger.
horrible. It looks so bad, but
I think
nobody's
people
willing
need
to say
to
that right now.
make up their minds as well, because when mixtape goes black and white and has you float through because it's sad, it's like everyone knows that's cringe and horrible. But when Spider-Man does it, it's fine. It's
Peter
not.
Rockford, yeah.
hmm It's just so. I mean, yeah, this feels like it was made for Twitter Spider-Man fans. This scene. Look, it's Peter Parker, and he's crying in the rain about how horrible his life is.
See, he's miserable. He wants to kill
Yeah.
himself. Aren't you happy?
But it's
That's
practical.
everything he
Yeah, it's
wanted.
practical how the background is entirely fake. And how, yeah, no, it's super practical. Like, getting ahead of myself here, but pretty much all of these scenes where it's actually like somebody in front of a green screen doing the swing and look really bad. For the most part, it looks very
Yeah.
fake. Maybe John Watts had a point that when you do it like that, it kind of looks a bit shit compared to if you just animate the whole thing. Maybe it
Yeah.
should be animated so that you can get all of the cool dynamic poses that you get in the Spider-Man comics, but oh
Yeah.
well.
It helps that there's less of a contrast that you notice when
That's
it's
the
all
main
just
thing. When
boom,
you
it's
put
all
something
there.
real, amongst everything else being fake, it
Yeah.
often looks worse than if you
Thanks
just
for
do the
the
whole thing.
thanks for
Well,
the
it's just
frame of reference for reality right there.
no, I mean
Illusion
it is
shattered.
funny, but it's the reason why a lot of trailers, like CG trailers for games, look really good, even though like they're not actually photorealistic. But like because everything is animated, there's nothing that comes out in a way that's distracting. It's like very
Yeah,
cohesive compared to
you instantly
one
just
very
subconsciously
real thing.
accept that's the thing that's going on in your
hmm
game with it. You're gonna operate on its level.
But yeah, and so then Peter goes to his apartment. His arm seizes up. It's got a big old floopy vein there, and he sees that in the reflection, his eyes are black.
Holy
What is going
shit!
on? And then he
Warhammer
tries to
reference.
get up, but he falls to the ground.
What
And
could be
then in
happening to
his mind,
Peter?
what could be? We're about to find out. But before
Oh my
that, we
goodness.
have he recalls it's a memory of a conversation that happened between him and May, which occurred sometime after he acquired his powers, and she found out that he's Spider-Man. We'll come back to this scene later, but she says, "You think you don't have to listen to me now that you have powers? You know this whole thing can get really scary, and things can change very quickly in ways we can't even imagine right now." Very long sentence. And Peter says that he knows, and May says, "I don't think you do know." But that's all we're getting now, because we'll come back to this scene later. And Peter wakes up in a web cocoon attached to his apartment building.
On the
Um,
outside, yeah.
and the outside, and he falls out of it, and he tries to shoot webs, but he doesn't have his web shooters. So then he falls, he smacks into the fire escape, and that looks horrible. Looks absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
And then he stops because he shot an organic web out of his wrist before hitting the ground.
He splooged out his wrist, yeah.
Yeah.
I've
Can
always
anyone?
preferred the organic webs, by the
Well,
way.
yeah, I wholeheartedly disagree. Absolutely,
Really?
totally disagree. I way prefer web shooters than organic
Okay.
webs.
I like
Yeah,
the
way
organic
prefer it.
webs. Is
No,
it
I
like
so for me it's like well, we can get into this. So the main thing for me is that web shooters as a thing that he has means, number one, that there's like a finite nature to it typically that often needs to be accounted for. Web shooters can be destroyed, which is something that he needs to account for as well. And I also don't
that can happen
necessarily
with
need
organic
like
webs, right? Like he can run out
uh
and has to like grow more,
well,
right?
the thing that they do with the organic webs was like for the Spider-Man 2 thing, right? Where like his where it's like he's having a problem with his abilities, and so then it stops the web shooting. But I'm talking almost more just like a pure logistics thing. There's more to be accounted for logistically, almost inherently with web shooters because of the fact that they're artificial, and there's a specific like device that that can be destroyed.
And there's a lot more like projectile options, like ammo types that can come into play as well, which don't get used a huge amount, but have been used notably in earlier Spider-Man movies. But I think you can make either one of them work. But my thing is, that I think if once you've established that he uses web shooters, I think just because theme demands it, you probably shouldn't then change your mind and say no, he has organic ones now.
Yeah, maybe that's a better way to put it. Is that obviously the Raimi movies commit to organic webs, but they commit to it, so that's fine with me if you want to run with it that way.
Yeah,
But
commit to it either way.
Because it's a bit of a I know I've talked to Mueller about it. Like it was something that he noted that is kind of interesting, which is it's pretty convenient that his organic webs develop exactly where he's used to using web shooters instead of like somewhere else, like his ass. It's really good that they come out of his wrist. That's something that he can adjust to rapidly compared to even if they came out of his forearm, like the top of his forearm, or his fingertips, which some Spider-Man characters, isn't that how it works with some Spidey people, that they shoot the webs out of their fingertips instead of out of their wrists?
Maybe it does come out from his ass.
Like they joked about.
But we don't know.
Well, again, remember it's something that they talked about in it was talked about in good old Silk. That's the character. Yeah, Silk shoots web. That's what it's it means it's way easier for him to adjust to the organic webs that they shoot out of the exact place that he decides to use his web shooters from.
They're so similar that his AI is like, yo, these are not compatible because they're exactly the same.
Which is pretty funny. That is pretty funny. Because, that's what happens. He goes back to his apartment. It's filled with webs. He scans his body, and his arachnid hormones have surged, which has resulted in the formation of the organic web glands. And Evie wonders if this is the consequence of a recent traumatic event, but Peter's not interested. He tries using his web shooter.
I was like, it's a really good thing that you have this AI here to just like plant these ideas into like the audience's mind and into the plot. Is like maybe some recent, thing. Maybe this is the exact.
Are you suggesting that she's like a shitty, cheap form of exposition that keeps muttering throughout the whole film of things we could have figured out anyway?
No.
Alert! Senses are overloaded.
What? He uses web shooters, but the organic webs blast them off, and so she says they can't be used at the same time. This is not true. Obviously, there are solutions to this problem.
Just move the web shooters slightly one direction or the other. That's one way of doing it.
Put them a little further down your wrist.
I was wondering whether I had missed like a bunch of dialogue in the film because we've just gone over what the AI tells him about. This is happening because theme. That kind of is just it. It's like, it probably is some response to a recent trauma in your past. But like, this is a kid who's blipped by Thanos and has seen Tony Stark die and didn't develop organic webs at that time.
True.
But now, all of a sudden, and after 5 years.
Just to be clear, he did see Zendaya kiss Ezra, so
that's much worse. Yeah.
That's much more traumatic than May dying.
He watched Dune
as a consequence of the choices that he made. But now it's setting off. But it's because we're doing life cycles with spiders or something. We'll get to that later. But he basically concludes that he has no choice. It's like either he's gonna have to if he can't. He has to use the organic webs if he can't solve the arachnid hormone problem, which will be a thing that comes around later. So he heads to the rooftop, and he's overwhelmed by the sights and sounds of the city. And what does Evie say, Rags?
How do we know that is that all this is happening?
He's holding his head. We hear loud noises. The birds flying startles him. He can hear everything. His senses are overloaded. Plainly,
and we know this because the computer lady is saying, "Alert! Senses are overloaded. Alert! Senses are overloaded. Alert! Senses are overloaded. Alert! Senses are overloaded."
The only way to make that more redundant as a fucking notification on your system is there's too much scrambled audio. Like as in, she's telling him something that even by her own definition, he probably can't even hear. Because his senses are overloaded.
It is contributing to his overloaded senses. It's like going into a room and screaming, "It's too loud in here!"
You weren't here when the conversation was happening, Mauler. What do you prefer, web shooters or organic webs?
I'd pick shooters, but I like both.
Okay. Wow, so you got one, the other, and then the middle. How about that?
I guess I'm not
What
the middle
about
if I'm
you?
picking one, but
Well,
still.
then again, so was Platoon. You were kind of in the middle-ish as well, it seemed.
Yeah, I would rather have one and not
Yeah,
the
commit
other.
to one. But I
Yeah.
kind of prefer organic. I like that it leans into his biology kind of changing a bit to be more like the spider.
The
Yeah,
thing,
I like
it's
that.
funny because one of the things I like about web shooters is that it is like almost a notable exception to all of the spider stuff. He gets a whole bunch of like spider abilities, except the webs. That's like the one thing that he needs to clear
and
for
it,
himself. to,
it
like,
makes it
complete
so
the-
that him placing the webs in the most convenient place, I guess, is his choice as opposed to he just lucked out because who's that fucking guy in The Boys, Web Weaver? That's that
Right,
would be
shoots
less
him out of his
convenient.
arse.
Basically,
Yeah.
anything would be less convenient than what Peter has set up, which is fine. Like broadly, I'm not shitting on it for that. It's just that I like the web shooters angle because he chose to make it. He chose to do it as a sign of like intelligence, but it's also that's an avenue for the character technologically. The multiple modes, and then just I do like the way it can depreciate as tech in battles. Weakness to like, isn't it? Is it EMP or something? The electrical shit that he has to fight Electro with, like that fucks with him.
Well, yeah, and Electro fucks up one of them, and then he needs to use the remaining one in more creative ways, which is kind of cool.
And then he has to ground or magnetize or something, right?
Oh yeah, and then doesn't like Lizard mess him up like in the fight in the he like destroys them, which means that it's like
I think in
yeah,
Far
so
From
we
Home
count.
he's out of web fluids and he has to be way more creative in the final fight.
Like that's which of course you can do with the organic webs. It's just that with organic webs, it's like, well, it's almost less tangible in a way that people can directly track compared to, oh, the device that shoots the webs is broken. I can see that it's broken.
I suppose
it
you
doesn't work
can
anymore.
do it with natural, but even in the Raimi trilogy, he never ran out. He only had the existential crisis that blocked it. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah. Anyway, he starts experimenting with the organic webs, and they appear to be very powerful, like more powerful than web shooters, like to the point that they knock him down.
Talking about the Eevee thing as well, as like this was like in my notes, I was constantly writing like, "Thank you, film, so much for telling me that the senses are overloaded and your heightened senses are taking in too much information." Like, yes, thank you. I feel like every other movie made can like get this information across without explicitly spelling it out to me in like multiple ways. Thank you so much, Exposition Bot, for telling me what's happening. I do have a brain. I am watching your stupid dumb film. Thank you.
Well, and then Peter receives an alert through his HUD, his super HUD. It's like in the game. It's a super sophisticated HUD. And Scorpion's broken into a damage-controlled data center. And so Spider-Man, off he goes, but he's struggling with the webs. Not so badly that he can't actually get there, even though he gets there inefficiently. But he's hitting birds and stuff, and it's very lucky he didn't break the bird's wing. But the birds are cool. They're fine. They're
Birds
okay.
are all right. They fly away. Yeah, they're good. They're cool.
And so Scorpion, he's looking for VMAX. It's like, right, so it's not Scorpion. This is Jean. Jean has taken over Scorpion. You do not get
got his gear
Scorpion
back too.
Yeah, he did. But it's but yeah, no, Spider-Man swings in, the fight ensues. Spider-Man struggling, and Jean taunts Spider-Man about this as she attempts to stab him through the neck with Scorpion's stinger.
Yes, that is a thing that happens.
Okay.
And she would have, by the way, Peter's struggling. Like if he sort of, so to speak, gave in, like when like she would just go straight into his neck and he'd be dead.
And he'd be coughing up blood. He'd be going,
even though
that is the sound he would make.
Scorpion should just have been pushed back because he doesn't have leverage. He's standing there. So
well,
Superman should just push him forwards.
But
let's rationalize the fact that Scorpion is a victim in this situation.
Yeah, he is. He is. He didn't want to do this. She made him do this.
Okay, but it is absolutely necessary that she used him for this plan, though.
That's right. Yes. And but it's a fair point because Peter his arachnid hormone surge, and his eyes go black and he goes a bit crazy, and Scorpion gets the shit beaten out of him. He gets really hurt. Because of this, and this feels so awkward, doesn't it? He's so beating the shit out of Scorpion that he slams Scorpion into a passing police car, and one of the officers inside is severely injured. I don't know how people who watch this film can square away that Peter did that with Scorpion, a guy in a suit, and it destroyed the car and it injured the cop inside. Meanwhile, Gene piloted a tank that hit several cop cars and went like rolling and fucking flying all over the place. But no, it's all good. It's all good. Nobody died. Nobody got hurt.
Also,
There are consequences to this, kind of. But
the
not
cope
really,
will
but
obviously
kind of.
be he was like, it's like he's possessed, it doesn't count. But to me, when you're really angry, it reminds me, we've had this conversation before about like the nature of being, take for example, drunk. You don't, if you're a normal person, you don't, because drunk, start talking about shit that you don't believe in, or start doing shit that's pointed towards stuff that you absolutely have no principle related to. Why would Spider-Man, when his villain's defeated, get so mad that he picks him back up? Which, by the way, he already knows that weird mind control shit's going on, so you're dealing... But this is the 50-50 part to me. I'm like, pick him back up and slam him such that you actually don't even know if he's going to survive. But into a cop car that's literally explicitly only there to either help you or to help innocent people. And he'd be like, yeah, but he's mad. It's like, I don't understand how he's mad would explain that.
It's a blind rage. It's a blind rage.
Well, but usually blind rage would take you from hitting someone you hate into maybe even killing them. Like, I totally buy that.
Well, I mean, we saw blind rage. It was when he fought Green Goblin. That was a blind rage.
But this one, very weird to me. It's like, why did you slam it? You could have slammed it into anything. You chose the police car with someone in it. It's weird.
Yeah, well, I think the film wants it to be like he has like basically like no, it's like instinct basically. It's not like there's even a person in there, something like that. But I don't know what that means.
And
exactly.
if they want to crank it that direction, like what this is doing to his brain, I'd have to say then that makes the third act suffer significantly, considering how they resolve this.
Well, yeah. Well, it's almost like it's the Fly. Almost they're treating it like that. It's like the spider is taking over.
Yeah,
you know, it's the spider takes over, like how he forgot everything that happened, but he must have been crawling around.
The scene, I don't get why they do these things, because had he picked up a defeated Scorpion and slammed him into the concrete, and DeWolf saw all of that, that would be enough to be like, Spider-Man, what the fuck are you doing?
Exactly. Be like,
you don't have to have him crush a police. Because I think it's made even worse. She's like, you nearly killed a police officer. You need to go. It's like, he needs to be arrested. You mean? Like, he needs to, like, what do you mean? She says like, you can't do this more than one time. You get one free kill on the police. Okay, Spider-Man.
That's right.
Every superhero gets one.
But
this is what I'm talking about, by the way. Oh, please. The mutation spiked and made him do it to Scorpion on instinct. He instinctually hit a police car? This is what I mean. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. Don't defend it.
There's no need to defend this one. It's a weird choice. They wanted to make it so that it shows like him crossing the line, but there's better ways to show it.
But I don't even know if he's like really in control of himself. The thing is like the hormone spike, and it's almost like he's not even himself. Is he even like in there?
That's what the film wants you to think. Basically, is like, oh, it's like the spiders come out to play, you know, like. But that's, I don't know what that even means.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, I wish it'd be more interesting if he was like still clearly in there to some degree, but he couldn't control himself, instead of it being like up in the air as to whether or not he's even like.
Does this make us wonder about the spider,
what's happening?
the arachnid within him? He's like an evil creature that wants to kill.
An evil entity. Well, no, it's because he's rejecting it. That's why it's evil. But if he sympathizes with it, then it'll be all good.
If you embrace the spider.
Okay.
That's right, yeah.
Crazy this is the first time this has come up in his whole life. That's crazy.
No, I know.
It's never been that stressful before.
Sorry. I think the movie wants to do, this is the movie wanting to do the Venom stuff without having to do with the Venom stuff.
Maybe. I mean, they'll do it eventually. They have to. Venom's too popular. They will have to do it. But then again, they didn't. They did a movie where Jean Grey's the villain and an X-Men character, an X-Men hero is the villain, and it's going to make $2 billion. So maybe they don't need to do any Spider-Man villains.
Yeah, this entire plotline I can't wrap my head around it. Why? It just makes no sense to me, and why introduce it now?
Yeah, it's weird.
I think they're trying to give Peter like a way out in terms of, it wasn't really you. It was the spider spirit or whatever.
Just like they want to give
really
Peter a way out.
Real you.
Well, you had a motivation to do all the evil stuff you did. It's like, oh, okay. Anyway,
it's familiar, doesn't it? The cool beat. I mean, it's so you can tell already where it's going. As soon as you see that scene and you know what the movie wants you to take away from that scene, then you know what the resolution's going to be. He's refusing the call because, ironically from a spider, but never mind. Still the same beat in the story. He doesn't want to embrace that part of himself, and because you've had the scene which makes no sense, and it's so obviously trying to tee up the thematic conclusion you already know, at some point later in the movie, with equivalently little setup, he will suddenly decide, you know what, no, I'm fine with Spider, and then he can win.
Good stuff. It's just great. Which brings us to the first Hulk scene. So, well, the first Bruce Banner scene anyway. The next day, Peter heads to Empire State University, where Bruce Banner is working as a professor, and he's doing a lecture that he's watching. But during the lecture, a student raises her hand and says, "If Thanos was so worried about overpopulation, why didn't he use the magic glove to make more food?" And then a guy cosplaying as Hulk stands up and yells Hulk smash, which prompts cheers from the rest of the students.
It'd be pretty awkward
prompted.
if you put that in a movie that could fall apart with some simple questions, huh?
Yeah.
I feel like, how is this not Infinity Cones? How is this not the exact same thing? It's been less than 10 years, and you're like making wry, sarcastic jokes about how half of the fucking universe died.
Well,
The only
I
accurate
mean,
thing this movie
the
for a college
actual
student to
thing.
do.
9/11 became funny quite soon after the fact. So maybe it's kind of their equivalent of that, but like the scale is so much bigger that it's like, and it's obviously like it's the movie trying to be cute and clever. So obviously the question is, why does he not just create more food? He then says to the kids in the crowd, right, like, what's your answer to that question? And that's when the other kid does the Hulk smash thing. So it's like, it's not only is it making a cute little reference, but it's kind of then saying, yeah, that's an unanswerable question, actually. That's just an integral flaw of Infinity War. Which it isn't, because it doesn't take that much work to come up with an answer to that question.
Yeah, and it might not be an airtight answer, but you can respond. You can speculate.
Yes.
People have, which is why it's weird, instead of...
Oh, by the way, to be clear, the fact that everybody cheers is the dead end. You can say that people would make jokes about that, but the fact that literally everybody in that room is comfortable with jokes like that being made is absurd. That's obviously not true. You don't think that there would be somebody that would be getting mad, like, can you please shut the fuck up making jokes about that because of the horrible trauma that I have associated with it? Don't defend it. It's retarded. It's stupid. It's dumb, and it's lampshading as well. Like, just don't, it's retarded.
Yeah. You could have told me this was a deleted scene from She-Hulk and I would believe you.
It does have that energy about it, which is never ever said as a positive quality. You don't want to have the same energy as She-Hulk. We'll get more things that remind me of She-Hulk later, but we'll get there when we get there.
But yeah, anyway, that's nobody's interested in what Bruce has to say about science. They're all just there. They want to talk about Avenger stuff. But that's it. And then the lecture ends, and then Peter approaches Bruce and asks him about the inhibitor on his wrist. You might remember this was in She-Hulk. Do you remember the inhibitor? He's got it.
Yeah, I was in the laboratory place.
Yeah, how about that? And then
Wow.
and then Peter asks a very specific question about how the inhibitor works, which sort of piques his curiosity, Bruce. And so this is really important, by the way, because this is like so unbelievably important. The film seems to even recognize how important this is. They start talking about this concept, and Peter asks Bruce if it's possible to suppress certain parts of an individual's mutating DNA, in this case, the bad parts as he deems it. And Bruce reckons it's possible, but also highly dangerous, as something like a universal inhibitor could be used to suppress the abilities of any superpowered person.
Any superpowered person.
To be clear, Peter goes on to build this universal inhibitor, and it works.
Very easily, I might say. Very easily.
I'm sorry, are you saying that Peter invents a universal power remover? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yes. And by the way, it's not something that has to be explicitly like tailored to the person whose powers or DNA you want to shut down. It just works on anybody. It's just universal.
It's universal.
It
would work. It works as effectively on Spider-Man as it works on Jean Grey, as it would work on the Hulk. Everybody. It's not just an anti-mutant device. It is an anti-every superhero device.
It's
like,
borderline
to the point
magic.
That I assume that if you, it's basically magic.
I think if you attached it to like, If
If it was a magic ring that Doctor Strange like clapped around your neck or something, and it did the same thing, yeah.
And
well,
he builds
it
it.
seems
in
to
a-
me that if
in
you
a
attached it
fucking-
to like Steven Spielberg, you wouldn't be able to direct anymore. Like it just takes whatever your
Yeah.
thing is that's
Yeah,
good.
whatever
You're
Michael
like,
Phelps.
oh.
good. Yeah.
Michael Phelps wouldn't be able to swim anymore. or something like
And
that.
bear in mind, he builds this in a ship with a box of scraps.
Yep. And so, of
He
course, that means
doesn't
that like, one of the first questions I'm going to be asking when Avengers Doomsday rolls around is, okay, why didn't you just use the chip on him?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just use the chip, get it on Doom, and then take away his
So-
abilities.
MCU is fundamentally now fucked.
Well,
Forever.
now.
Well, now, yeah, but
We're
That's
what
at,
happens.
78 layers. of
once more.
fucked.
Well, so if we can be clear, right, the
Interesting
history of
layers.
inhibitors, if there is one, you mentioned the Hulk built his own, and I think we've seen there's one for what was the one that was just kind of like implied then? Someone just mentioned it. Like they have that thing in that universe where they put it on Doctor Strange and he can't use his powers. Remember?
The
Illuminati.
wrists, yeah, that's on the
Um,
manacles, isn't it?
And they do that with Wanda in the Raft. So, up to this point, we've had devices that can apparently tailor-made to like deal with certain things in certain contexts. But the reason why this blows the whole universe open is that you can 3D print, mass produce universal blockers for all power.
Mm-hmm.
That's insane. Including
Yeah.
because you might be like, okay, just mutants or just people with like a
No.
lower level, or it's like, well, the examples we have are Spider-Man, the Hulk, and Jean Grey, all three nuked by this.
So it's basically everything. It's everything.
Yeah, it's pretty much everything. Yeah.
It's
That's
gamma
pretty much everything.
radiation. It's like, yeah, essentially mutation, the sort of mutation that a lot of heroes have, and then actual just the mutants themselves.
Oh,
So
we
yeah.
missed an example, actually. I don't know why Captain Marvel keeps coming up, but she's got an inhibitor, except that inhibitor only
That's
works
right.
because she believes that she's inhibited.
And
then it doesn't work after that.
For as long
Oh,
as she
no,
believes
well,
it's an
it is,
inhibitor.
it is, but that's really funny that he
Just don't
he
believe,
does
yeah.
he does go on to invent this himself with a box of scraps.
Well, and the help of his trusty
And the
AI
help
that
of
he
Ant-
built.
yes. Well, and someone else who actually figures it out.
Well,
for him
there's a
'cause he
key piece
gets
of
wrong.
detail, yes, that makes it all work, and obviously chat would be able to guess who gives him that key piece of scientific detail that cracks the whole program, because it's obvious who would end up doing that. Got to think smart character, scientific smart character.
Bruce, on this, he asked Peter how he could decide what parts of nature are good or bad, or if he's suppressing something which should be expressed, and Peter doesn't have an answer, which is really awkward because it's a fair point.
It's a fair question.
It's so
you should
fair
have a
that you'd almost
conversation
think that
about.
Bruce has seen the script for the movie. Like, he knows exactly what this is related to. Because, of course, at this point, he's
Superpower.
figured out that Peter is not, because he says he's Ned, but he's not one of his students. He knows that. But it's like, how curious. But yeah, Peter goes back to his apartment, and he uses his 3D printer to create an inhibitor while listening to a documentary about the life cycles of spiders that's narrated by Keith David.
Keith David.
Yeah.
He says
Mm-hmm.
he says anthropod instead of arthropod, though.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought that was
Oh, that's
weird.
awkward.
Yeah.
And then but this is where you get the line from the trailer. The life cycles, those who make it through it, amounts to something of a rebirth. Wow, isn't that thematically potent in this movie?
A brand new day.
Even though this movie has
It's a-
decided that it wants to delay moving on from the prior cast of characters for a whole movie.
I mean,
Pretty funny that.
broadly
it
the
should
whole
be
film just
Groundhog
feels like
Day.
it steps to the left, moves back 2, and then forward maybe 2.5.
Mhm.
It really doesn't feel like we went anywhere, and it's just like, okay.
Yeah. Pretty stupid. And so Peter tries
Honestly.
out the inhibitor. He goes outside. It appears to work, but it fails pretty quickly. And a pedestrian asks Spider-Man if he's okay before saying, "Still can't sense me, huh?" Because this is
Uh-oh.
Jean. This is a Jean scene, and she says, "You're the only person I've met who I can't hop into, but I'll get in there eventually. I don't get why you would work for an organization who hunts down anybody who's different." To which Peter retorts, "They're hunting you because you're dangerous."
Rude.
To be
and then-
fair, Jean has no way to know any context about Spider-Man. There's nothing she could ever have known about the motivations or actions of Spider-Man. There's just nothing. There's no
it's
way.
Not, it's not like he. No, it's not. It's
He's a
not like he
mystery.
fought Thanos. It's not like he did that.
Well, it's not like he's a
Yeah.
bona fide, pure as fuck hero for a decade, and specifically in the area she lives. It's nah.
No.
Why?
Nah,
Yeah,
nah,
Spider-Man.
nah,
Why would you
nah.
work for, and then describes the institution in such a way that doesn't prompt additional questions? For example, if she said, "Why do you work for an institution that, I don't know, kidnaps innocent people?"
It's just it's just weird that his history. But as we'll find out with Jean, the history of any hero is irrelevant to her. She doesn't give a fuck. If she fucks with like just a bona fide hero, somebody that saved millions or indeed billions or indeed even trillions of lives personally. Anyway,
Well,
so
I suppose because like Jean in this scene has come to find him, one, I guess, because she's somewhat curious about the fact she can't jump into him, but two, whatever her plan is, Spider-Man now technically can get in the way because she can't mind control him. So she wants to seal that thread off. This is why she's here.
Mm-hmm.
She's got to find a way to make it so that he stays the fuck away from her. Now, again, we're not quite talking about it, I guess, but that is a bizarre choice to make, considering the full context out of everything she could do, everything she could say.
Yep.
Oh, and so someone said they didn't kidnap an innocent person. From her perspective, okay, that's what she thinks. You gotta remember that, because I agree with you. But we'll get to that.
But
Yes.
oh yeah, and then so Peter asks Jean about VMAX, which prompts her to reveal that she knows that Spider-Man is Peter Parker because she is in his apartment. How is that even possible?
So,
we see in the opening montage that Peter's got cameras in his apartment, like he is, and he's got an AI assistant that is in all of his shit, monitoring all of his stuff.
She's on his fucking rig camera. We have that technology ourselves.
She is in his apartment.
No, that doesn't make
sense. It is because she tried to get in his mind for a little bit that she learned this.
That seems like
no. The reason why she knows is because she's read the letter.
Well, she finds the letter in the apartment.
Yeah, but she's already in the apartment. How does she know to
be
in that apartment?
I see what you mean. How did she know to go to that? Oh, well, she says like it's easy because of how she can floop around and find stuff or something. I think it was something like that.
Well, so what Rag said is what I've seen people saying is the answer, which I don't really understand. I think that's very convenient that she jumped in and they. Well, no. I think you're on point. That's the best explanation, because there isn't one. Because when she jumps into his mind, all you ever get is that fucking room with May, which is not useful information.
Doesn't give you any. I think no, you're right.
I feel like you kind of. So in this,
no, that's the point actually.
Is the nature of her flooping such that when she takes over your mind, she
gains all information about. Yeah, she knows everything. Yeah, she gains all information.
Is that
is true, by the way, because
because
she jumps into Frank's head, and then she jumps into Frank's head and immediately says like, "Oh, this guy's got issues." And when she jumps into another character's head, she also gets some very specific, and it's also something that they kind of point to before, which is like how did the old lady know how to drive a tank? The implication seems to be that like she would have acquired that knowledge from someone else, which is pretty funny, because if you got it from someone else, why didn't you just use that guy to drive the tank?
Why go back and grandma?
She gets all the information.
I figured that was how it worked. I just didn't know if it was explicitly stated or if it's just like, she has to in order to do the things that she does.
It's pretty close to explicit. It's pretty close to it.
Yeah, fair.
But in this scene, by the way, Jean is like ruthlessly tearing into Peter.
She's very mean.
You know, she is tearing him to shreds, and then reveals that she
has to do this for her plan to work.
Yes,
because she found the letter. She found the letter, and then and then she saw
coffee cup.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess that is an interesting place to look for something as a coffee cup. Like, oh, I'm just gonna check to see if there's not coffee in here.
There might be something useful inside this empty, discarded coffee cup.
And so,
cynically though, at this point, it's like, oh, because we got to get him back in, but he's not allowed to go and initiate it. So we'll have the note be found and the threat be made. That's obviously going to be how it's like. That's lame. Yep. So that means if he hadn't ditched that note, rewrote it or ripped it up, and this probably wouldn't have happened. She finds it pretty fucking quickly too.
if it was just really hard to find, like it could be, because
Or
there's
if he had
probably
it
a whole
on
bunch
him.
of stuff there. Yeah, like he just kept it with him, then that would be a dead end. But it's all good. And so Jean starts jumping between a whole bunch of people, and she says she's gonna pay MJ a visit, which will be very easy for her because Ned posted her address on the internet. This is the
Ugh.
second movie we've
What?
watched in a
Okay.
month. The second movie in a month where a big plot point is characters posting someone's address on the fucking internet.
Guys, can you
do that,
believe
guys.
it?
Like,
Ned
Guys,
Leeds
don't
is a
do that.
doxer.
like what?
We'll add it to his list of crimes.
And so
Ned the crime lord.
and so Jean mind controls an old man and derisively says, "I'll race you there. Better start swinging. I'm fast." And then Jean makes the old man walk into the middle of the street where he gets run down by a taxi.
Is it bad that I'm extremely
Yes.
glad this happened, because it makes the conversation so much easier with
It's
people who
The
don't
conversation-
understand?
Yes.
The conversation has already begun, obviously. What happened here? Jean mind controls some innocent old dude to walk into the street to get run down by a car. Why? Why
Yep.
did she do that?
For
And
justice.
What did
But-
she gain from that?
But that's where I'm going with this. Like, she's already shot bullets into loads of buildings, blown places up,
Yeah.
crashed, and a lot of the conversations like never see a body though, and you don't even. She's doing it for reasons, blah, blah, blah. She made sure everyone was out. Blah, blah. It's just like, yeah, well, that's all bullshit as argumentation, but you can't escape the guy getting thrown in front of
She
a car.
did this on purpose. And then people like, oh, but there's no confirmation that he's dead. So
That is-
number one, he's dead. Number one, he is dead. That taxi's moving fast.
He is
He
dead or
flukes over the top
severely
of it.
injured.
So
Yeah.
number one, he's dead. Number two, at best, he's severely injured. Number three, if you put someone in front of a car, what
What's
the
your
fuck do you think is
intention?
going to happen to them? What
I
are you
don't,
trying to do? What is the intention here?
If he does, like, if he improbably survives, it is despite her best efforts to kill him.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
can't
it's
control the
logically
variables
possible
there.
to
Well,
live,
if we're
but,
being-
The-
If we're being clear though, because like everyone says why, it's like, well, I mean, going from the film, she does it to show what her power is capable of, and to intimidate that she'll do
Basically,
that to MJ.
It's to make a point.
Yeah.
And her example is this innocent sanitation worker old man.
Yeah, it's
that
not like
she
an
decides
accident.
To, yeah. I will say, like, if people who are actually trying to argue to use a term that they would be inclined to use, it's just like a profoundly it's so you're not being serious, you know, like you're being silly. You are being silly. You're silly. I'll say that you're silly if you're trying to genuinely argue that this is like argue against like, nah, this isn't bad for Jean. I have seen people say, oh, if only there was like a school that she could go to that could teach her how to use her powers responsibly. And it's like, dude, I think there is a big difference between you mess around with your powers and then there's a consequence that you didn't see, but if you were a little bit more sensible, you'd see coming, compared to you just use your powers to intentionally maim innocent people.
Well, that's the thing,
And
man.
she shouldn't be
If-
allowed within 500 miles of any school. There's no, like, she has to be in an asylum. It's kind of, it's funny because obviously they want to introduce the X-Men. The X-Men is going to be a big thing that Marvel eventually moves on to doing because it's one of the only things they have left. Before the X-Men has even begun, they are now making you think, you know what? The government, probably right. Maybe we should
Yeah.
actually just crack down on all these mutants because, Jesus Christ, look what she
yeah.
does.
It is a bit awkward. It means like
And they'd be
Stryker,
justified
Trapped,
in that
all of these
completely.
guys. Yeah,
They
it's
had a
like,
point.
I don't know, man. Feels like it's gonna be hard not to root against
Well,
to root against these
if
guys.
if this was explicitly the Dark Phoenix introduction, and that is what you find out she's got like the Phoenix Force that's fucking with her brain, and that we desperately need to bring her down before Xavier can get some kind of control on her. I think we would still be talking about like, yeah, but she's still really stupid, even if she is evil. Like, you know, that's
yeah. The
but
villain is doing villainous things.
problem is-
that's in line. It's just the villain's stupid.
the film's opinion is she's quite a wonderful person. She just has something that happened to her in her childhood / a little bit earlier that justifies all this. And you might be thinking to yourself, like, what could possibly explain in a moral way that you just arbitrarily kill innocent people?
Yeah. There's no point to that. There's no benefit. There's no gain from it. That's just cruel. Which is
Just for
something that
being
will be,
sadistic.
which is something that's already should be apparent. But like, Jean is incredibly cruel. She's not like, it's not a case of she's pursuing her goal with like laser focus, with sort of an indifference to what anybody else might say or do, and that she'll only sort of essentially combat them if they get in her way. She's going out of her way to like tear into Spider-Man, and there will be a particular example that I'd say it's pretty much indefensible, as if this wasn't already indefensible enough, as if the tank wasn't already indefensible enough.
Yeah.
There'll be
Mm.
none
One of
of
the
this
worst
she
things
does.
about one of the really bad things about this too is that we're probably going to get to it in just a second, because this doesn't just really bad for the villain and what they're trying to say about the villain. This is really bad for Peter too.
Well, yes. Why didn't he save this dude? Like, what?
He had
what
a
happened?
lot of time. Like what
Okay,
I'm
well.
an audience member and I know what's going to happen. I'm a guy. Well, Doc, it's the same character.
So
But
you're
like
assuming
that's Peter Parker Spider-Man.
you're assuming he has, let's say, like a wide point of view and some kind of like. Does he have anything that would maybe make him quick on his feet for something like that?
Super senses or like
but see,
quick
this is,
reflexes.
you've demonstrated your media illiteracy, because he's having the arachnid flumps. That's what stopped him. Even though
Oh.
nothing in this scene indicates that the
Well, that's
arachnid
weird,
flumps would have
because-
stopped him from saving this guy.
It's crazy because I think a mere 15 minutes later, someone nearly gets flattened by something moving even faster, and he actually pulls her out of the way of it.
Yeah, man.
And
That's
then it's
wacky, that, huh?
compounded.
Interesting.
It's compounded by the fact that he doesn't give a shit about the guy afterwards.
Correct.
He doesn't care. He just
doesn't
leaves.
care.
He doesn't check on him. He doesn't express extreme regret.
Sorry,
that
man,
he
you
was-
got no legs. Your
Yeah.
legs don't work anymore. Oh well. Too bad.
I mean,
wish-
I mean,
I wish
right?
that
You
was it.
remember what
I'm
he goes
actually
on to say
dead.
about it, right? Like what Peter says about
Well,
her.
no, I know. Yeah, you're not a murderer, he says.
It's
He
fucking
says
insane,
this
dude.
later in the movie, bearing in mind that she just murdered this dude by having him
Have you
get run down
freaking-
by a car.
Do you remember the? Because I've seen someone else make this reference in the Nice Guys, where Ryan Gosling is like, "You're not a murderer, not deep down," and then Russell Crowe just goes, "She just said she killed 3 people," and he's like, "Well, not like completely a murderer." Like, no. It's something like
that's
that.
a fun movie. I need to watch that again. I haven't seen that since
No,
it
yeah,
came
it's
out.
like-
That was a-
It's reason to think that Shane Black should tell stories.
So Jean starts rapidly flooping through dozens of pedestrians, occasionally stopping to taunt Peter. She's not in a rush. She keeps taunting him. And now Spider-Man pursues her while telling Evie to track each of her jumps. And so Evie runs the numbers and
Well,
eventually
if they say-
concludes.
If I can inject a line here that I thought was hilarious, he says, "Track physical anomalies," and Evie just does, and I'm like, "Yeah, okay,
Yeah,
that's the thing
yeah.
you have. Sure, yeah,
Mhm.
that's
I
just
thought
a
it
thing
was,
you could track physical anomalies."
This is another example of like you're just overthinking this, writers. Peter could have deduced this himself from watching it as he chases her.
Yeah,
Mhm.
why is
And
he
it would have
making
been
so many
cool.
short
But
jumps?
instead,
To him be like,
It
she
needs to
doesn't
be
jump immediately. She seems to have to get within a range, and it looks like he would be able to tell from crossing a road, like how
I mean,
what steps are and
well, you
everything.
could tell just by the
Bunch of
fact that
short
there's a
jumps.
chain of flumps. Why doesn't she just flume to the other side of
To
the
the
city
end,
immediately?
yeah.
There's clearly a range, and there are times when she runs to get closer to somebody, but instead it has to have the computer specifically run the numbers on screen and show us, and then display a big thing that says that the range is 33 feet. And that is the range. It's 33 feet. I mentioned it before, but this is where he gets it. And so this is particularly funny. She flumps into a guy in a helicopter, and then Spider-Man sticks her, like, traps the helicopter, and he thinks he's won, even though he's already seen multiple times that Jean can just, like, abandon a prospect. She can just abandon a person, and then start over again. Like, you can't trap her.
No,
If anything has become clear, that's obviously impossible. It's not like she has to get that person back to where she is so she can flunk back into herself. In fact, what you see is that she can just operate independent of whatever the person is that she's mind controlling. It's not like she goes comatose. It's not like she's like astral projecting in a way that would have her be like comatose or something. She's like totally in control of herself and the other person.
This just cascades. Like he's very aware from his interactions with Scorpion and the dude on the rooftop that she can just abandon a body that she's a part of. Second, the information he has is that she's going for MJ, and third, that she's in his apartment, or at least leaving it. So what option
Yeah.
do you take at this point? It's like, well, there's no point in trying to stop her jumping. That is like the worst of the any options you have, because she can just nuke it at any point and leave, or it's going to be really hard to trap her, and you're going to look like a psycho because it's Spider-Man attacking random civilians. So like, let's not go that one. Plan B, or rather, that should be Plan Z. Plan A, I would say, is depending on how far away you are from MJ's apartment or your apartment. This is the thing, they don't tell us this information, right? But let's pretend for a second he's dead in between them. Well, then you go to MJ's. You straight away, because like that means you guarantee that you beat Jean's reset there, but you're also very likely to beat the current runner on that weird, like even the flooping in the helicopter. Spider-Man can beat that.
Oh yeah, when he's swinging through with the webs to the city, he's way faster than her flooping
which
through
is funny,
pedestrians.
if
he's struggling a little bit.
But Plan B, though, it depends on the location. Like I said, if he's, let's say, way closer to his place, he could probably get to it such that he could see Jean. Because she's got limited options leaving his apartment. She's probably going to have to go down the stairs or outside a fire exit, and then he just needs to cycle around. He'll find her. She's a person. He can track her, and then as soon as he finds her, she's done.
Yeah, the cameras in his apartment and outside of it.
Yeah, get your stupid AI to track her. Hack into all the fucking security cameras. The point being is he opts for the worst decision that doesn't even make sense for him to make.
Good stuff. Very clever. He's smart. He's very smart. But yeah, he's one.
He built an AI. He's very smart. Didn't you watch the film? Media literate.
Oh yeah, well, yeah. So Spider-Man actually makes it to MJ's apartment and begs her to come with him, and she hesitates, but eventually agrees. And they start swinging around, and Spider-Man, I think he's whispering something to himself, but he's gotten a much better handle on the organic webs now, because he's swinging around rather smoothly, which is very lucky that he's managed to essentially figure it out so quickly. Even though just before in that earlier sequence, he was struggling a little bit, though he wasn't struggling enough that he couldn't web up the whole helicopter, in a way that didn't kill that guy. But yeah, off he goes. And then, so I figure it's worth we're going to just run through this scene, and then we can talk about it. We'll just run through it completely.
I don't know if it might be relevant or not. It's just weird either way. But like it's like dark by the time they get to their arrival point.
Yeah.
He's just swinging for an hour. How long is he traveling here?
The sunset. It's look alright. It's so yeah. So Peter takes MJ to a rooftop, and MJ says, "We knew each other. That's the only explanation. It's been driving me crazy for years. All those times Spider-Man saved either me or Ned. Twice is a coincidence, but over and over again, we knew each other. Tell me I'm wrong. Were we friends? Were we something more? I feel like someone scrambled my brain, and you're the only person who knows why. Maybe there's a part of me that still remembers." And then MJ partially lifts Peter's mask and kisses him, and then she takes off the mask and says Peter, and Peter breaks down into tears and embraces MJ because he is so utterly elated that the love of his life remembers who he is and what they had together. He's so emotional. He's so thrilled. And then speaking through MJ, who she has been controlling the whole time, Jean says, "Go ahead, Peter. Touch her. Hold her. You've been wanting to for so long. You really are a simple spider, aren't you? I see why you like her. She's smart, funny, a little dark and twisted. I mean, it is sad. There are no thoughts of you in here whatsoever. But you knew that, didn't you? What the fuck?
What does she gain from being this evil?
This is sadistic.
Yeah, is it not fascinating that the old dude she threw in front of a car made everyone go pretty nuts? But this one is like, okay, are you like Norman Bates? Like, what the fuck's going on in your head? Like, why are you doing this?
This is horrible. This is I mean, you know what this is. You have stolen someone's autonomy, and then under completely false pretenses extracted something out of Peter. Like, this is terrible. This is horrendous.
This is sexual assault, but twofold. Yeah.
Twofold on both of them, because you've stripped MJ of the capacity to consent, and you've gotten something out of Peter under false pretenses. It's both. She did both.
And
so that's horrible. As well as the fact that she's decided that, and once I reveal the deception, I'm just going to twist the knife. Just going to completely twist it. What is wrong with her?
He's just misunderstood, Pringy.
This is a character that I'm
Okay,
expected to
okay.
root for at
You
some
have to
point in the
understand, when
future.
she was younger, something bad happened, and so this means it's
Yeah,
okay
she
for you to
didn't
do all
know
this.
She didn't realize when she saw Peter fucking shattering right in front of her. Oh, this is probably unethical. What's happening here? It's probably a pretty bad thing to do to someone.
Do you think, because I'm not necessarily referencing anything in this film, but inevitably, right, because we know third-party shit, that when these two are just hanging out as friends because everything's better, that he's just going to randomly be like, hey, remember when you possessed my girlfriend and made me think that she loved me and kissed me with her? And then Gene's going to be like, yeah.
You revealed the deception, and then you twisted the knife
And he's
about
going to be
how
like,
she
that
didn't
was,
remember me at all.
that was really mean. That was a bit cruel. And she'll be like, yeah, well, a lot
Like,
of us
kind
made
of evil,
mistakes. A
honestly.
lot of us made mistakes, so that's okay.
It's kind of evil, really.
No,
Not
you
even
know.
kind of, it
Villain
just
would
is.
do.
Well, remember,
and,
Remember
also,
that
and
guy
this
you
is
pushed in front of the car?
Yeah, a lot of us make mistakes.
this isn't the end. This isn't the end of what happens either, because the scene does continue. We could talk about it all more, but Peter tells Jean that what she's doing is unforgivable, and he's right. And then Jean walks MJ towards the edge of the rooftop, and she says, "Some people would kill to hold the person they love one last time."
That line is immensely important, Fringy, because I think it is supposed to be like the linchpin of the director's opinion on Jean Grey.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like just to go over it again,
stupid.
Some people would kill to hold those they love again, like whatever it was. But point being, this Jean here, everything she's done makes sense if you understand she's trying to reach a loved one.
It makes sense because she's trying to really reach a loved one, that she would possess Peter's girlfriend and then make her kiss him.
Well,
and
she just
do that
had
while
to
deceiving him, and then twist the knife.
She had to possess
to reveal the deception.
old fucking Franklin, the construction worker, and kill him. She had to.
She
just
had to possess the old lady and get her in a tank and drive that through New York and smash into a whole bunch of cop cars and nearly kill a kid, nearly kill a whole bunch of people in the room. Drive through a bus full of innocent people. All of this only being prevented by Spider-Man's intervention. The man that she has now done this to.
And I think some people analyze this really badly in the sense that they're like, yeah, she's a bit vengeful. It's like, no. She's looking for her. Looking for her. She thinks she's alive.
Yeah, there is no vengeance yet. She thinks that the injustice is smaller and resolvable. Yep. But yeah, no, Peter's eyes turn black, and then Jean says, "You're running out of time, Peter. Soon enough, it won't just be your friends who don't remember Peter Parker." That's a terrible line, by the way. Ultra clunk.
Yeah.
And she says, "Maybe you should write a letter to yourself." And so Peter goes a little crazy and grabs MJ by the neck and orders Jean to get out of her. And so Jean makes MJ kick herself free, which sends her plummeting to her death, and Jean smirks as she falls before releasing MJ to realize that she's about to die.
Which you need to make sure is noted. MJ realizes as she's falling.
MJ realizes and she starts screaming as she suddenly finds herself effectively teleported into falling to her death. And Jean decided to let that happen.
Yes.
So again,
it's messed up.
All of that. She's evil. She's evil. This is insane. This is so bad.
Anyone who's defending this, you just have like a broken heart. Like, I don't know.
I
don't
think many people are defending Jean Grey. Not Betty. Well, some people are.
I guess it's more so that how are we going to move on from that when, again, what happened here is particularly disgusting. This in particular. It's
levels,
gross. It's really gross.
This is multiple sexual harassments plus murder, attempted murder, but still with the intention of killing. Then that's after a whole litany of offences, including but not limited to terrorism. And it is an implicit problem with the whole movie. If even the movie's defenders are not defending Jean Grey, but they still say that the movie's like an 8 or a 9 out of 10, but the movie itself tries to defend Jean Grey, which it's going to do. It thinks she's redeemable and is in some sense justified in everything that she's doing. Then I'm afraid that's just not really an argument, is it? You can't say this movie is good except for the fact that Jean Grey's in it.
If I can add to that, like we alluded to it, but like the damage that Jean has is going to spread into Frank and Peter. and that's going to damage the
Yep.
fuck out of
And then,
them.
of course, it means that in the future it's going to spread into the X-Men. It's a contagion. It is a contagion that will seep into every story that she's a part of in the future. It's the same problem that Wanda has. It was over with WandaVision, and then it got worse in Multiverse of Madness. And what's crazy is that even in the case of Wanda, like even when she went unhinged and sadistic, it was specifically to obtain a like it's like when she grabbed the wizards and tortured them. That was horrible. But she was explicitly and directly trying to break Wong to get information out of him. In this case, Jean's got nothing.
Yeah.
There's not like that. By the way, that's horrible. I hate Wanda. I'm just saying that even Wanda's evilness kind of doesn't actually live up to Jean's. Jean's is particularly sadistic.
Well, and we had to untangle the whole Darkhold thing, which I want to be fair, like it is a bit confusing just how much it affects Wanda's ability to make a choice, and that she's currently going through she's psychotically broken. You know, and there's magic shit in her head. It's complicated, but when you untangle it, she's been absolutely ruined. But this is so categorically sadistic. It's almost like baffling that they wrote it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for a character that's going to go on to be a heroic figure in the MCU.
It's just a compartmentalization. It's like the grandma stepping out of the tank. The only reason it exists is for that scene in the moment, a little bit of surprise and shock value. That's all that matters, is whatever they need dramatically in the moment.
And the character then becomes almost impossible to work with. This is her foundation. This is how she thinks. This is what she does in response to adversity. When she believes that, well, it's not that much of a spoiler, when she believes the person she wants to get back is just alive but being kept somewhere, she goes around committing mass murder, or at least attempting to commit mass murder and doing all this evil shit. So what happens when, in a later movie, she gets faced with an actual, even more severe and known to be severe setback than this? Does she go and murder an orphanage? What's she going to do?
I do like the idea that she encounters your average sort of like average bat, like a scorpion or something, and he hits someone who's a friend of hers who falls over and breaks her leg, and so she's like, I'm going to find any young children in your family line and I'm going to torture them. I'm going to take their fingers. And Scorpion's like, what? I feel like that's lines we don't cross. I just feel like you go a little further there, and it's like I won't do anything anymore. Maybe she'll be super effective on that front.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's But Peter does save MJ's life. Shields her as they tumble to the ground, and MJ is knocked unconscious. And this is kind of a logistical thing that's just worth keeping in mind. MJ, again, she knew she woke up falling, not she was awake and then she was unconscious and then she wakes up later. Just
this will be
note that. Keep that in
it's
mind.
good to be known. It'll still be a nightmare to explain that part later, but we'll get there.
Yeah. So anyway, a guy gets out of a black ash. Oh yeah.
I'd say one thing this just annoyed me. We get another, and we'll get more of these when she says I see why you like her. When MJ is possessed, is yep, we gotta have someone praising the qualities of a notably female, character while belittling the main
and always
hero.
the generic. She's smart, she's funny.
Yeah,
how many
smart,
things
funny,
at this point have she's smart, she's funny? Always in that
of
configuration.
I was also going to say, because I thought you were going a different direction, but similarly, like on the list of crimes, do you remember in Far From Home when Peter has his glasses say they can get into everyone's phones and read all their messages, and he's like, oh, you shouldn't do that, that's bad. Kind of funny with his new tech, but also on Jean, she's so up there in terms of crimes that we're probably not going to talk about the fact that it's it is kind of fucked up that you just fiddle with people's memories and you're just like, oh, this is flip through them like a fucking picture book, oh, look at you do this.
No, I mean, it is an immense violation, but I think that a lot of writers and stories are really stupid essentially when it comes to stuff like mind control and possession. It's one of the reasons why obsession as a recent thing feels like it's so effective in terms of exploring it. It's oh, this is horrible to do this to someone. This is an immense violation of their very being, their soul. Whereas a lot of things treat it haha, it's kind of inconsequential, doesn't really matter, it's kind of quirky and funny because it's something that's shown later, even later when it's it's shown Jean oh, just having fun with the powers. It's this is a power that you're kind of not entitled to have fun with. You're taking away people's capacity to fucking exist. You're actually stripping them of their bodily autonomy, fundamentally. it's actually like it's like a violation that is so grievous that isn't like possible essentially in reality, right?
You
Yeah.
And
need
it's almost like
magic
it makes
powers
people
to do
not
it.
realize. Yeah.
Can I say
But,
the
you
word
know.
grape?
No.
You can say
I
rape,
don't know
yeah.
if
Yeah. Yeah, you say
Yeah,
rape. Yeah, we love rape here.
it's like mind grape, right? It's like the closest
That's
thing you can come up
100%.
with.
100%.
And the
It
fact
is,
that
one
Oh,
she
yeah, it's fine,
goes about and there was a scene with Peter where she's like, I'm going to get in there and I'm going
Yeah.
to do stuff with you.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
find all your memories.
She's
and then use
very
them against
evil.
you.
She might be one of the most evil characters in the MCU, which is like, wait, the
Yeah.
MCU with Satan in it. And you're like, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it is
Absolutely,
really
yeah.
Satan's self-aware, you know.
Satan was
like,
fun to an extent,
yeah.
Sacha Baron Cohen, but you know.
Yeah.
But so by the way, so Jean is very nearby, and she's in an SUV, and there's a guy that's in there. How does this work? She seemingly can only control one person at a time, right? So how did that work? She's been controlling
personal
MJ the whole
driver.
time, but she has a driver that she is definitely mind controlling. This is somebody that she is mind controlling, and she got him to be mind controlled to drive to this location that she didn't know that Peter was going to take MJ to. How does that even work? How is she even here? I thought she can only control one person at a time. She can't be here with a mind-controlled person as her driver. It's impossible.
Maybe he's a willing accomplice to
I
her
like the idea that
crimes.
that's her own personal butler.
he's not.
Like
He's-
an Alfred or something, just evil.
He echoes what she
No,
says.
you're right.
Oh, yeah.
But it's
Yeah,
funny
we're
to
just
assume
being
he is
funny.
an evil Alfred.
He's also
And
just
he, like-
evil. He's like, oh, wow.
She's not controlling the driver. Oh, so when she gives him directions, why does he repeat it verbatim? Which is what is demonstrated to be part of the way.
Also,
that
I'm sorry.
mind
Where the
control
fuck did
works.
he go if he's like a teammate?
Mm-hmm.
Come on.
If this was a teammate that was relevant, then yeah. Sorry, guys, we're correct. You should just accept that we got this one right. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
fuck nerds.
Anyway,
And she
he
looks.
gets out of it.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
have to say, like, she looks so silly in her little like
Hoodie.
hood and stuff.
Normal
Yeah.
clothes that are trying not to be normal clothes for some reason.
Well, and this is pretty funny because she's here in person, and she says, because she's speaking through him right here. She says, "You're a mess, Spider-Man. I can be anyone I want, so I can't protect.
Yeah.
So you can't protect MJ, even from herself." And then the man hands Peter back his letter, and Jean says, "It's really a nice letter, a little heavy-handed, but not bad." And so then the car drives off, and Peter sees Jean's face, which means Evie sees her face.
One of
He
the
just looks at
her
stupidest
because
she's-
mistakes in the entire movie that allows the rest of the movie to happen. Like, holy shit.
How do you fuck this up? You
I
should have
don't
won before
know.
the film began. You had no reason to even let Peter know that you existed.
Which is pretty
as an
funny because when
antagonist.
she was
How
in
did
the
you
apartment,
do
she had the mask on. She was covering her face, but here she decides not to. She decides to reveal her face.
It looks
Pretty
deliberate,
stupid
but that
because
wouldn't
this
make any
now-
sense.
Because this only
But
sabotages
that does make
her
it in
plan.
character.
This is a
Mhm.
scene straight up from like Madam Web. It's so bad.
Oh no! Oh no!
You think her web binds them all?
Are you suggesting the
No,
Madam
does
Web
not.
might be
So,
better than this film?
Maybe.
I certainly enjoyed it more than this film, so that's got to count for something.
I'm
I
detecting
may not
something.
be opposed to that idea.
My spider sense is tingling.
and someone-
Platoon, answer that question.
Is Madam Web better than Brand New Day?
Yeah.
Yes,
Aha,
obviously.
I knew
yes.
it.
How is that even a question?
Also, someone in the chat's pointed out there's no reason why Peter shouldn't just get Jean right now.
Yes,
Just go and get it.
100%. You should
Web
get it right now. It's
Yeah,
over
grab
as soon
her.
as he gets
Yeah.
a neutralizer.
Mm-hmm.
He's not
It is
faster than
over.
a sports utility vehicle. It can't be done.
No. But and also Jean is going to Empire State University and Sinister Music plays because you know what that means.
He's gonna get an education,
Yeah, that's right.
and then she'll be a smart villain one day, which will be terrifying.
So Peter takes MJ to Frank's hideout, which is located in a huge shipyard filled with booby traps, which someone like Spider-Man would be particularly good at dodging, like falling debris. Instead of guns or grenades that just rip him to pieces, you know?
Yeah, it's just
It's like
how did it?
kind of handy.
And he even says that he's got like claymores all over the place. And they're like, what are we?
Yeah.
What are we doing? How are you? What?
Well, I mean,
That's-
because Frank is surprised that Peter struggled with the traps. He's surprised that it messed with him. And then they start having their argument because Peter wants Frank to take care of MJ, and he invokes the Staten Island incident. And they argue for a bit because look at him bickering. Wow, look at that, haha. And then Frank
Having fun.
agrees.
You can
He's
tell
gonna
those
do
guys
it.
are like brothers, and their connection is way better than Peter and Tony's. That's just facts, man.
It's way better than Frank's and Matt's.
Yeah.
More important, yeah.
That doesn't exist.
Why doesn't Frank go and get Matt out of prison? He's in prison right now. But no, why didn't he just shoot Kingpin?
Nah.
Anyway,
You can't just shoot someone with a gun and
mhm.
solve problems. It just can't be done.
Peter brings Frank up to speed, and then
Wait.
MJ finds a cabinet full. Yeah.
Sorry, did we? Oh, unless I passed into a different universe temporarily. So they've met up. MJ and Peter have met up with Frank, right?
Yes.
Did we talk about the
MJ
contraptions?
Oh well, I mentioned there's a
little,
whole bunch of booby
I know.
traps that Spider-Man can dodge.
I feel like we
Fully
gotta
agree.
spend more time
They
on
seem
that.
bizarre to set up.
Yeah, no, go for it.
Well,
go for it.
so the reason I want to spend more time on it is because I need it. Like, as far as I'm concerned, no character that I cared about when going into this film makes it out, and Punisher is absolutely one of them. Even though he's been kind of pelted by Born Again and his own little short, whatever. So he's set up security just in case anyone comes to get him. That's fine with me. That makes sense. Spider-Man arrives, and he decides to just enjoyably watch as Spider-Man has to save MJ from being crushed by steel because he's not going to stop the traps or warn them of the traps, even though he knows they're coming. He's just like enjoying, and he even comments like, that looked a little like, it was a little harder for you than it should have been. Or he says something like that. Just horrific that you would have the Punisher just comfortably watching a civilian nearly get squashed by his security for the fun of it. But it's done definitely for like comedy. And it's fucking insane.
Punisher's a wacky guy.
MJ almost got squashed into a pancake.
I mean,
I don't like this comic relief Punisher, especially given his, his backstory and his family trauma. The idea that you can that he would play around joking as he almost gets an innocent girl killed just seems like not really something he would do.
The inevitable fate of this kind of character is that eventually, when they realize that it's kind of funny when a very serious character acts like this, they become like flanderized versions of themselves. And that's what Frank is in a way, but like like an inverse flanderization where he becomes the opposite of what he was sort of intended to be. He was like used to be really dramatic and serious,
yeah,
and all business, but now he's a goofy, silly guy. Because isn't it funny that it's Frank Castle who's being the goofy, silly guy when he's really a serious person? But you only portray him as the goofy, silly guy. He is no longer the serious person, which removes the point of the humor.
Absolutely happening, 100%. That flanderization, because it plays so well with the audience anytime he does something funny, and so it's like, what if he just only does something funny? And
show someone the best episodes with him in the Daredevil show.
Yeah.
And then show them this and be like, yo, yeah, same character, by the way.
Well, the big thing that kills me about Punisher, beyond the fact that he's now comic relief, is he's supposed to be intelligent. He's supposed to be able to, like, form tactics, prepare strategies, traps, get ahead of people, know what he's dealing with.
Power level.
Yeah, and just know what his opponent is and how to deal with them. But in this, they've turned him into he's basically. I'm trying to think of like
weapon man.
Well, yeah, he's I have guns, man, and I will run into situations firing my guns, man, while mooing. He just moos all the time. It's really fucking annoying. Because it's not anything that makes me actually like care about him. And a lot of people are like, yeah, but that's John Bernthal. It's like, why are we saying that? Like, do we do this? Do we do this with anyone else? Like, do we bail out a character?
John
Like, well,
Bernthal's
it's
not
that
in the
actor.
show.
Yeah,
it's Punisher. Frank Castle is in the show. The whole point of like kind of being an actor is to not be the actor, to be something you're not. Kind of, like, can we go back to the basics of what we're doing here?
Yeah, and there's going to be a bigger moment for this to compound it, but the fact that we got so little Punisher. By the way, I don't think we actually talked about it. Is it weird that Spider-Man puts the web on his mouth and then he just doesn't turn up again in that whole battle at the beginning?
Well, yeah, no, his car's
Yeah.
he messed up his car or something,
Well,
so he's
one,
out.
the car does not look like it doesn't work anymore, but two, it's the Punisher. It's Frank Castle who thinks someone is
Yeah.
killing everyone. He's like,
He'll
you'll
just
take a
steal
car. You'll just take
Yeah,
one.
he's
Yeah.
gonna Nico
No, he'll-
Bellic someone's wheels, and he's gonna go and
He's got the Nico Bellic. There you go.
And that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like the very little time we've had of him, he's tried to kill Spider-Man, which is like a weird, and then tries to kill him again because he seems to be like, am I right, Free? Because you'll remember pretty better, but he's like aware that Spider-Man is dealing with his traps.
Yeah, no, he says like he's surprised about the fact that he struggled so much with them.
Yeah, I like, what the fuck are they doing? Just annoys me because I really liked the Punisher in specifically season 2 of the Netflix show, I guess, because it's funny. It's like, is he not
it's
ruined for you
really
already?
good.
And I'm like, yeah, it's been a while since he has the one good scene in Born Again season 1, right? So
True.
there's
Yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying it's a great scene,
There is
just
that.
there's that.
That scene was just like that's the echo of something that came before it. That's lingering. That's long gone. It's like the light of a star that burned out 1,000,000 years ago, but you can still see the light, even though the real thing isn't there anymore.
So yeah, Peter brings Frank up to speed, and then MJ finds a cabinet filled with pictures of Frank's family, and he angrily tells her not to touch any of his stuff. This felt really awkward. She just goes in, opens a cabinet. Oh, is this your family, Frank?
That's not a thing that people say. It's just because it's Frank Castle. And also, she should know who this is. It's Frank Castle, right? Everyone should kind of like know who he is. We'll get into.
He's pretty fucking famous at this point. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be like, and also like many times I'm asking Frank Castle, shouldn't he have been arrested?
Did you
many
Did you
times?
really just say Frank Castle? That's the guy who came for Boogie.
Oh my goodness.
Is this what we have to do now?
Yeah.
Is this what we have to do
yes.
now? Do you think Spider-Man could Spider-Man deal with Boogie's home defenses? I don't think so.
Both the Punisher and Boogie should be in prison, is what I'm trying to say. They should both be in cells, in padded cells in the latter's case.
Yeah, the bullet just disappears when it goes up into
Well, that's what the defenders of this will say about the minigun at the beginning. Is like, oh yeah, all those bullets that were sprayed across the New York Cityville. It's just like, yeah, they just fine. Don't worry about it. They're not in the shot anymore. You can't even see them. It's fine.
So yeah, anyway, so using his facial recognition system, Peter has managed to identify Jean Grey. Now, much of her history has been scrubbed, and now he's got Evie, if she appears again, he'll be able to find her pretty quick. And then Frank asks Peter...
I will lament the casualization of hacking that is happening in this and other forms of media, where it's like, oh, hack. Oh, I found out all of this very, very useful information. I'm Zendaya. I can do that. And it's like, oh, okay. I guess that's really useful that we have all that information then. That sure helps the plot to move right along, doesn't it?
Sure does. And so Frank asks Peter how he plans to handle Jean, but the conversation very much ends prematurely. They don't really get to follow it to its logical conclusion. This will happen many times.
That is... Oh, yeah. Carry on. I had a thought, and I was worried about losing it. And it did, but it'll come back. I remember it. I think it was like because I was really thinking about the nature of like, if you get flunked on, then everyone learns about all your brain stuff and your memories and everything. So should Spider-Man be really, really concerned that by bringing MJ here, when MJ is no longer here, MJ will then be able to, like, the Jean Grey will learn all about the Frank Castle stuff because he is introducing MJ to this, and MJ is like a primary target.
Oh,
like introducing
you're
people
saying
to different people is...
You're saying, like, putting MJ into his secret lair when she's a target for the brain flames means that that's information now that Jean might get.
Once she gets flunked again, which is something, if you're Spider-Man, you have to be like, what do you even do? Except essentially tell MJ, you have to leave town and you cannot tell me where you're going or wherever. You just have to leave. No, you have to go. You have to be completely gone. Like,
but the movie has just decided
everything.
There's no way that Jean Grey could ever learn that MJ is here. The movie just thinks, well, even though she's tracked down Peter Parker himself, this place is safe from her, though, so it's fine. So that's
which is
not a
funny.
problem.
Because if we're to
Here's the
believe
second.
that she knows his apartment from jumping into his head, it is not a stretch that she would know where Frank's hideout is, because Peter's whole life right now is just Spider-Man. So that's probably like a prominent location in his head, if you know what I mean.
That's yeah, exactly. That was literally I was about to say that. Yeah, how Spider-Man should think that Frank Castle could be flumed currently. He should be thinking this about all the people that he meets potentially. But it is very likely that Jean Grey knows that Frank Castle, because she knows his location, because if she knows about all the stuff that she got from Peter before, probably knows about Frank Castle's location. Peter should expect that Frank Castle is currently just like possessed and waiting for Peter to show up. There's no reason
Possibly.
why she shouldn't know about this.
Can't
If
rule
we're,
it
if we're
out.
using the rules,
And if we're going mega paranoid, and this is the thing, the film could have done this, but it doesn't have the layers for it.
This could have been
MJ
a
could
horror
still
movie,
be
basically.
flumed right now. It's not
Mhm.
impossible.
Mhm.
because
'Cause
she
you-
can just act like she's waking up and coming to, but that's just an act.
But Spider-Man never thinks to test any of this or to not take for granted everything that's told to him. He's not careful at all. He's just like meh.
Mhm. So, yeah, no, Peter still needs to work on his inhibitor, and Frank fortunately has everything he needs. Because what he needs to build it, he uses to build bombs.
We get two lines back to back here. The ones that I mentioned earlier is like, "I see why you like her."
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and then she says, "I like him" about Frank Castle. So you get
Yep.
like two back to back, like you should like these character moments that they say about each other, and I hate it. I
Dude, they
think
feel
it's
studio
awful.
mandated at this point, those ones. It's
They
just so
kind
many
of
I'm
of
pretty
them.
do. They
tired,
really
but,
do feel like quotas because we
I think
got
it's like-
3 in like 5 minutes of film.
It's like a frustrating thing that a lot of stories do where characters will gas up each other, and I always find it really awkward as lines that are written down. But there's so much stuff that does this. So much stuff has characters gas each other up, and it's just very weird to me.
Do you know?
Ooh,
I
do
like
you know what I
her.
like? By contrast, that we used to have, it would be, you have the meeting of Iron Man and Cap. Iron Man's respectful but kind of dismissive, and then toys with him, and then says, like, as he's leaving the room in earshot, "That's the guy my dad couldn't stop talking about," and then rip into him for being like, "Yeah, you're a soldier, but like, it's all from the bottle. It's nothing actual special. You're kind of an idiot. You don't know. You're not following anything." Then, when he's completely away from him with Loki, he describes him as the living legend, right? Who kind of lives up to the legend. I think is what he says.
Yeah.
Point being,
That's right.
it's characterful. He kind of hates Cap for very good reason, very character focused reasons, but can't deny the fact that he's like really strong, really fast, really helpful, just a good person, and he's kind of jealous of a lot of parts of him, especially the fact that he met his dad, he knew him, but like in a context where he's against a Loki, he can pay him a compliment, even if it's like a half of one. So, I just, it's like you can make it so much more purposeful instead of, "I like this one. I like this one. Yes, I like you."
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I like her.
Yeah.
And it cuts to the cardboard cutout of Zendaya.
Or
That's
Brie
just Zendaya.
Larson.
That's just the acting.
So MJ decides to, while they're working on the inhibitor, MJ asks Peter if she can call anybody, but Peter is against the idea for pretty obvious reasons. And then MJ starts talking about the issues she's been having with her boyfriend, who says that she is withholding. And
Oh,
Peter's like, "Oh, it sounds like he's a real piece of shit, actually." Ha ha ha.
This
Anyway.
is
I
such
think
a
it's-
hilarious conversation to have with like
I
a
hate
vigilante
it.
superhero.
I just think
it's
I think it's super lame that she shit talks her boyfriend and expresses like no concern about how he's going to be really concerned and worried about her being gone and
but Rags,
disappeared. And
we're setting
without
up that there's a
contact.
chance. So you're saying there's a chance. There's a chance you can get
Like,
in.
it was on my in my mind, in the alternate universe, it is my mind and its wishes, right, of this film where Zendaya and Ned are not a part of it at all. There's at least that element of like he sees her happy, and because he's grown as a person, he is happy for her, and they both go off and they have a wonderful life, and they're like, "Oh, look at him, she's happy, and I'm happy because she's happy." And that's like the opposite of what they're doing. They're trying to set up the idea that, yeah, I actually don't even like my boyfriend. He's kind of a loser, and he's be like concerned
Yeah.
about me or whatever, and I'm gonna bring up like, "Oh, withholding. Oh, I learned that in a class or whatever." And I'm like, "Man, like he's not even here, and he seems to be a
I'm-
nice guy, and he said nice things about you, and like, fuck you."
I'm not even kidding. I'm almost certainly convinced this is designed to make the audience think like, oh shit, they can get back together then because the boyfriend's not that great
Yeah.
and they're
Yeah.
clearly kicking it off. But then
Also,
the writers
there's
are like, we're so
yeah.
clever though because we're going to take it somewhere else. And you're like, no, you're just shitbags. Like with a lot of this stuff, honestly.
It just makes her seem like a bad person for doing that.
Also,
there's an
someone...
element.
Go ahead.
I know, like, there's an element to this scene where it's just like it's supposed to be funny, which is a pattern with this film, right? Because like, oh, how absurd! Him in his Spider-Man suit and Zendaya are talking about like relationship struggles. That's so absurd. That's so funny. But realistically, it's just a terribly written scene.
Someone mentioned it in chat, and I completely forgot, like blanked it. But it's probably the connecting bridge in relation to that whole I like this one or I like you thing. They mentioned Thanos. Do you remember when he basically presents to Peter Quill that you can stop me, you can save the universe if you kill the woman you love?
Kill her.
And then he fires the gun, but bubbles come out, and Thanos is like, I like him, like, which is awesome as a fucking
He
scene.
actually did it.
It's just so it's like, oh shit, yeah, I forgot that's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the source of a lot of Marvel's terrible, horrible writing, what is now referred to as, Marvel dialogue or Marvel writing, is just a bastardization and a bad version of good Joss Whedon writing, character writing. So a lot of these things are just weird versions of other things.
Well,
that was
Russo's, yeah.
That was Infinity War,
or rather,
no, I'm
yeah.
Well, I'm referring to like a different, but similar phenomenon. Not like this.
Yeah.
Like it happens in a lot of ways. Like the quippy kinds of humor and things of that. It's
Yeah.
like what your example was. It's just like it's a shitty version of something else. Like the source is good, but in trying to replicate it and do it over and over without the work and the execution and the talent, God forbid, it's just becomes something terrible and annoying.
Well, yeah, I mean, Marcus McFeely and the Russos together seem to create at their best some really banging shit, and so that's why everyone's so excited for Doomsday.
I mean, yeah, at their worst. Well,
I can't wait to see my favorite character, Jean Grey, in Doomsday. Can't wait.
It has been interesting to see the Russo brothers' reputation deteriorate when a lot of these people still think that Endgame is a good movie. It's like, so what are we referring to then? We're referring to those Netflix movies they made that nobody watched.
Do you think all the Spider-Man fans who hate your guts right now are going to use that as a quote as well? He doesn't even think Endgame is good either.
Well,
I don't think Endgame is good. I think it's terrible. I made a video about it.
That's one of them Walter White, you got me.
Yeah. Like, I think that movie's awful. I think it ruined everything. I think that it is patient zero. Even though,
I think that they'll just say they will try and use it as a way to decredit you from your Spider-Man slander.
Endgame is terrible. It is.
I don't think
everything.
That can't even be remotely controversial with our chat, though. I don't think. I don't know if anyone.
Not
here...
with our chat. I think with our chat.
Know what's up.
Yeah.
Endgame.
Yeah, Endgame being. Not many people say Endgame is good anymore.
Does anyone like Endgame at this point?
I think people vaguely think that they like it, but again, I don't see how you can reconcile hating the Russo brothers if you think that Endgame was like brilliant. Particularly, especially when it's not uncommon for people to say that they think The Winter Soldier is like one of the best MCU movies. Like, they made that, and it wasn't that long ago. 10 years ago. It's not that long ago. It's weird because everybody hates the Russos now. Which is just I mean, obviously, I think they fucked up big time with Endgame, and I think that these new movies are gonna suck. But like, I have my own standards for why I feel that way. They're not necessarily the same as a lot of these characters. As far as I'm concerned, all you need to do to win over people is just make the color grading a little bit a little bit more dynamic.
Yeah, reference a comic book here and there. Yeah,
Doomsday has done that. The color grading is a little more dynamic in a lot of the scenes, and it feels like it's definitely a response to film Twitter.
But
it
trailer
didn't work.
still looks like shit.
Yeah.
No, it does. It does. I agree. I don't think that color grading matters that much if your shot composition or everything like that is just terrible.
It's part of kind of your opening, right? Like a Brand New Day specifically feels like a film that said, "We're hearing you, we're listening, Twitter," and then they were like, "Listen, we just got to put a couple of things in there, and then they'll shut up, okay?" They just put a couple. There you go.
He's saying that before we even get to the Hulk stuff, man.
Yeah, well, that's pretty close. So
that's true.
Can color grading have a parody? Because that's what this like color grading.
It would be like overly garish.
parody
I think
of
the
a color
contrast would
grade.
be, yeah, it would be like obnoxiously, high contrast if someone was
Well,
parodying
and
it.
very
Instead of-
orange.
Justice
That's
League?
like the thing I'm noticing. Yes,
Yeah.
that'd be your
Ooh.
example.
Ever
Actually,
remember
yeah.
that? That was crazy. That film was like fucking rainbow vomit. It's like, what the hell?
Sure was. So, yeah,
I do
that
remember.
conversation continues because MJ asks Peter about his personal life, and he says he doesn't have any relationships, but there was somebody who he had to let go to protect her, and that it was and still is hard for him to deal with. And then MJ decides that she's going to help Peter work on the inhibitor, and then he puts his
Fuck
Oh,
mask
by the
back
way,
on because he took it off.
if I could say that line, I had to let her go to keep her safe. That's like, no, you didn't. You didn't let her go. You like stalked them forever, and then now you're here. And the only reason that she got involved in any of this is because you wouldn't just like leave
Yeah,
well
because
enough
if
alone
he
and
got
not
rid
leave
of the
those
letter,
connections.
she'd be fine.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like you left the anchor that leads everything to, that leads everything back to her. It's like you say that you had to let her go to keep her safe, but I watched the previous scenes of this film. You did not do those things.
Yep.
So yeah, MJ's going to help him with the inhibitor because it keeps overheating. Oh, pardon me. God damn it.
Oh no.
Then MJ
Ring is
rapidly
overheating.
identifies the problem. The device
Very
generates a micromagnetic field which dissipates into the fabric of his suit, but not his goggles. So accounting for this makes the inhibitor work properly.
I hate this.
MJ.
I just don't
She
think
she makes
MJ is insanely smart.
she fixes the
And she
universal
accounts for
inhibitor,
things that-
guys.
Like her trait should not be that she is smarter than Peter.
Oh, to me,
Maybe thinks outside of the box sometimes or something like that, but I'm like, no, not this is like Peter's wheelhouse. If anything, Peter made this insane advanced AI and all this technology. He 3D printed this shit himself. How is he missing this stuff? But MJ's picking up on it.
And
It's
it
nuts.
already works on everybody else as well. It's only him. This universal thing. The only person it doesn't affect properly yet is him. He's that good. He's already
everyone-
broken the entire universe until she comes along and say, "Oh yeah, by the way, your goggles." And so it's okay, problem solved. Now it truly is universal.
everyone's
You even get
referencing it, by
line,
the
"Oh,
way.
MJ, that is genius."
Everyone's referencing what this is. It's very obvious what this is, and we used to be able to recognize these things, but for some reason, I was having trouble with this movie. I'd say
What are you saying that there was a compressor that was bypassed?
it feels as though a compressor was indeed bypassed, and the thing about it is, this conversation people have, they're like, well, to be fair, she was learning, she was studying this, that, and it's like, well, to be fair, Ray is a scavenger. Ray is familiar with the circuit boards, and Ray's
because we all know what actually
old
happened, which
classic.
is that a lot of Spider-Man media lately has been very insecure about like Mary Jane. Obviously,
Yeah.
this is Michelle Jones, but MJ, like a lot of the Spider-Man PlayStation 4 and all that was pretty insecure about what they needed to do with MJ to the point that they made playable missions that nobody likes. It feels like there's this thing of MJ can't be like what she was, for instance, in like the Raimi movies, where the things that she's pursuing are actually like kind of just totally unrelated to the kinds of things that someone like Peter Parker would want to pursue as a person. For the last 10 years, 15 years, it feels like they've been very, I'm not so sure with Gwen Stacy because they made her like more, I don't know though, in the comics, is she like very science oriented? Because she was in the TASM movies. She was like at Oscorp, right? And she was into all of that stuff as well. It's like you actually have them sort of treading on each other's heels by doing this rather than having them necessarily lean into their respective
Yeah, and they help
interests.
each other because they're different. She sees things that he might not see because they're just wired a little bit differently, but they kind of complement each other in that way. And
I hate this scene. I think it is in this scene where it's shown like she takes a single look at the screen, or whichever the scene there's she takes a look at a screen and she's like, oh, right away understands everything that is going on with his genetic
funny,
wiring and
wait,
everything.
you
And
think it should take her
few-
like 10 seconds to figure it out? Like she's some idiot?
look, and the thing is, this is like another precedent of not just like MJ being terribly written, but also like MCU keeps treating tech like magic, because like I think I'm pretty decent at coding, but you show me a code or anything on screen that is made by another person, it will be just as much of Chinese to me as it would be to someone who has never coded a single line in their life. because
Yeah,
that's
I can
just
get
not
you
how
the I can
tech
get you the
works.
files for Halo Campaign Evolved. Let me open up the local stuff here, and I'll just paste those to you. Yeah.
And it's just you can't understand stuff like that just by looking at the screen. You have to, even if you are knowledgeable and it is your field of expertise, you actually have to like put in a lot of effort to actually understand shit like that, and especially to like the intricacies that it is with Peter's case. So it's so annoying to me.
What's
So
funny
annoying
when
to
the
me.
context was, oh, well, I thought about doing this before I actually did a different major. It's like, so this isn't even really like, you didn't even study this, which alone
No.
wouldn't make you an expert in
No.
anything. But I mean, it's
No.
more so just story things. It's like, you probably should try to avoid having characters essentially, like, have the same, like, narrative function in terms of advancing the plot. Kind of boring.
They also just stories have been doing this
Right.
forever. What you have happen instead is that they're both just talking about shit, and she starts talking about different subjects, different areas of whatever she's doing in school, or whatever, and then he goes, "Oh, wait a minute." And then he starts thinking about something, put different things, but he goes, "Oh, that's what it is." You know, like some distant connections. How we always solve these problems if you want like a revelation. You don't have her go over, study it, and be like, "I know what the answer is. It's going to be this." And it's like,
Mhm.
dude.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a scene of like MJ sitting down, can you explain how this works so we can like work together? Maybe like point out things that we can rule stuff out. And he's like, okay, this is how it works and stuff like that, meta, whatever. And she's like, maybe it's your goggles, maybe like something like that. You could play it off.
I think
like,
she specifically says, "What about your goggles?" Like she already knows what
Yeah.
the answer is.
yeah, that's
Peter's
definitely
like,
how
"Oh, I
it
didn't even
plays.
think about that."
I would keep her like in the realm of, I wouldn't even necessarily put her in a fucking science like position. Just
No.
have her
I
say
wouldn't. I'd put her in
something.
something different.
Yeah.
This is solve the problem with writing. Have it get onto a topic through talking about school or life or whatever that makes Peter just go, "Oh fuck, of course." You know, like they do in
Mhm.
House or whatever all the time. Someone says something like, "Hey, I hit an apple
Peter, do you
with
have
a
lupus?
fucking
Mhm.
minigun," and then he's like, "That's it, apple and a minigun. I got it."
Mm-hmm. No.
Anyway,
It's so funny to me. Like everything, like it's Mark Ruffalo's Hulk and Peter Parker, these two geniuses talking about like genetic wiring and stuff like that, and anomalies and mutations. And she just takes a single fucking look at that screen and she's like, I know what we were talking about.
Yeah.
but yeah, no, it
Easy.
works. He puts it on and it works. It sorts out his problem. And then MJ decides to look at the script so that she can talk about theme.
Yeah,
Because
does that a lot.
she's concerned about the inhibitor. Says it's the kind of thing one would put on a monster, and that Peter isn't a monster. He's just a guy who's changing. It's like, that's exactly what Bruce said.
It's also just
Like, you have
insanely
access to the
bizarre.
script.
Just picture yourself being like, you got some kind of like a mutation that makes weird things happen. You're trying to sort of suppress it. And he's like, yeah, it's like, that's what monsters do, buddy. I don't think you're a monster.
You're
like,
perfect the way you are.
You have no
actually.
idea what I'm suppressing. Everyone in the world who's a theoretically good person has all kinds of medications to suppress horrible things about it. Like, why are you pretending like what?
Would
Like,
you say this to Hulk? Hey, you're just a guy who's changing, okay?
Would you say
Don't
this?
worry about
Would
gotta
you say
embrace
this
it,
to
buddy.
someone going through chemotherapy?
we don't come across it all the time, but this is just a classic example of like MJ doesn't get to be a character in this movie. She's the fucking sock puppet for the theme and the writers.
Yep.
Well, if there
Pretty
is
It
a
also,
thing
decent,
though,
actually.
It also made me wonder about like a potential alternate movie where Peter is tempted by the power that the surge of spider hormones give him, and he's like, oh, like, do I give in? Do I actually want to suppress this? I've got a taste of
Yeah.
it, and it gives me the power to fight the villain, and I might need to do it, but the risk and what does it mean? Da da da.
and he
But
dances
no,
the
it's like
silly
there's
dance.
Yeah.
well, definitely we have to have that, absolutely.
Mhm.
But that's never even like a thing. It's like, yep, the spider thing is just bad and I need to stop it. But obviously in the end, it's like, no, actually it's really good and it makes you great and you coexist because you just do now. And there's never like a struggle for Peter. And he never has to make a decision. He's never torn between like option A and option B and the risk reward of it.
Oh well. Never mind.
Oh well.
So the following morning, Frank wakes up Peter. He's holding the letter in his hand and he places it on the desk before explaining to Frank that he's created the universal inhibitor, which will stop Jean. He's created it. He's created
There you go.
this world-changing
Do you think-
technology that will never come up again.
Do you think if he put it on
Right.
Frank, he wouldn't be able to shoot guns anymore?
I'm
He
not
would
sure.
he'd stop telling jokes. The weakest part of your
It was
the bad
ability
parts
to
of
say,
your
"Let me tell
DNA.
you
then, yeah.
something." He wouldn't be able to say
Let me
that
tell you
anymore.
something.
But,
They
Which
do
stuff
though
yeah.
in this scene. They do need to actually have like a real conversation about just like sniping Jean Grey in the face
Well,
and
that's
just killing her.
It starts, but then it basically ends pretty quickly. Because
He's just
he
like,
basically
Frank,
he said
no.
he could just shoot, and it's like they don't even really talk about it. Because then Frank decides to ask Peter about MJ.
They talk about talking about it, but they don't.
Yeah, but then we move on to the MJ thing, and then fucking Peter says that he's like Frank, and he keeps to himself. And Frank says, "What do you know about me? You think this is a choice, a lifestyle? This is a sentence. If the people I loved were still breathing, you think I'd be hiding behind a mask like a coward?" And before the conversation can be properly concluded, Evie tells him, "Hey, Jean's there. She's going to damage control headquarters."
She's
So the
Getting
conversation
these guys to shoot
ends
each other
before it
on the
ends.
camera.
No, but it's okay. They
She's
writhe
the-
on the ground a little bit.
Yeah, they're fine.
They writhe on the
They're
ground.
fine.
They're alive.
Oh yeah.
But
they're
yeah,
very-
no, that's it. And so yeah, Peter goes off, but then MJ tells Frank that he should go and help Spider-Man, and he will.
Thank God for MJ.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's
Yeah.
like it is a little bit funny that right after they talking about the conversation where it's like, hey, Spidey, I'm just gonna have to just kill her. I'm just gonna have to shoot her with a bullet and make all this like solve all the problems. And Spider-Man's like, no. And MJ says, she's getting people to shoot each other on the camera right here. She's actively doing this right now. Actually, it's kind of actually a little bit funny in a way, but the film doesn't quite actually recognize it. But she's killing people currently, right now, this moment. This is a live feed of her killing people.
Oh, and by the way, I mean, surely there is a complication here. So, because you're gonna find out she is mind controlling somebody to get into this building, but she can only control one person at a time at this point in the story, right? Or am I wrong?
No, you're right.
That's what
right.
it wants us to. Yeah, that's what it wants to.
So,
Drive
how
her
is
guy
she-
aside. And
How is she in a position to mind control these guards into shooting each other while also having the person that she's mind controlled brought here to fuck with the Department of Damage Control? Wouldn't he just run away?
She's gonna.
She has to
she's-
release control of. It's Bruce. She's mind control Bruce. She has to release control of Bruce in order to mind control the guys into shooting each other.
and the moment he wakes up, he's like, "How did I get here?"
Yeah.
Whoa!
So what does that look like?
And because she can't repossess him until she gets within one of her
Unless he's within
33
Unless
feet.
it's
Yeah.
that she's walking, but then in that case, you figure that these guards would be less concerned about Jean and more concerned about the fucking giant green guy that's coming towards them. How does she even
How is
move
she-
him around? Like if he's because he's Professor Hulk. Sorry. Okay.
Well,
So
why does-
so to be clear, Jean has gone and mind controlled Bruce and made him into Professor Hulk so that she can go to the damage control headquarters and break into a big vault that has Metzger and all of his guys in there. How is she managing him while also taking control of other people and making them shoot each other?
Why is she going anywhere?
Well, yeah. Why is she even here?
I don't know. Like when I was
It's not
watching,
to her benefit to be here.
Well, she's had the
Why-
wacky idea
why
of
does she
confronting the head of the DODC for some reason. I guess we'll find out.
Yes. And
yeah,
so,
she just should never ever be anywhere. She can mind control people at apparently unlimited distance. As long as she's got you, then she's got you. She can let you
She's,
go whenever. But
How
she's
did
got
she
you.
get could she have gotten Professor Hulk up the elevator, or would he be too heavy for it?
Well,
Like, for the weight
maybe-
if we're being
maybe he
generous,
wasn't Professor
she didn't
Hulk
take off the
until he was
inhibitor
Bruce.
until. Yeah. She
Well,
took off
that's
the
pretty dangerous. That's incredibly
is out of-
dangerous. It means that she would have gotten onto the level where the hand, and we know the hand were there. So as soon as the elevator opens, she's got the hand to deal with, and Bruce is just Bruce and not Professor Hulk, and they can just kill her straight away. And she's not in a position to manage all. Like when they go up, the whole floor is destroyed. I think
Yeah.
you can kind of get my point, which is you could probably contrive some explanation for how she narrowly managed to achieve all of this despite the limitations of her power, but like we don't see any of it, and it's like on its face almost slightly like bizarre. It's like
why would you
absurd. If
play
you would
on
actually
ultra
see it, it would
mega
look
hard
silly.
difficulty? Yeah,
Yeah.
like do you wanna just like accomplish your goals easily and secretly, or do you want to do like a challenge run on legendary mode and collect all skulls and all
Because you can
achievements for
almost
some weird
imagine that
reason?
the way that this would be presented in the circumstance where it works is that she's constantly flooping between people in a way that would almost be incomprehensible to film. It would be like so difficult. She would have to be flooping with absolute pinpoint precision,
And
in
within a
the
distance to
perfect
make it
way
viable.
within the distance without Bruce at some point running away.
Yeah.
Because once she
So,
once
yeah.
she once she floops someone else and she's not within 33 feet of Bruce, he's
He can just run
like
away.
unfloopable. Yeah.
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 And if he goes up the elevator, then she has to find a way to get to him. And I don't know if
Mhm.
she has to like physically see somebody. I don't think she can do it through cameras. She has to physically be within
She has to
33
be
feet,
within. Yeah. Mhm.
and as far as I know, she has to look at someone.
Well, that's all that we ever see is that she's looking, but I don't know. The problem is I don't know. I mean, by the way, this might be a time to point out. I consider this premise to be like kind of inherently bizarre, kind of in the same way that the Marvel's premise was bizarre. The pitch is, oh, their powers are entangled, so when they use their powers at the same time, they swap the positions that they're in. That's a really weird, clunky premise for a
It doesn't-
movie
Yeah,
compared
it
to.
doesn't follow from the
It-
establishment of their powers. Like, I was bitten by a radioactive spider. I have spider powers. It's like, okay, I see the through line.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, exactly. And in this case, it's like, so the villain is somebody who has the very specific ability to mentally floop between people and like mind control them very specifically, like one person at a time, and she floops between them. It's like, that's clunky, almost on its face, compared to kind of like straightforward, easily comprehensible premises, or things that are more complicated but still
Well, you can make
broadly.
it.
It's just weird.
You can make it
to
more
me.
graceful. Like when
Mhm.
she is controlling someone else, she's in like a coma because her mind is
Yeah.
elsewhere doing something else. Just little
Mhm.
things like that you could tweak to make it a lot more reasonable. Or she has to touch you, or something along
Yeah.
those lines. But it is awkward the way that they have it portrayed.
Yep.
I mean, the fact that we're calling it flooping and it just seems like a really just like what it
Yeah.
should be called. It's a silly word for a silly odd set of powers.
Yep. So yeah, the Metzger and his employees are hiding in the vault. And somebody's trying to break into it. Like I said, it's Professor Hulk. And Jean announces herself to Metzger and says, "You know what I want." And then Spider-Man gets there, and he finds Jean standing in front of the vault. And Jean threatens to kill MJ because she's evil before throwing Bruce's inhibitor device at Peter. And somehow Professor Hulk manages to silently sneak up on Spider-Man and throw a desk at him. Bear in mind, his inhibitor is working, which means his Spidey sense is functioning normally. And he gets blindsided by Professor Hulk throwing a desk at him.
He's a
Sometimes
sneaky
things
guy.
can be so big, they're like difficult to
You don't even notice
see,
them, yeah.
you know? Yeah, they're
That's
so
wacky.
big. Yeah.
And so, naturally, Spider-Man pleads desperately with Jean not to mess with a force as powerful as Hulk, but she doesn't care, and she's more interested in taunting Peter and Bruce for their shared desire to suppress the monsters inside of them, seemingly forgetting that Bruce personally put his life on the line to bring back trillions of people from death. Like, she is being incredibly cruel to Hulk, who is a hero. Categorically a hero.
Which makes a lot of sense if you just assume uncomplicatedly that she is an evil psychopathic villain, which is how she presents herself. But then it has knock-on consequences when Spider-Man continues to make appeals to her as though she's not one of those things. Why does he even bother at this point? Why does he say, "Oh no, you can't possibly do that to Hulk," when he's already seen her walk random innocent strangers in front of cars and get them killed? What's the point of this appeal?
Like,
why is he so dumb?
Why isn't he treating her like Green Goblin, essentially?
And I mean, surely news of what happened, it was Johannesburg, right? Or was it in the
Johannesburg, yeah.
Yeah, when
That
like
was
Hulk was going like insane,
Oh,
catastrophic.
Harlem. It happened. Well, that he was in more control there, but like that's more of an example of this is what happens when the Hulk is in an environment like this. It's incredibly devastating.
And you don't have Iron Man in his, in his big armor to stop him.
Nope.
What is gonna he's just gonna get like eventually bored and stop, maybe eventually. How many thousands will die in the meantime? She's evil.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because obviously the point that's being made here is that she doesn't give a shit about the potential of unleashing the Hulk in the middle of New York, which, of course, is what will happen inevitably. But yeah, they have a bit of a fight, because yeah, she's mind controlling the hero who personally single-handedly brought back trillions of lives from the dead. Probably, like, almost certainly it would have to. I mean, the odds are either Jean got snapped or her sister that you'll find out about got snapped. She knows somebody who did, and this is the man who brought them back, and she doesn't give a shit. She's fine with ruining his life, traumatizing the shit out of him, potentially unleashing the Hulk, potentially. To be fair, she thought she could control him. That's not a good answer. Oh yeah, no, you can handle Hulk. Yeah, what you're doing has no possibility of potentially going catastrophically wrong.
And also, she
Yeah,
had no
like,
intention of
Hulk shouldn't
controlling him
been-
in perpetuity. Like,
And
her
why is
plan
she
isn't to keep him
making
under
fun of
control
him?
forever. She's going to leave him, and she's already demonstrated that she doesn't give a shit about the consequences once she releases control.
And also, sorry, why is she taunting Bruce's efforts to essentially control like the Hulk as an entity? Why is that something that she feels like, yeah, let me make this point while I'm mind controlling a hero who saved trillions of lives into doing my bidding personally? There's no salvaging it. Don't try. Do not try to salvage Jin. It's over. It was over from the tank.
from the first scene, yeah.
And if we're
And it's
being
also worth
Anyway.
noting that there's no way that she should even have involved the Hulk in this. There's no reason. She could supplant people's consciousnesses essentially at will.
Yes, because now you see exactly what's happening. She is trying to get to Metzger specifically. He has information that she needs directly. This, which now might be, because we were holding off on it, now might be the time to actually talk about essentially what it is that she's trying to do and how horribly she's gone about doing it.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to wait a
Remember,
little bit
if she
longer.
wants to get
Maybe a little bit longer. Okay, yeah,
Until
we can
It's
do
after
that.
close. It's close to
until
the
after
reveal
the fight
itself.
when she gets captured. Yeah.
Sure. Anyway, so,
well, I
yeah.
was just gonna say that like her frustration with controlling him has nothing to do with the sense of like, oh no, now he might like go crazy and hit stage. She's like, ugh, I can't control him. Damn. Like
Yeah,
I can't use
exactly.
him to my specific needs. Oh well.
She's a
I'll have to find
psychopath.
someone else. I'll have to find someone else to infiltrate their mind and bend them to my will.
Yeah, and luckily
Anyway,
for her, there's an option.
Well, yes,
Remember,
luckily
it's-
because yeah.
It's just worth reminding if she wants to get control of Metzger, and remember, if she takes over his mind, she learns all the stuff that he knows. She could have done this whenever she wants. It's a freebie. There's no challenge
Yeah.
to this. It is
So,
impossible to fail this task with her powers.
You might
and
even
yet
say
the entire plot of this film happens.
It's so
But
obvious.
that would mean
the
she
writer would
wouldn't
be
have to kill-
insane to have her confront him and ask him for the information. Like, hey, or I'll shoot you. You better tell me what I want to know. It's like,
Just press the win button, idiot.
Just press the win button.
Press the
So,
win now button.
During the fight, Jean realizes that Peter has created a universal inhibitor, basically, and she's about to destroy it with Professor Hulk. But Frank arrives and he's screaming. He's going "Aah!" while shooting at Professor Hulk.
He keeps doing it
what
as well.
Frank
It's not
does.
even just one momentary bit of cringe. It's like every sight. Like you cut to his face and he's just going. "Ugh."
Well, they're
For
playing
no
into it
reason.
now for sure. Like that, I've even seen people celebrating it. It's like he moves. That's his thing. He's a mooer. And it's just like, okay.
But anyway,
Frank
what the
thinks
fuck
that
is
it's
he
wise
doing?
to come up here and shoot the Hulk with a machine gun.
Shooting
Yes.
him
That's
with
his
a gun.
plan.
He's
Okay,
born
Rags.
for
Well,
it.
he wouldn't know what the Hulk is, would he? He would never have heard of the Hulk.
Oh,
He wouldn't
yeah,
know anything
That's
about
true.
the
The
Hulk.
Hulk isn't. I mean, the Hulk wasn't introduced in this film as being famous for his Hulkness.
But the thing
Yeah.
is, they get lucky because Hulk grabs like some sort of explosive electric device, and when Frank shoots it, it like sends Hulk flying, and it knocks Jean out of Bruce, and she can't get back in. So hey, good thing he was
film.
here.
Like, if that's how it works, okay. Like, I guess,
Yeah.
sure.
Also, can someone smart explain to me the Hulk mechanics, because it changes with every single movie and I'm like confused. Because wasn't he like a cutie pie in Ragnarok?
Ragnarok? No,
Well, the problem-
you're thinking
the
of
problem is,
Infinity War and Endgame, right? Because Ragnarok, he's Savage Hulk on the planet where he got to be a warrior.
No, he was chilling on with like a
chilling in
Hawaii
the-
shirt or something.
Yeah, I get what Nuts is saying. It's like what exactly, like, the problem is that
No,
it becomes
that I'm
clearer
sorry.
the longer it
I
goes
do
on.
not agree. The fucking Endgame. We really not going to say that's what the.
Like, well, so but the point is that I think I get what Nuts is kind of getting at, because obviously there's Professor Hulk as like but Professor Hulk is just Bruce, whereas like
Right.
Hulk is like his own persona.
Well, yeah.
He's his
Like,
own guy.
If you go all the way back to
If I'm not-
Ragnarok, it's the Hulk has completely closed off Bruce, but then by the end of that, it's like this complicated question mark. He gets beaten up by Thanos, which sends Hulk into like a coma or something, or a feared coma. I don't know. Then there's a deleted scene that never happened, but we get told about it, where they integrate together and burst out of the Hulkbuster as Professor Hulk, which is
That
supposed
not
to
what
be.
happened,
Yeah,
though.
but
Yeah, they tell us. Hang on, this is going to take a while. Then they tell us that means that the two of them have now bound, like they've reached an equilibrium. When the truth is, Hulk is dead and Bruce Banner is now
dead,
really
yeah.
big. That's what you get. Which is so you get that to Endgame. He does the snap. He's really sad, and then when's the next? Is the next appearance She-Hulk?
I think it might be. Yeah.
No, I think it's Shang-Chi, because he's
Oh.
The
he's
after credits in
regular-
Shang-Chi. Yes. Does he have the inhibitor on him at that point?
He does. That's the first time that we get introduced to it as like a plot device, I believe.
So then he takes it back off for She-Hulk.
Well, no, he's got it on, but then when he crashes the car, it breaks, and then he flumps into
And then he
Professor
needs
Hulk
to get it back again for this appearance.
so that he can have this. But the thing is that what we see is that the inhibitor stops him from turning into Professor Hulk, not Hulk. Because he doesn't turn into Hulk.
Like with what Jean does to him, plus the explosion, I guess it gets Savage Hulk is the one that bursts out.
Hulk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which a lot of people
I
see as a
guess so,
huge
yeah.
plus because we're done with Professor Hulk ? But it's like I don't even know what the fuck's going on with him. Like,
But what I was specifically referring to, so at the end of, I think, at Age of Ultron, he gets on the fucking ship or whatever, ships himself into Ragnarok, and that's where he's basically completely cut off Bruce, and it's just Hulk, who's used as like a machine of sorts to like in the ring to fight off like Thor
He's like
and
a gladiator, right? And then he lives when he's
But
not
then-
fighting in the pits. He goes backstage and he's living kind of a nice, happy life. And he's not actually. He doesn't immediately butcher everything around him. He's kind of chilling in his luxury quarters.
well,
That's
because
what I
his
was
job
referring
is a
to, 'cause
butcher, though. Like that's why.
But I mean, he's just chilling the entire film when he's not in the ring, and he seems quite.
I get what you're saying. He's kind of just vibing. He's he's not angry all the time. He can just sort of hang out.
I mean,
And then you
I'm
have
not
that
trying to go to
scene
bat for
in-
this film, but like that's complicated because he gets to be a champion that beats the shit out of people constantly. Like that's why he's chilling those scenes because he gets to be
I
savage.
don't know. I just feel very not uncomfortable, but kind of. I think the transition is very awkward between that Hulk and this Hulk. It's just like this film completely treats it as like an unhinged monster, whereas we've seen such different variations
The thing
of
is,
that already in MCU, and just like
they have
I don't
the
know.
excuse.
I don't believe it. I don't buy it.
They have the excuse that he's been trapped in there for like 8 years or something, like Savage Hulk.
And so he's big mad. He's
Yeah.
mad about that having happened.
Also,
Which he should be mad. He should be mad. Bruce basically killed him.
Yeah.
And now he's back.
This is
Which,
why,
by the
like,
way, this is all on Jean.
I'm not against them bringing back out the Hulk, in theory anyway. That's super fucking like we're talking Avengers 2012 Hulk is supposed to be what we're kind of seeing at this point come out. Because I think all the roads that make Hulk a calm, intelligent, like what the fuck are we doing? But the problem for me isn't that we have Savage Hulk back. It's just how he's treated in this film and how Bruce is treated in this film.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. But yeah, I mean that's well, the thing is that we jumped ahead a bit because what happens at this point is that Frank says he's gonna go take down Jean while Spider-Man places the inhibitor on Bruce. And Spider-Man tells Frank not to kill her or get within 33 feet of her, rather than saying, well, you can't do anything to Jean besides kill her, because she'll just mind control you, so maybe go home, my man. Get out of here.
What was
What
would he have more chance of surviving? Getting a lucky hit on Hulk and getting the inhibitor on him, or going within any kind of proximity to Jean Grey. The movie's told us more than once, oh, the only person whose mind she can't get in is Spider-Man's. So
Yeah.
if anyone's going to be approaching her in this scene, should probably be him,
Oh,
not sending a
instead
guy
it's
that they
Frank,
know is
and-
vulnerable to her powers.
When Frank instantly gets fucking mind controlled, he gets fluked
Inevitably.
immediately.
Who could have foreseen this?
Their planning is so fucking weird because they just trying to split up the fight, identify what needs to be done. It's like, and they get on the right path. Jean is the reason any of this is happening. It's like, right. And I'm afraid of the Hulk, so I'll go get her, you get Hulk. And it's like, no. Spider-Man, really quickly go get Jean. It'll be really quick. Just boom, boom,
And
boom.
then you can go and deal with Hulk.
She's just a normal human. You can just outspeed her. She don't have a chance.
Yeah. Tie her up.
Hit her with the
web
web.
up.
Boom,
Yep.
done.
But instead, he's like, okay,
Oh, and
sure, Frank, just don't get within 33 feet. And then, of course,
Well,
he
he says
inevitably
this-
does.
He says this like weirdly at the end, almost like, oh, and don't get within 33 feet of her. Like at the
Yeah.
very end, as
I
Frank's
think
already
that's
like
not like
left
the most
without any.
important bit of information.
What? So
He gives
what,
no context for it.
what does Peter think he'll do? You have to defeat and neutralize Jean Grey without killing her and without getting
But
in
you can't
33
shoot
feet of her.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
What is he gonna do?
You
Throw
can't
a
do
rock at her
anything.
head and
There's
hope she's
literally
knocked
nothing.
out? Like, what the fuck?
There's literally nothing he can do. And then he gets mind controlled immediately.
It's all corners. The whole fucking building. It's an office building. It's just corners everywhere. What's he gonna do?
Mhm.
And then she turns up around a corner. It's like,
Yep.
oh, damn it.
And then gets flunked in. And so yeah, and then this is pretty tragic. So Bruce is sort of coming back, and he's asking Spider-Man if he hurt anybody, and he's really upset about what's going on. He doesn't know what's going on. He's scared, and then Spider-Man tells him to put on the inhibitor, but Bruce says that Jean broke something, and now the other guy's coming out, and he's desperately begged Spider-Man to get out of the building. And it's all just very like, dude, Jean did this to this
Yeah,
man.
it's sad. Unfortunately, with their rules, I guess he needs to redo his Infinity War Endgame therapy to
I
reintegrate
guess
Hulk.
so, yeah. Yeah,
But
which
maybe he
might
won't have a
take
chance to
50
do that
years.
because, yeah, I
Uh-huh.
know.
It might not be repeatable.
Well,
Yep.
this is the thing. It just depends on who the fuck has control over the Hulk for this chapter of humiliation and what they do with him next.
Mhm.
Dick.
But yeah, no, he turns into Savage Hulk, and then Jean, who's controlling Frank, says, "Oh, good luck with that, Peter." It's like, dude, you did this. You released the Hulk in New York, and you're just like, "Oh, whatever. Yeah, good luck." She's evil. How do people? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, they have a big fight, which of course is highly destructive. And meanwhile, Frank starts putting those explosives on the vault door, and inside Metzger gets a tranquilizer gun, and then we see that there's a 2-minute countdown. So they've got 2 minutes to deal with Hulk. And yeah, it gets pretty crazy how destructive it gets. Like basically during the fight, they're fighting on the outside wall of the skyscraper, and Spider-Man attaches Hulk like to the wall with the webbing so that he can try and place the inhibitor on him, but Hulk's skin is too thick, which, like, yeah, why would this
Yeah.
work?
He's like
Why did he even think it would
indestructible.
work?
It's like, how do you get a
It's
blood
too
test from
thick for the
Superman?
Yeah. And then Hulk, like, he tears off a whole bunch of the wall off of the building, and it gets wrapped. There's a lot, and it gets wrapped around him by the webs. There is a ton of it. And then Hulk beats up Spider-Man, but then Peter says that he's Peter, and this gets through to Bruce.
Not
What does
really
that
sure
mean?
how.
Yeah, how does that?
It just does.
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate because we've had a character get inside somebody's head and say, yeah, there's no memories of you here at all, nothing. So you can't play on the whole, maybe there's some subliminal trace memory of what he used to be that the spell left. And you can't do that because you've told us how it works. And that is not how it works, except that here it does, and it's going to work that way later as well. So it's kind of just arbitrary.
And as people have
You're
pointed
also
out,
you're kind of
I'm not even
poo-pooing
sure
on
that they-
Black Widow here
I don't know
by
if they've
having
ever
this special
spoken to each
connection
other.
with him.
You know, has Peter ever even spoken? Because they don't really share scenes. Like he was there in Endgame, but yeah. Oh well, he would have met him. He would have met him at the beginning of Infinity War briefly, right?
I mean,
Briefly.
that's not even like.
Oh, dude, no, but he might not even because yeah, they were in the same vicinity, but I don't think.
Spider-Man went to space.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh, at
He
the
did,
funeral.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess maybe they.
In theory, they've spoken off screen, but that's kind of the point. It's like, when have they ever shared a scene? This is storytelling, so you might want
Well,
to.
this used to
Yeah.
be. It used to be Black Widow's special thing because of their connection that she could calm him down, you know.
Yeah.
But now
Nah,
it
not
just done so
anymore.
casually here. It's just like, okay, all right.
Maybe
but
yeah, I
it'll
mean,
be
too.
in the new
It's the
additional
spider pheromones.
scenes for the Endgame re-release. They'll remember that they always meant to do this, and they just never got around to it.
Maybe. This works though because Bruce decides to let himself get dragged off the building by the debris, and luckily, Hulk and all the debris lands on a rooftop instead of on a whole bunch of innocent people. Even though Hulk is very much strong enough to crash through a rooftop, because we saw it happen in Avengers. It's very lucky that nobody is dead.
In a good movie, this could have been a really neat dynamic where you have him, like, if Hulk de-transforms, then the weight of the building will and the webs will pull him down. But obviously, if he's strong enough to support the building parts, he's dangerous as the Hulk. So you could do something interesting with that kind of dynamic if this was a good movie. But
Yep.
Don't worry, it's all right. Everything turns out fine. Bruce
It's all
is fine.
good. But it's all Gene's
Bruce is fine.
fault. And so, yeah, Gene gets in the vault. Frank shoots 2 guards in the legs, which is like, oh, it's weird that matters to you. Shoot them in the. Which, by the way, I find it silly that people are like, yeah, we're shooting in the legs. That doesn't matter. It's like, okay, would you like to have a bullet in your leg? I doubt it.
Biggest blood vessels in your body are in your thighs.
Well, what if you hit the bone? What if you hit the kneecap?
Well, one of the things we learned in the scouts and search and rescue is like, yeah, if someone like breaks their their femur up there, like don't move them, because if a bone splinter or something punctures that big ass artery down there, they can bleed and bleed and bleed and bleed, and that is bad.
It's no lethal rounds. Metzger says, "Oh, I said the Punisher shoots them."
Yeah, the Punisher
with his very lethal rounds, because she even threatens to kill them if they don't get rid of their weapons. Look, all right, don't try. There are no holes to poke here. Okay, it is just a bad movie. The only holes are its holes, and we're poking them out right now. And so, yeah,
just like this is something as well that you have to consider on a level of, man, getting all these people to do all these things. We haven't really spent much time with how it destroys their lives existentially. Feels like the film's not interested in that. Because, of course, the immense damage now to Hulk, the immense damage to everyone that she's come across, and you'd be like, oh yeah, what's this going to do to Punisher, do you think? Being mind-controlled into shooting innocent people. Man, a guy like him, who knows what that'll do to him.
Yep.
Bruce is just like, I gotta kill myself.
Or
else someone will take over my mind and destroy the city.
Yep. But yeah, so Gene says to Metzger, "Where is she?" But it's doesn't matter. Spider-Man gets inside, disarms Frank, and places the inhibitor on her neck, which disables her powers. And then Metzger shoots Gene with a tranquilizer, which for some reason Spider-Man looks stunned by. It's like, dude, that's just like the correct decision. And then Gene says Sarah before passing out.
Which might want to have said a little more there, Gene. But all right, fine. Just stick with that.
The tranquilizer was working too fast.
Didn't work that fast on his cyst. I mean, who knows?
No, it did not.
What?
No, it didn't.
What?
No. So, yeah, Bruce is placed in an ambulance, and he's still asking if anybody's been hurt, but nobody will answer him.
What? No, that's not what happens. I think Frank and Peter walk up to him while the police are with him, and they explain what happened. I think that's what happens.
I think that's your psychosis playing up there, Mubes.
What?
That does not happen.
No, that would happen. Oh, that must have. Is that something that happened? They talked about that happening. They didn't show it. They talked about that happening.
I don't think. I think unfortunately, this is your delusions playing tricks on you.
I invented it all. Right? Yeah. Sorry, they abandoned the Hulk. They abandoned Bruce. They abandoned one of the most important heroes of the universe. Yes, they did. They did indeed abandon the guy who risked his life to save everyone's lives in the universe. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So yeah, that's it. And Metzger approaches Spider-Man. That's it for Bruce, by the way. You won't see him again. Metzger approaches Spider-Man and thanks him for his help. And Spider-Man asks if Sarah means anything to Metzger. And listen carefully. This is what he says. He says, Before you got the inhibitor on her, she managed to get into my mind for a moment. Sarah is the name of somebody I worked with who recently passed. Somehow, the memory of Sarah must have affected her. This is what he says.
Why would you say that?
Didn't need to say any of that.
My note
No.
is Metzger was obviously lying here because he's obviously lying here.
But also, bear in mind exactly the configuration of what he said. He didn't say, while I was mind controlled by Jean, I was still able to think about Sarah. He said, when she got into my mind, she got into my mind, and Sarah is somebody I knew who died. So maybe that's where she got it from. The point is, what he says here doesn't appear to be incompatible with what we have already seen about how Jean's mind control works, namely that she does gain access to information about the people that she mind controls.
He is lying, but what he said cannot be
is.
proven a lie.
Yes. You can't prove that it's a lie. It doesn't appear to be incompatible with what we've seen in terms of how it works. Because what he said here says nothing about his conscious experience of like where he was versus where he woke up, which is going to be very important later in the film. Just bear that in mind. So, yeah, and Spider-Man says he wants to speak with Jean when she wakes up, and Metzger's like, yeah, sure, but she's going to be kept on Roosevelt Island, so, you can do that. You do that later. Which brings us to our second act low point, question mark?
It brings us to the most memory-holy part of the movie for me, because time happens, I guess.
This is the part where you're like, oh, the movie's done. She's captured. Things are wrapped up. We're all good to go. But the movie just persists. It just insists on existing.
Yeah, and then it's like, we got loads of movie left. You're like, oh, all right, yeah, let's do it, I guess.
What could possibly happen? We're done.
So, yeah, I might as well just run through it. So, Peter returns to the hideout. MJ found and read Peter's letter. She asked Peter to take off the mask, and she recognizes him from the party and from the donut shop all those years ago. And Peter says he kept the secret to protect MJ. She asked whether he was ever going to tell her, and Peter remains silent. So she's pretty upset that he made this decision for her. And Peter explains, I lost someone, and they'd still be here if it wasn't for me. I didn't read you that letter because I didn't want anything like that to happen to you. I know it wasn't my decision to make, but you mean everything to me, and I've been trying to live my life without you, but I can't. I love you. And then MJ takes a moment before saying, this spell, it worked. All these memories you're saying we had together, I don't have them. I see why she would love you, the girl you wrote that letter to. I understand that you did what you had to do to protect her, and for that I'm so grateful. But I don't love you. I don't even know you.
Sure.
Just
why?
I mean, yeah, like this. I don't know. Are we not just like retreading what we already knew was the case? Like,
he does not know
with,
you. This is the premise.
Yes. The
That's
spell worked. Obviously, we know it did.
What
I
I
wouldn't even say
fundamentally
it's not even the premise that this movie began with. It's the premise that the last movie ended with.
The last movie ended with, yeah, exactly.
I just don't understand the writing of
why
this.
Why are we rehashing this? Yes, she doesn't. The spell works like we knew it did last movie.
There's that. There's also, we said earlier, she's a theme puppet. If, and I asked Gary this, but Fringy, if I came to you and said, listen, buddy, I did a spell 5 years ago with a magical wizard, and you actually believe this, you buy it completely. We were in love. Yeah, we were together. We had a full-on relationship, and I had to through sacrifice, saving the world, whatever have you. Had to get rid of all of it. Sorry, buddy. It's tragic, I know, but I had to erase every part of your knowledge of I guess me in totality. Anyway, so tragic, I know, but hey, maybe we can pick back up where we left off. I assume instead of you saying, I'm sorry, Mola, that guy isn't the same guy as me, and so I don't love you, you would be instead like, wait, what did you do to my brain?
Yeah.
What have you? Am I even? Yep. Did you kill me? Did you?
I think you might have.
You erased an integral part of like my social existence. Like you were a huge chunk of my life to the point where we loved each other, and you removed all of the information.
I think this is just adjacent to the same problem that a lot of stories don't understand, like mind control or possession or any of these things and the horrible implications. But yeah, if you just like delete someone's memories, you're kind of like getting rid of that person.
You're killing a part of them, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Like,
going to be spending.
you are comprised of these things. So if it suddenly gets snipped out and gone, yeah, like you kind of you could maybe say that you kind of killed that person.
Like removing a brick from a wall.
Yes, exactly.
I'm not going to be
And then the
concerned
wall
with making
collapsed.
sure his feelings aren't hurt and that I can tell him and explain to him, I don't know, philosophically or epistemologically, like how this would work, what is true about us and what it means to be it's true about memory and people. I would instead just be like, who am I? What did you do to me? What the fuck?
What else did you take out that you're not, how much did that comprise
What aren't you
exactly?
telling me? Can
You
I
even
even
know?
trust that any of this? Is this the first time we've had this conversation, or have you done this multiple times?
Yeah, it's a
It's
horror
like the Guardians
premise,
of the
if
Galaxy
anything.
3 conversation with Mantis.
Oh
yeah,
my god,
that's
yeah.
a good example.
Jesus.
Thanks, James.
How many
So-
times have you done this? You can just do this
Yeah,
at whim? How many times has
you're
this
right,
happened?
You're right. You might have to grab him and scream in his face, "What am I?" That might actually elicit that kind of response.
What am I?
She's so obviously unable to articulate like what this means for her and her life and what it's done to her. Instead, she's like shackled to saying, "I'm sorry, Peter, but the person you loved and who loved you, it just doesn't exist anymore."
Is this? Yeah, it's a bit freaky.
That is
isn't
you.
it?
That was.
And as you
Yes,
guys pointed out
he
already,
did
it's
that
like
to that person. Who
sorry,
was you. That's past you.
that was the payoff of No Way Home, guys. It was a lot more subtle, I guess. It's just I don't know what to say at this point.
It needed to be spelled out, and then it's like, oh wow, that's an amazing movie right there. Fuck that John Watts loser piece of shit. You suck. A lot of people have been doing that. They've been very mean to John Watts. There was even a guy who said, like, fuck you, John Watts, and then his tweet got a little bit popular, and then he was like, well, actually, no, Homecoming is, like, my favorite movie, Spider-Man movie. Yeah, I don't have patience for that kind of thing. It's just, like, you're so desperate to farm engagement on Twitter that you just, like, betray, like, your own, like, beliefs? Just completely and utterly?
Doing the charity and saying, well, let's say, somebody who genuinely does believe that, they really do hate John Watts. Why? And why is this better? Because this isn't better than that. Like, I don't really understand what he did to piss off so many Spider-Man fans.
He put Spider-Man in an environment where he doesn't swing from skyscrapers.
Right.
He has Spider-Man swing around, but the suit doesn't wobble a bit in the wind, even though the Raimi suit doesn't do that either. It's because he has relationships with other superheroes in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, just like this movie has, with him interacting with people like Hulk and Jean Grey and Punisher, who aren't Spider-Man characters. It's because the visual effects were bad on a movie that got rushed out the door, that he had no control over or not the film getting released in 2021 when it was made during COVID. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of crazy how much essentially slander John Watts gets when given the circumstances that, number one, he inherits a Spider-Man movie where he's locked in that Spider-Man's origin has already happened well before his movie is set because of what happened in Civil War. In Far From Home, he's locked in that his movie takes place after Endgame, and he needs to incorporate that, and he is obliged to incorporate what was already present in his prior movie, but also the further developed relationship between him and Tony that occurred in a movie that he didn't make, that occurred in Infinity War and Endgame, and he was locked in on that. And then he was locked in on figuring out how to make No Way Home work when it was supposed to come out after Multiverse of Madness, but then Multiverse of Madness got delayed, and he had no ability to determine when that movie was coming out, because Sony wanted that movie coming out in 2021, made during COVID under, like, intense pressure and time constraints. And that he even managed to, like, create a coherent through line for Spider-Man that everybody now says was a bullshit lie, that he wasn't clearly intending to do an arc that spans across 3 movies, that's a lie that is told now to try and justify how these movies that are actually pointless are not pointless at all. It's just made up, that it isn't obviously a whole big trilogy that is about him going on his arc to become Spider-Man. Like, I don't know, man. It's just crazy to me. Like, and then this is the movie that you get as a consequence.
All your characters are ruined. Nothing makes sense. I mean,
Mm.
like, it's worth to say, like, the trilogy that came, the Spider-Man trilogy that we got here before this, like, there is great stuff in there. Like,
Yeah.
better than good. Some of it is like it's legitimately great. A lot of
Like,
bad
yeah,
stuff
of
in there
course there
too,
are
sure,
problems,
but like
but
the
we're not
highs
dealing with
are high.
Please tell me how Vulture, Mysterio, or Green Goblin, or by extension Electro, Doc Ock, how their dysfunction, whatever dysfunction you could point to, which you will struggle a little bit because they're relatively coherent heroes, villains rather, all of them, that can even approach what we've got right now with Jean. Please
Jean is
tell
like
me.
maybe the worst. To reiterate, Jean might be the worst of all the villains.
Possibly. I think it's a real competition.
An argument can legitimately be made that of the dredge that we have of terrible villains in the MCU at this point, she might somehow be sitting at the top of the heap. The worst of the worst.
The anti-John Walker phenomenon. It's they tried so hard to make a villain, they accidentally made a hero, and here they're trying so hard to make someone who's got a tragic backstory, they accidentally make a really, really horrible villain. It's kind of just remarkable. Like, all the accusations you can make about any flaws, or perceived or real, in the last three of these movies, all apply much more strongly to this one. But
this is a
hey,
villain.
he gets
It's not
to
a
swing.
Spider-Man villain, and it's a villain that doesn't have any real connection to Spider-Man at all. It's just because Spider-Man was the first person and the main person to get in her way. If it was Yelena, which it could have been because it's in New York, or the New Avengers, it could just as easily translate to them. Anyway, yeah. Good.
Yeah, but
John
Yelena
Walker.
would be
I don't know,
caught
man.
dead fighting crimes, so.
Yeah. So, good stuff. Anyway, there was that scene, and that's the end of that. And so Peter takes MJ home, and she invites him to meet Ned, and they come up with a very unconvincing story of how they met, but Ned believes it.
Yeah.
And so Peter and Ned work on a Lego X-Wing while talking about Spider-Man stuff.
And also, like, the fact that, like, none of this should be happening. I mean, if anything, Peter should have never taken off his mask when MJ said so. He should have gotten the fuck out of there and not, no, just get away. You got to get away. But also, I guess if you've gotten to this point and she says, hey, do you want to come up and talk to Ned? Peter should have said, no, I don't want to involve him in any of this. That's the whole fucking point of the last movie. This guy will not go and
This
talk
film
to him.
disagrees with that. It disagrees. This
So
film
it
does
thinks
not
that-
agree with that point, that he should do this. He should put them in danger.
So this film, I guess, would say that Peter was wrong to do what he did in Far From Home, not because of the mind wipe stuff, but it would like the reasoning
Because
to
you shouldn't do it
it's-
alone or something. You should involve people, even if it means that they die.
just involve them in ways that don't get them involved with the Spider-Man part of your life. If you have to,
Well, yeah,
I guess,
that's
if-
actually what he needed to do, which is, just kind of try and build a life for yourself, but never, ever,
Go to the
ever
party.
tell them that you're
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
talk to people.
Never, ever.
That cute blonde chick in the elevator. Baby, say hi.
And then she's like, hi, I'm Jean. And then it's like, oh, there you go. Or hi, I'm Felicia. And it's like, oh, there you go. You can. I mean, I don't know. It just seems like obviously. Because to me, this scene is totally indulgent. Look, it's Peter and Ned doing Lego. Look at how great friends they are. It's like, yeah, man, that's a lot easier than building a new relationship where you don't have John Watt stuff there that you can rely on.
His
Because
stuff is
again,
so bad,
everything
you
about
rely
this,
on it.
all of this relies on John Watt's work, by the way. Like, if you
Yep.
like this and you enjoy the dynamics here of bringing back MJ and Ned in any capacity, that's John Watts' like work that it's built upon. Without that,
Yeah.
you've got nothing.
Which
It
is
This is the fourth
it's
movie.
to the point that the film will do flashbacks from the home trilogy,
yeah.
and show those visuals because it relies on you loving the film relies on the films from that guy that you hate for no reason.
I mean, there's plenty of problems with those, but I would say no reason. Like, you could, there's
No,
creators that
the problem is that like a lot of the criticisms that people levy at those films, they just abandon any of that sort of line of argument for a whole bunch of other Marvel films that have similar worse problems, like in terms of plot construction.
Well, so it'll be interesting to watch the evolution of this one, because this film has tenfold any issued highlight from that trilogy for sure, while also then sort of like poaching the final payoff of that the previous film, but like bungling it in repetition, which is really fucking odd, and then using all of its potency from the other film. It feels like a No Way Home DLC, really awkwardly stapled on in a rush to just make a bit extra money, which is ironic, of course, because this is going to be like the best selling Spider-Man ever. But why do you think that is?
Mm-hmm.
Because people still have a very deep interest in this Spider-Man in particular.
I would
How do you
say
think that
yes.
happened?
It's very much
How do you
goodwill
think
built
that happened?
for Spider-Man for a very long time. It's been
Yeah.
growing up a little.
I mean,
like,
even
rabbit.
me going into this, I was like, my fingers were crossed. It's like, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up. Now they did titanically, almost in an unprecedented way. But like, at least I went in going like, I care about this character. I really like the ending of No Way Home. I really like it. Homecoming was great. Like, I'm here. Don't screw the pooch. And they did. Total anal rapage. 9,000.
But there was that bad CG green screen in No Way Home with that shot with Flash, so fuck that movie. Meanwhile,
mean,
Thunderbolts is great, even though it's got way more plot. It's got like as many plot problems as you could point to in something like Far From Home, but then absence of character writing that's positive or coherent.
Yeah, normally the terrible things don't have any positive results whatsoever. But at least
I think
the
that's what
terrible thing
drives
in
me crazy is like,
No
oh
Way
yeah,
Home meant
Fantastic
to-
Four is a good movie. It's like, dude, it's got a terrible plot and it's got basically like no particularly strong character writing. Meanwhile, like all of a sudden, when it's like the John Watts films, like all of a sudden it switches on hardcore in terms of like analysis of the plot, but then it just disappears when it's Thunderbolts.
Or when it's this Spider-Man temporarily, of course. Like
Or
this
this
will
movie,
only last so long
temporarily,
before it
yeah.
gets torn to shreds
Mhm.
as well. Everyone gets their turn on the
I just need some
butcher's table, I
consistency,
guess. But
goddammit. That's all I want. I just want some damn consistency.
well, yeah.
Anyway,
and fundamentally, there's a writing choice to be made. You can actually reincorporate Ned and MJ. I think you could even have done it in a movie that did a lot better than this one. This one failed in so many other ways on top of it, but it just seemed like the obvious direction of exploring the isolation through not having him lonely, stalking, and then reconnecting, to instead be forced into making more connections for other things, right? Like his job, like school, like technology, like practicality with whatever have you. It's like that just seems the way you do it, and he's just isolated as a person that all these new characters notice that, and they're like, "You're kind of weird, bro." And he's like, "Yeah, that's great. Stay away from me. Don't listen to me. You don't need it." Which they play with in this film. They're like that. The DeWolf person. She's like, "I don't know much about you. You don't know much about me." Like, all right.
You should get some friends.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's and they have Yelena be like, I'm glad you have friends. You're not alone. You're pretty lonely. It's like you're not really. You're just telling me all these things. You're not really. Would have been nice to have replaced all of these random awful characters with a new set, a new world. And to be honest with you, I think Sony should have opted for that in the sense of let's build out, like we'd mentioned, the Osborns or Dr. Connors or Black Cat or other friends. Like you got so much leverage and momentum with Peter. You might want to infuse some new characters with him before something happens.
Yeah, exactly. But instead of going like, yeah, let's make Craven the Hunter or Morbius.
Yeah,
like,
which is crazy, by the way. Madam Web, Morbius, Craven the Hunter. These are all horrible, horrible attempts to bank further on like a spider universe. Remember those posters of, was it Tom Holland Spider-Man in Morbius or something? Like
yeah. But then they couldn't make up their mind
and
on
Venom,
that one.
of course.
Her web binds them all.
This is what I'm saying, is like they're getting away with shooting duds constantly because Spider-Man is just charging ahead, so they can keep trying. And it's just like, you should probably, have some better plans here. Because I think at this point, with how potent Spider-Man is like they really don't need the MCU at all.
I guess there's probably some benefit that is extracted from Spider-Man movies being able to bring in Hulk and stuff like that. But I think But the thing is that, I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't be trying to do Spider-Man villains, like, I mean, that would work totally fine. I mean, case in point in those other movies, as much as they incorporated like Iron Man or Tony Stark or Doctor Strange, they are about Spider-Man characters.
If they just went to Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery and used those instead of the Marvel characters, the ones that we got for the MCU, and it really was like completely decoupled from the MCU, realistically, do you think people would really notice? With how little they actually interface it in with the MCU in this movie anyway, fuck it, just don't bother. If the only reason they bother is for the cameo purposes. That's it. It's not for any like real storytelling.
And they've gotten blatant confirmation at this point that the writing don't fucking matter. Like, you'll be fine. You'll make plenty of money on Spider-Man specifically. You drop out Hulk and Punisher, drop in. You could bring in Tobey Maguire Spider-Man again. Make a full movie with those two. Like, who cares? No one's gonna. It's not like they care about like multiverse mechanics at this point. I know it's been said. It's like they wanted a street
be in
level
time.
film. That originally this was going to be a multiverse film, and they wanted it street level and stuff. I'm amused because it brings us back to the fundamental question of like, you can write a multiverse film well, and you can write a street level film awful.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, so they're up there playing with their Legos, having fun. Ned goes off to get some food, and then MJ says they look like best friends before advising Peter that he should tell Ned the truth. And then that brings us to something that got brought up before, which is Peter explains to MJ that when Jean stole her body, she and Peter kissed, and Peter is sorry. I figure I'll just let that linger a little bit. This is really awkward because the film recognizes that it should be acknowledged while not acknowledging the primary number one wrongdoer in that situation.
Who did that? It wasn't him. That was not a him problem.
Many such cases, I'm afraid. How long ago was it that the boys did this? Season 4?
Yeah. It's just
yes, it was 4, right?
Like, yeah, I mean, it's the fact that they felt like it needed to be acknowledged. While it's like, dude, you wrote this in your movie, you wrote it while ignoring the number one wrongdoer. But anyway, this prompts MJ to say that she doesn't remember anything. From her perspective, it was though she was instantly transported from her apartment to the street, which is a bit awkward because she definitely woke up while she was falling. But this prompts Peter to conclude that Metzger is lying, even though what Metzger said is not incompatible with this.
I also find it a bit weird because it's like, if Metzger is lying, it's in the same vein of like, it doesn't the lie depend like it's not like he's lied in terms of I knew he was lying when he said she was evil. It's like he lied about whether, even if you knew, right? He lied about her having mind controlled him, but we know she can do that, and we know she's killed innocent people. We know she's mind raped people. So like, what have you learned? And it's like, well, that he told me something that wasn't true, and I don't know why. But that doesn't really mean anything for Jean necessarily.
Sorry, it is incompatible. How would he know she was in his mind? Then why didn't Peter immediately say, "Hey man, how do you know that she mind controlled you? I never told you that's something that she could do." So, except that everybody knows that's what she can do. I'm addressing this. It's just like, yeah.
No, I got you. Like I don't know why people don't know this, but Metzger is uniquely aware of the mind control situation, and they were like in a secure base to prevent her from being able to do it to them. They knew what the limits of it were, and in post you have Frank, the Hulk, and everybody discussing what the fuck happened. Are we to believe that Peter has once again not explained to anybody what her powers are? And then, of course, you have Metzger basically saying, like, I have missing time, and I know that she can mind control people. My assumption is that she mind controlled me.
Yeah. And again, if that was the film's explanation, then why didn't Peter immediately say, oh, but I didn't tell you that she could mind control you, so you must be lying to me right now, right in front of my face, you're lying to me. What MJ said doesn't reveal, like, wait a minute, Metzger didn't even know that Jean could do mind control. Stop. Just stop it. It's a badly written film. Sorry. I'm not sure that it just is.
Someone's asking, it's like, were the soldiers 30 feet away? I don't know, but as we were talking about, I'm not sure she needs line of sight, but I don't think she needed line of sight to reattempt controlling the Hulk, right? Or did she?
Also, is there any reason why she can't just, like, if she just immediately floomped into his head and floomped out, wouldn't she just get all the information immediately?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that.
You know what I mean? Hadn't she already won? Yeah.
I think she says when confronting him, like, you're gonna give me what I want or I'll shoot you in the head. And it's like, no, you just jump into his head, idiot.
No, just floop in and floop out. Oh, there you go. Oh, she's, I know what's happened now.
But
no, oh well.
No, yeah, the thing is, Spider-Man could be like, you lied to me, Metzger. I didn't say anything about her mind control. And it's like, dude, I know she has mind control. Everyone does at this point. Have you seen the victims in her wake? Have you seen all the security footage? We know what she's doing. You're not the only one.
Also, why was it that MJ explaining the nature of how she didn't know what happened to her made you realize that Metzger didn't know that Jean could do mind control?
Do you understand? There is no connection there in that logic. Sorry, it just doesn't make any sense.
We also,
anyway, moving on.
No,
Oh,
not
yeah?
moving on. So Peter
No, you're
knows
on, alright.
MJ explicitly remembered shit before she hit the street, so she's lying, or she's an untrustworthy narrator, which
Right.
gives even more reason to think that everyone has a different experience, because MJ doesn't even remember when she woke up. So it was like, you know, you can't just base everything off of that. Simultaneously, as we mentioned earlier, you've got way more accounts well before MJ that were explicit. The guy who's getting put into the fucking ambulance says, like, Spider-Man, I don't remember doing any of the things I did. I don't know why he needed MJ to say anything anyway. And then MJ, if anything, only adds like a disproportionate piece of information. And that is that you won't have reliable memory as to what happened. Because what is Spider-Man to do if he runs up to Metzger and says, nobody remembers anything when they might get mind controlled, so you lied to me? And he goes, oh, well, I remembered it.
Also, what I said wasn't incompatible with that. I said that that's someone I knew who died.
But do you understand what I'm saying? Like, we've been over that point. I'm talking about how can Spider-Man know definitively that that is how it works if he's only got one sample size of a person? He should have more, but for some reason he treats it as only MJ when she's already unreliable.
Like, what are you saying, Metzger? It's like, I don't know, man, that mind control is floopy and weird. Like, what do you want me to say? Also, need I remind you, Spider-Man, she drove a tank through the middle of New York, okay? So I don't even know why you're talking to me right now.
No, that happened a long time ago, but we remember.
About any issues that you got with me, okay?
You know, the other thing, too, just to compound all of this is what I mean. It fails at like 8 different layers. Why would Metzger make that lie when he knows full well no one remembers anything? Like, from the point of view, like, wait, because this is so funny. You have to attack it from 2 different directions. His lie works. I want to be clear. His lie is a good lie. It's a very strong lie. You can get away with it. The writers believe it's a bad lie. If it's a bad lie, and it's built on the fact that he's talking about something mechanical with the mind control, why doesn't he know that's how it works when he studied it more than anyone?
We know he has unique knowledge. We'll get to it, but he's probably more knowledgeable on how it works than Gene is. He is very knowledgeable on how it works.
Like down to a molecular level, like he's brain maps and everything. He's uniquely well placed to understand how the thing works. So he has no incentive to tell a lie that he knows to be a lie and a bad lie to boot, without which there'd be no lead. In which like he just opens his mouth and dooms himself because he's an incompetent retard.
So yeah, pretty bad movie, man. Anyway, we still got a lot more left. So Peter called Yelena and asked her if she can find some connection between Jean and Sarah, and she instantly does. She says damage control scrubbed a lot of information about Jean's sister, Sarah Gray, who was also a telepath who damage control captured and experimented on. I do find that funny as just a collection of things. Yeah, damage control scrubbed a lot of information about Sarah Gray, who is a telepath that they captured and experimented on. And they scrubbed a lot of information about her.
I don't,
it's like
I don't understand this. Like,
while I have acquired access to an insane amount of relevant and important information. They didn't scrub it well, clearly.
No,
how'd you get this?
How do you... I see they've scrubbed information. You're like, what information? It's like, I don't know, it's scrubbed.
Like... No, the stuff is not that. They forgot to erase all of the empty lines where they deleted the text.
Well, you'd think that if you are going through scrubbing, the first thing you get rid of is the name of the person whose information you're trying to hide.
Well,
the table of contents.
Well. Yeah, because they got Jean as well. Even though a lot of her stuff was scrubbed too, even though not the fact that she's a telepath, not the fact that there's a relationship with damage
Which,
control.
by the way, good God, what a shot to the foot. They shouldn't have written any of that shit, because it's gonna, when we get to the flashback, it'll ruin everything.
Sure is.
Plot point in Chernobyl.
But Yelena doesn't want to help. She wants to. She's still in the spa, so she's just still chilling.
Even though now it's absolutely confirmed as mind control and experimentation. Confirmed.
Which is something that she specifically personally invested in. It ruined her life. She had her mind controlled for years.
Yeah, it's remarkably one-to-one to her situation, and she doesn't miss a beat in not giving a shit. And to be clear, you might be like, nah, but that's Yelena. Yelena's aloof. Yelena's like, no, I watched Black Widow. Yelena's so upset about what happened in her life, it causes her to like drop to tears. It destroyed her. She was in it more, like, for the vast majority of her life compared to Natasha. Like she was still mind controlled when we met her in Black Widow. She basically didn't
Well, I
live
mean, the
the
amount of
vast
time-
majority of her life.
I mean, yeah, the majority of her life, she had no autonomy. It was totally stolen from her. And now she's found out that there was another girl who got abducted and experimented on, and mind control was involved. And hey, Spider-Man, it's small fry. Go and handle
Well, and of
it.
course, that's the personal stake, but then it's a huge deal because this means there's major corruption in an adjacent partnered institution for justice. Because she mentions they have like cross sort of in investigations and stuff with the new Avengers. So do you understand what I mean? Like there couldn't be more motivation for her.
And yet she's like, well, no, go and so hence Yelena was assassinated in 2 minutes of screen time.
It's impressive. I would be more upset if I gave any single of a shit for her, but like, God, she's so annoying, and the writers are so obsessed with her, and she's going to be important in Doomsday.
Yeah,
they really are trying to make
He's
Yelena
the
be
leader
a
of the
thing.
new Avengers. The leader.
Are they all going to be in Doomsday? I can at least track them.
Oh yeah, the
all
new
of them?
Avengers. Yeah, all of the new Avengers are in Doomsday. Yeah.
Great. Awesome.
They're one of the core teams. What is she gonna do against Doctor Doom?
You know what she's gonna do.
Just trauma bond.
Smack him with a baton.
Trauma bond.
Throw potatoes.
Yeah.
Trauma baton.
Trauma potato.
We got Jean's unconscious, and we're doing a flashback. She's recalling the last day that she spent with Sarah, who was demonstrating to her the concept of hopping between different people in the middle of the park. Which is funny because, like, dude, we've already seen it. We know how this works, but we got to introduce it again. It's like, but it's Sarah who taught her. And then Jean wonders if Sarah could control everybody in the park, but neither of them are powerful enough yet to do that.
Which is
like,
terrifying. This is the flashback that's supposed to tell you this is why you care about this character. This is why you're going to have to understand later. This is why Jean's doing all the stuff she's doing. Is that, her sister was just such a kind, lovely... Oh, no, wait a minute. No, she's just teaching her how to make mind slaves.
If anything worse.
Yep.
Here's how you do it. Also, when I'm more powerful, I can do it to everyone.
I want to be clear because it matches everything in this stupid fucking movie. This is played as like this. It would be the same sort of format. Oh, you know what it's like? It's like the Daredevil season 1 Netflix, where Stick is teaching Matt how to focus his senses and what he can hear and what he can deduce from those sounds. Really good scene.
Yeah.
And it's somewhat wholesome, tuned with information that lets us understand his abilities, and then showing like the character of how they're coming together. I dare say. When you do scenes like that, you want the wholesome element, and this one has it when they're mind raping people. It is insane.
Funny.
You want to shake the director and be like, "Bro, what are you doing? This is horrible." He's just like, "No, they're having fun. They're having fun."
Making me side with Damage Control, who you want me to think are the evil villains, but like they're doing the right thing.
This justifies everything.
But
sometimes the writing of one of these movies just makes you question of like how much coke was this writer on, but this time I'm like,
in this case.
Well, yeah, I mean, this time I'm like, oh my gosh, what is their moral code there? Because how do you not spot these things in your own writing? Like, how do you think this is okay thing to do? How does your
creates this
moral compass, or like, don't you have some filter, or do you know that you're writing like intentional? Are you intentionally writing fucked up people as good? Like, what is going on? And if not, if you don't, like, this is such an easy thing to spot. Like, this should have gotten lost in like the.
I mean, you say it's easy to spot, but many people who have seen this film don't.
Those
as like a problem.
I mean, general audience is stupid.
And what?
Wow.
I know.
That's your hot take, okay, not mine.
Well,
yeah.
I love everyone.
To be honest, cancel me, don't cancel EFAP, but
cancels both.
Yeah, but yeah, and those people are not getting like paid millions and millions to think that, right?
No, they get paid $0 to go on Twitter and argue in defense of the movie, even though it doesn't make any sense. Sorry. Anyway, so they see a mother there in the park with her kid, and Jean wonders how their mother could send them away just because they changed. And it seems like Sarah's more or less okay with their situation by comparison because they have each other. Anyway, she's gonna go get some ice cream. She's gonna go get some ice cream.
Yeah, I
And then
can't.
as
I
she
can't
goes
imagine
off-
why the mother wouldn't want to be around these two psychopaths who could possess people.
goes
Yeah.
off and gets hit with a tranquilizer dart and captured by 50 guys with guns. And Metzger's there too. And then Jean yells out to Sarah and runs towards her. But none of the armed guys notice this.
They don't notice the
and so
chick that Sarah's been talking to this entire
talking
time as
through
they've
the
been
whole time that they would have
watching.
been watching, yeah. No, they didn't know that's yeah, no, it's just absurd. And then Sarah floops into Jean and sends her off, and by the time that Jean snaps out of it, Sarah's gone. So yes, there's your point of reference for the tranquilizer. It takes so long that she's able to mind control another telepath into heading off for a while she's getting tied up and taken away. So yeah, good thing that they didn't capture both of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a movie. Even though they would have gotten both of them. How could they not get both of them? How did they only get one? And so Jean wakes up, finds she's handcuffed to a chair, and she immediately tries to take over Metzger, which I think is so unhinged. The first thing that she does when she wakes up is, I'm going to steal your mind from you. It's like her go-to strategy. Isn't that, like, weird?
Yeah, like instinctively,
also
instead of like, where am
describing-
I? What's going on? What's my situation?
Instinctively, she
Do I
wants
need
to
to do
steal someone's
diplomacy?
mind from them. That's like the first thing she does when she wakes up. But she can't because the inhibitor's there, so Metzger's okay. And so Jean starts asking about Sarah, which prompts Metzger to exposit essentially his ideology of, you know what, your powers are crazy. You probably shouldn't have them, but they do a lot of good, you know, if a more responsible person had them. And then Jean sees, she sees Sarah's scrunchie. It's like, you know, they had it in the flashback, and it's sitting on her desk. And she again asks where she is. And so Metzger gets up and leaves, and Jean discovers she's in like an advanced containment facility that has a window behind it, which is pretty handy, as might sort of become apparent later in the movie. If not, if it was like in the middle of a building with no windows nearby, then you know, that would change
Underground
things.
somewhere, yeah.
Then comes a particularly frustrating scene. Frank calls Spider-Man.
Oh.
He's swinging there.
If we
And,
can, just before
yeah.
that. So, this is one of those, people realize something that is going to skew this movie in future, probably, or at least for a certain kind of group of people in terms of liking it. But if everything in that scene runs am I right that he says, thanks to Spider-Man, the inhibitor?
Yeah, I think so.
So, Spider-Man, with the help of Bruce Banner, invented a universal power inhibitor that works on fucking everyone, including Jean Grey and Spider-Man and the Hulk,
Including,
and he gave it
The
to the
feds have
government.
it. Yep.
he gave it to the government, which means that they will be able to. They have definitely copied everything down about it, even though it will obviously get destroyed at the
This-
end of the movie or partway through the movie.
This is subtle.
Good job, Peter.
Might be the most crazy change to the universe we've ever had.
Yeah.
Yep. You've
It's-
given the government the ability to deactivate anybody with superpowers.
And to be clear,
I think the Skrulls might be the top one. I guess it would be like the top
Well, I
three
don't
would
know how it
probably be
works
like
on
the.
Scrolls, but I assumed that it would probably work pretty well. But
Well, no, I mean-
presumably
that would,
right.
Well, I guess it probably would, but I guess it would
oh,
because
that,
it's your
that,
natural
that would
state.
be great. If like, hey, everybody line up and we're just gonna put this on your neck to find out if you're a Skrull. They put it on and he's like, bang, just shoot him. It's like, all right, next.
It's like the scene from The Thing, but with
Yeah.
Skrulls and the
God.
inhibitor.
But of course, like, it was a stretch to create this thing, but they've done that, so it's not a stretch for it to be presumably weaponized into, like, a rifle, I would assume.
Well, which means you've
Yeah.
already, before the mutants even exist
The
in the
X-Men: The Last
MCU
Stand.
properly, you've already got, basically, you've already got X-Men Last Stand, you've already got, like, Sentinels, you've already got
So,
that before
reason-
they've even been introduced properly.
The reason I opened it that way is because I just saw a meme that was like, Peter meets a mutant for the first time, creates a cure, gives it to the government. Like, immediately.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just-
pretty funny.
Well,
Yeah.
we know what side
Awkward.
he's
Really.
on.
Spider-Man will have made himself a mortal enemy of the X-Men right from the get-go.
But
Dude,
to be clear, I have no moral issue if your only experience of them is two people who are mind raping. I'd be like, oh, probably want
That's
to
a bit of a-
sort
Oh, man,
that
and
out.
imagine how he should feel shortly. about it.
Shortly, yeah.
But like,
Mhm.
it is one of the craziest moral decisions that's ever been made, and I don't even know that the director realizes it was made.
No, you're
Yeah.
right. It's treated. Yeah, it doesn't realize that Spider-Man has created even though it does, because Bruce says like, dude, you're talking about something that could like stop the powers of everybody, and then he builds it. This is what I mean. Like he put the line is in there that acknowledges it, but then the film definitely
Do you
doesn't
think-
acknowledge it.
If it does play into the Sentinels, do you think that they want to distance that you should feel it's Spider-Man that did it? So they're like, yeah, that's where you got it from. Anyway, moving on. Oh, look, the damage control guys have it. Ew, they'll use it for evil. And you're like, wait.
Spider-Man, he created it. Spider-Man created it. So
Hence the
if the
thanks
Guys.
to Spider-Man line, which I find interesting. It's like, you might not want to put that in there if you don't want people thinking about it.
thanks to Spider-Man, he created the Sentinels that are going to wipe out all the mutants.
The good news is this shit will not be mentioned ever again in any of
No,
the
probably
movie.
not.
Ever. We'll
No,
never have to deal or
What
acknowledge
you'll have
this
is that you have
ever
like
again.
you'll have like Trask create something like for he'll
Yeah.
do it independently or something like that, or Stryker he'll figure out some sort of experiment that'll do it independent of that, and then that will be forgotten about. Like, I mean, just like time travel has been completely forgotten about as a tool that's at their disposal.
The Fountain of Youth.
So yes, they will forget. Mm-hmm. Just all manner of things that they've created that change the universe that they forget about. But we got a great scene here. So Frank calls Spider-Man and announces that he knows what he's doing, and Spider-Man says, "Damage Control kidnapped Jean's sister. Jean was just trying to find her. We were wrong about
Just.
everything."
Oh
She
boy.
objectively was not just trying to find her. That's why there were
I
so many
hate
dead
this movie
people.
so much.
Even though our introduction to Punisher in this movie was him chasing after an armored car minigun.
Well, how was just trying to find her sister? How'd that have to do with him getting MJ and throwing her off the roof and all that? How was that helping? How was that her just trying to find her sister?
Style points.
So yeah, this is, and then Frank aptly retorts, "You've seen what she can do, what she's capable of. You gotta let her loose. Is that what you're gonna do? You know what? I'll handle it my way." And you can't help but think, okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Correct.
yeah.
I think it would be great if Frank could take a sniper rifle and just shoot it dead. That would be wonderful if we can get that.
That would
I
be
don't know.
ideal, yeah. She could just be dead, and we would just not have problems except for all the ones that have been caused. But at least that would be done. And honestly,
I
she
think-
deserves it. Honestly, that's what she deserves. It's probably better than what
Well,
she deserves. If we're being
She's
That's
one of
my
the most
point.
evil
frank about it.
creatures in this universe. So, like,
She's a sadistic, evil, psychopath killer. I mean, a quick death is probably kinder than what she deserves.
Back in her
I mean,
cell, the
even
inhibitor gets
with-
turned off, and she immediately tries to enter people's minds again. It's her go-to. Her go-to is, "I'm gonna get in your mind. I'm gonna get in there and twist you and bend you to my will." That's her go-to in every situation.
like in a different movie, this villain's comeuppance at the end would be that somebody supplants her mind. She loses her autonomy, and she has to suffer the kind of things that she's done to other people.
well,
like what? Like
they do
Professor
that,
X?
and then she has a payoff saying, "I'm the only one that will ever like have their hands on my power," which is
Yeah.
so weird from
Oh,
the
that's-
creators because it's like, but it's an evil power. Or at least how you're using it is evil. So
It's
You're an evil person.
Well,
It
she's
would be-
using it as evil.
you know what it reminds me of is Magneto basically saying like, "No one will ever like put a needle to my skin ever again," in reference obviously to
Yeah.
him being cured of his mutant abilities to prevent him from doing damage to humans. That is way more justifiable as a line considering the history, and he's the villain.
And he's the villain, and
Yeah.
yet there is a greater amount of justification for his characterization than is present for Jean.
Even fucking Thanos, right? In his fucked up mind, he was trying to help the people of the world,
Right.
Really-
right?
It's very awkward how sadistic Jean is.
Yeah.
You know, it really is. It's kind of crazy.
If you made a bullet point list of all the bad things she does and just like handed it to someone, it's like you got a lot of explaining to do, man. That's a long ass list.
Yeah. It's just, okay, yep. Anyway, but like I said, she tries to get into Mesca's mind immediately, but they're beyond her jump radius. And so Gene asks what VMAX is, and Metzger again says he doesn't know what it is. But Gene says that Sarah sent her a message telepathically, which surprises Metzger. It's like, oh, really? From that distance? Anyway, let's start the test. And the test is that, or basically, his whole goal is that his work with Sarah revolved around identifying the source of her power and replicating it in any mind of their choosing. And so he experimented on Sarah for months and created a system which can force Gene to floomp. Which allows him to chart her neural pathways. And then Metzger says, I hope you and I can honor her sacrifice. So, yeah, I mean, I wonder what that means. He didn't need to say that, but
No.
I guess he doesn't care.
He could have
Whatever,
acted like she was alive as like a bargaining tool or something like that.
Yeah.
Or just to not piss her off
Yeah.
and make her more resistant. But I guess, I
Mhm.
don't know, he just wanted
Holy
to say it.
shit. I've had like 3
We're
different
in the
people
he's evil
tell
arc
me
now.
Magneto's comment related to Auschwitz. It's like, how did you not? I said the needle relates to the cure, because that's the conversation in X-Men 3, but that it means so much more with his history. What do you think I was alluding to? He was a tattoo
He got a
fucking
tattoo in the
artist? Yeah.
70s, yeah. It was a phase, but, you know. you live
People
with
like,
it.
well, did you
Yeah,
know that Magneto? It's like, yes, I did know this. It's not
Yeah,
exactly
Got olive
yeah.
oil on his,
it's not exactly a hidden detail in those movies.
Mm-hmm. So, outside, Spider-Man fights a bunch of guys, and Metzger finds out about the intrusion and orders the Hand to go and deal with Spider-Man.
Spider-Man forcefully breaking into a government facility like this is like that's gonna have a lot of repercussions that the
No,
villain's
it's not.
gonna
It's
wanna
going to have
deal
zero
with. Yeah.
repercussions. There's no Sokovia Accords or nothing. Don't
He
worry
doesn't-
about it.
He doesn't sneak in. He doesn't make a distraction. He just shows up at the front and beats the fuck out of a bunch of guards who, and with his plot armor, and he never gets shot. And then that's that.
Not so
Don't
good.
worry about it.
And so, during the experiment, Jean looks up at the ceiling and sees a vent that's marked Vent Max, which looks like VMAX. And so she starts seething, and her neural pathways start lighting up, and is like, "Oh, what's going on?" So Jean looks at Metzger and says, "You're a murderer," which just feels a bit awkward given all the people that she's killed. But you're a murderer. The last thing my sister saw was this goddamn room, and everything's flooping a bit. Metzger orders his subordinate to shut down the experiment, but Jean takes over his mind and stops Metzger, and then says, "The only hands that will wield this power are mine." And after this, she triggers what can only be described as a massive telepathic blast, which expands out from the island and into the city, trapping and freezing everybody in the blast radius. And we see cars crashing into each other, cyclists getting thrown off of their bikes. People are dead for sure from this. And for reference, like what this is to them is like what happens with Xavier in Logan, where he has his episodes. They're like conscious of it to the point that MJ gets in it and she's crying. And this is happening to tens of thousands, possibly hundreds of thousands of people, except for all the people that have died as a consequence of this big psychic blast that she's decided to do.
So a plane somewhere definitely crushed.
Well, it's just the easiest thing in the world. If you freeze a bunch of people in place in a busy city while they're driving cars or doing all manner of different things in hospital, getting a procedure done, any number of things.
Yes.
Like people are dead. There's no way that nobody died. And she did. And
I mean,
why did she do this?
died.
I hope you weren't
A
swimming
huge
under the
percentage
water.
of the city is dead.
Why do this? And yes, the thing is that, as pointed out in chat, the cars are shown to be crashing. You see
they show it.
You see the destruction.
People like freeze as they slide over the hoods of crashing cars.
Yep.
It's really like,
it's pretty
what were
horrible.
they thinking showing us this?
Yep.
Why wouldn't she just
This
freeze
is
the
to show-
facility itself?
Yeah, I mean, that's
or
one
something?
thing. If
Like-
she just wants to freeze the facility, but the bubble expands out into the city and it keeps expanding. And she knows that it's doing that because later on she
So-
acknowledges that that's happening.
It's worth noting as well, of course, hospitals, right? So if you freeze all workers in hospitals, this is like the blip again. But on the note of, because we talked about this earlier,
Yes.
there seems to be an effort, weirdly, in parts of the film. For example, when the explosion goes off in the first act, that they show everyone has escaped the building, or at least they kind of do. They're supposed to kind of put that in your head. The guys who get shot in the legs. There's efforts being made to show that despite Jean's crazy, wacky actions, that people make it out. But then they also have the guy who just gets hit by the car. It was like, well,
Mm-hmm.
But then
Yeah, it's the reason why
there's
it's
also
confusing. Like,
well, it's like creative thinking because the hospitals versus the airplanes versus the obvious shrapnel and collateral damage from the explosions versus the bullets going into windows, like everything we've ever talked about in this whole stream. I really want to talk to the director. I want to be like, what's going on, man? Like, you really, really want me to believe no one died? And then he's like, no one did die. You're like, what do you mean?
yeah,
That's
they
not
did.
true.
They
Yes,
did.
they did.
They
I don't
did.
believe
They
you.
did. Also, it doesn't even matter if nobody did, because the intention to do this and the inevitable consequences of it are so plainly obvious that she is culpable. She is responsible. She knows what could have happened, and she still did it anyway, and she doesn't care. She just doesn't care about people. She explicitly says that later, like, that people are monsters. She just doesn't have much regard for anybody at all.
Like, this is the type of stuff that is, like, not even, like, lifelong jail time, just electric chairs straight away. This one is danger to the society.
There's, like,
Even
a
from a
point where you're
fucking cell.
I mean, like what Frank Castle you kind of mentioned earlier was just true. Like you just like this person's evil. They have insane power. You can't risk letting them live.
Oh
She's
man, you know,
too
someone
dangerous to be left alive.
someone's just
I mean, like,
mentioned, and
yeah.
it's the beautiful opposite. I know we talked about it before, but it's like it's the opposite of the blood on the shield thing. It's like, yeah, there's no blood on the. Don't worry about it. You're like, dude.
There's no blood on the psychic powers. Yeah. And it's funny because Walker gets nothing for it. Number one, dude is a super soldier. Like, apprehending him is actually just logistically difficult. Number two, this dude just tried to kill him. Like, just outright just tried to kill him. Number three, he killed his best friend right in front of his eyes. And now he's trying to flee so that he can go and escape and then do more evil.
More terrorism. Yeah.
But there was blood on the shield. So, fuck Walker, 3-time Medal of Honor recipient. Meanwhile, Jean...
People are just sheep.
There was no blood on her psychic blast, so it's all good.
Yeah.
If they put blood on it, then it would be... Even though they show again that MJ is crying as she's stuck in this field, it's traumatizing.
They decided to have that to show how terrible and traumatizing it was, but then they're like, no, she's fine.
I bring up that it's akin to Logan, but the whole point in Logan is it's horrible. It's horrible at something that he doesn't want to do, and when it happens, he's horribly traumatized about the fact that he's done it, to the point that he's weakly apologizing to everybody as he's getting wheeled out by Logan. Like, it's terrible, but in this, it's like, wow, look at how cool her power is. But also they're crying because of how horrible it is. But also, let me show you all of the cars that are crashing into people. What are you doing, Mr. Cretin?
I like that his name is Cretin. It seems
pretty
appropriate.
funny, isn't it? So, yeah, so Jean now has basically ultra power. Like, she's got, like, telekinesis essentially now.
She got angry. She had the power in her all along.
Destroys the inhibitor chip, and she sits in the cell looking at the scrunchie. Oh man, how tragic. And so Spider-Man, he finds the cell, which is surrounded by the Hand, and so Jean mind controls them. And Spider-Man says he's come to help Jean. He apologizes for Sarah and for, quote, getting it so wrong.
What a cuck.
Yeah.
What did he get wrong? Exactly.
Nothing at all.
He got wrong that she just wanted to find Sarah. She just wanted to find Sarah.
Everything she did can be directly related to her finding out that information. She couldn't have just instantly won from the beginning easily.
Oh, well, sure. Actually,
mind.
Yeah. Now might be the time. It might be the time to actually talk about that. What was her plan? Her plan is she needs to get to Metzger to get information that he has on Sarah, and the way that she did that was mind controlled an old lady to drive a tank into a facility to get Scorpion to a different place so that she could walk him out the front door, so she could mind control him to go to other facilities to just ask people what VMAX is, only to be halted by Spider-Man, at which point she decides to mind control Spider-Man's girlfriend and try to throw her off the roof.
Not even a girlfriend, his ex.
His ex-girlfriend, like and then goes to university to get Bruce Banner to turn him into Professor Hulk to try and bust into the vault where Metzger is, directly at the headquarters, only to be stopped by Spider-Man, instead of just finding some way to quietly, in a clandestine fashion, just to floop into Metzger just by finding him directly just by flooping into people that work at damage control and working her
It's
way
so
in and
easy.
getting him.
You cannot fail this.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
the easiest
easy.
thing ever.
It is just you just have to get within
Wait for
30
him to go
feet
home
of
from
him.
work.
Yeah, just wait for him at
for him to
home.
go home
Well, yeah,
from
she's
work.
she's an
And just wait
information
by the door.
fucking archive. Just boom, boom, boom around all of damage control.
Yep.
Find out where he lives by being in his head for a second. Wait till he goes home, goes to sleep, take over his body, do whatever you want, and then kill him when you probably find out what happened. Done. Everything's over.
Mhm. Yep.
Nobody
as
would
soon as you
ever know
floop
you
in,
did
you-
anything.
Exactly. You just throw him off a cliff and then that's it. You're done. But instead, she
Yeah.
decides to go about it in the most inefficient, devastating, catastrophic, massive collateral damage and intentional damage, and torment and torture as possible.
If we were going to parody her, this is just it. That we just do what
This
the film
is what
does.
you would do. Mm-hmm. So you've got the big problem. She's evil and stupid, which is a great combo.
We
when
have
you have
been
that, when they're
talking a
evil
lot
and
about
stupid.
just how she might be the most evil, the most stupid villain. It's so weird because it's so important to push these two aspects. Like they are very different. Like she's so incompetent, and then also just so ridiculously evil. There's no stupider way to have conducted a plan,
Like a
and there's
joke.
no weirder, more cruel way to have involved more people to hurt for no reason.
And I would
Mhm.
add to that she's terribly overpowered. I mean,
Oh, now she is. Yeah.
it's what I liked about
Which
X-Men
we just
from
did.
my recollection. I haven't like rewatched the originals from like 2000s, but there was clear mechanics to their powers, and there was like actual limitations that they had, and you could see them sort of struggle through it. Whatever's, we saw it with Professor X, and we saw it many times with different characters, and it's always something unique with each like power sets. But this time it's just she can do whatever, whenever, on however large scale, as long as the plot demands it. And it's just, wow, I'm so excited to see X-Men in MCU. I can't wait. Love it.
I
Yep.
think it will be shit.
I disagree.
Yeah. It's the guy
Okay.
made it's the guy
Wholeheartedly.
made Thunderbolt, so I'm sure it'll be
Ooh,
great.
give that man another movie.
Yep. No, such a great movie. Anyway, so yeah, the hand, she makes the hand fight and try and kill Spider-Man, and Spider-Man tries to get in the door, but it's a little bit too sturdy, can't get through. And then Jean uses damage control weapons against Spider-Man, which disintegrate his webs. And upon doing so, Jean says, "Isn't it funny how your friends from Damage Control developed a special weapon just for you?" It's like, well, it's not really funny, is it? I mean, it's just kind of expected.
Yeah, I think she specifically says like in case you turn evil or in case you turn bad.
Yeah.
Like, well,
Yep.
yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
that makes sense.
Or is this film's statement that when Batman develops countermeasures to the Justice League, that is immoral? That's like evil. He shouldn't do that.
You should completely
You should
and
just
blindly
hope-
trust extremely powerful entities and agents within the world. But the film like shows the police and I mean basically all of New York and especially like the police having a very positive, cooperative relationship with him. So it's like, okay, so you're saying that
justification. What happens if Jean mind controls Spider-Man? Then what do they do? Well, nice they have these weapons. So
It's
that they
funny
can
you
was her
say that, by
intention.
the way, because you might think, hey, she cannot mind control Spider-Man because of his spider sense. Like, all right, fair enough. That's the rule they've made. Very lucky, but that's the rule they've made. You're like, well, but now that her power is boosted, can she do it? And it's like, apparently not. No, she won't be able to do that. Except maybe she actually can later.
Mm-hmm.
Seems a little bit wonky and depending on whatever the writers need.
Joe Danger pointing out that means that Iron Man making Hulkbuster is evil. Yeah, sure is, man. That's evil. He shouldn't have done that. That's wrong. Because yeah, Jean's conclusion from this is that people are monsters and you shouldn't trust them any more than they trust you. And then Jean makes a ninja stab Spider-Man through himself.
Yeah, that's another one. But he didn't show a corpse.
this fight shouldn't happen because he could have just webbed them all at the
Didn't show a
beginning.
corpse.
Good, yeah.
But
You can just
They did show the funeral.
Stab someone else, and it's all good. Yeah,
well,
all good.
the hand, they have 4 stomachs, so he can he just go ahead and put it right through. He's got some spares.
I honestly think that's
Good
another
stuff.
example, though, because when he gets stabbed, another ninja kicks him so that he like, falls back into the wall, the guy with the sword in his chest, or belly, whatever, and he pulls it out and then goes to hit Spider-Man again, as if to imply, it's like, well, he's fine. And it's like, no, he's mind-controlled, so she's just forcing him to do this shit. And then when he's back...
How horrifying.
He'll have bled for a good, 15 minutes or so from the belly. Who knows if he's alive or not? This is what I mean by, like, there's no corpse. It's like, you guys... what do you
As long
mean?
as you
there's
don't show him toppling over and dead and the life leaving his eyes, then it's okay.
I'd have to be personally invited to the funeral to count.
Well, how could she have known?
So, So Frank calls Spider-Man, tells him the shockwave is expanding and he needs to do something about Jean. But while that's happening, Hand kick the shit out of him, destroys web shooters. They destroy them one after the other, which is pretty funny. And so Peter takes off his mask and he catches his breath. He's badly beaten, and inside the cell, Jean has trapped Metzger and is slowly sending shards of glass towards his face. And she says, "My sister died in this room surrounded by these men, and her only crime was being special, just like you, just like me. People like us don't get to live a normal life. We don't get to have friends or family. Those people are gone. That life is
He
over."
just goes around committing
While she's
mass
saying
murder,
this,
destroying a city, and then turns around and says, "You just hate me because I'm special." No,
Yeah.
no.
That's the only reason. There could be no other explanation.
And then, while she's saying that, Peter recalls the memories from the John Watts films that everybody hates. And so then Jean continues, "Why don't you just be honest with yourself? Are you Peter Parker or are you Spider-Man?" It's like, oh, that's weird. Why are you doing this dichotomy, Miss Jean?
Oh,
like,
is this the thing we care about?
Why
Do we
is
give
the
a shit about
theme
this?
reached into your brain and mind-controlled your brain to exposit the theme of this movie? Anyway,
Which
Peter...
is a really it's not even a theme that's like explored at all, really.
No.
Like, are
Not
you Peter
really.
Parker or Spider-Man? It just doesn't really ever come up ever in any way.
No, but you
No.
quickly learn that whatever the audience is told, even the most explicit and simplistic without support or detail way, it's like, wow, the movie was definitely about that and it meant a lot. It's like, did it?
You're punished by being less explicit.
Yeah.
Punished hard. Like the John Watts movies. Anyway, Peter removes his inhibited chip and drops it. He takes a deep breath, his eyes turn black, and he declares, "I'm both." And so now he's got ultra powers.
I am all the spiders. And I am all the spiders, he says.
Bro,
And
and he
then he
does. He's
webs.
got all the spider powers.
Yeah.
His senses are greatly heightened. His strength is super duper superior. And he has his organic webs, which are crazy. And he effortlessly
skin
takes
is
out the hand.
sword-proof or something.
Yeah, like now I'm not sure what the power levels look like for Spider-Man. He's way more powerful, and he can already stop Winter Soldier's punch just effortlessly.
He's
So I
already
don't even
very,
know.
very powerful. But
Yeah, how
we need
strong
more.
is he?
He's just
Now.
like Gene. He had all the power inside of him the whole time.
That's
He
right.
just needs to let it out.
Yes. And then, so Peter he smashes into the cell and he begs Jean to stop, erroneously stating, "You're not a murderer, Jean."
Well, play back the footage.
So, yeah. And then while that's happening, Frank goes to a nearby rooftop and sets up his sniper rifle to take aim at Jean.
Yes.
And then
shoot
Peter
that bitch.
the generic, "Killing Metzger won't bring back Sarah." By the way, that should almost be like a band like line
Forbidden
from
line,
screenwriting.
yes.
Killing
Like, yes,
X
I understand.
won't bring Y back.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Thank you.
I'm tired of this.
I'm aware that necromancy is not a part of this plan.
That was
Yes,
never my
true.
goal, idiot.
However, it will make me feel a lot better, and it will be justice.
Sending that person to jail for that crime they committed won't undo the crime. It's like, yeah, it won't, I guess. You know what? And then, so after saying that, Jean freezes Peter in place and says, "Don't be so sure I can't get into your mind. I'm a lot more powerful since last I tried."
That might be one of the worst lines. Good
My
God.
powers have doubled since the last we met.
It really feels like the writers were like, so we had her not able to get in, but then we had her super powerful and she can. That makes sense. Like, oh, so no, but she hasn't for the past like 10 minutes. Like, oh, so what do we do? It's like, just say now.
Well, yeah, why didn't it freeze him? Why didn't he get freezed?
This is what I mean. It's all so fucking wonky. But so they were just like, just write it so that she says it is now. Now, don't be so sure it's happening in this moment. Okay, yeah, that'll do. Fuck it.
She's so rapey.
A little bit, yeah. She loves getting in
Not
them
a little bit, a lot.
A little bit.
Loves getting in them.
She considers rape her right.
I figure we'll just run through this scene completely, and then we can loop back around and break it down. So Peter says to Jean, "Go ahead," and so she transports herself inside Peter's mind, and it goes back to that scene that we briefly saw before, where May, was talking to Peter shortly after discovering that he was Spider-Man. And I'll just, this is what she says. Basically, Jean plants herself where Peter is, so she gets to sort of LARP as having experienced this memory. And so May says, you think you don't have to listen to me now that you have powers? This whole thing can get really scary. Things can change very quickly in ways we can't even imagine right now. And Jean says that she knows, and May says, I don't think you do know. You're a really special person. And I would hope that would always make you feel great about yourself. But I know sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you'll be really lonely. And sometimes, because you're special, people can do dark, monstrous things to you. But this is what I want you to know. You're beautiful. And the people who love you, we love you not because you're special, but because you're you. I want you to remember that even when it feels like you're totally alone, that's your deepest responsibility. Never forget that, no matter how powerful you become. And then May hugs Jean and she cries.
Why would this make any difference to Jean?
You're pretty.
Why would this make any difference to Jean at all? Why? After everything we've seen her do.
Subconscious telling her this.
All she needed was a nice lady to say, look, I see you. I see you. All right?
She tells her she's beautiful and special.
Yep. It's like, and that's your deepest responsibility, is to remember how awesome you are. That is your deepest responsibility.
If we're supposed to take, in a really quick and broad way, that Homecoming's like, use your power responsibly in the sense of get into the battles and help people where you have the capacity to make the situation better. Don't do it for glory, and don't do it in such a way that you make things worse. If Far From Home is supposed to be, you're not supposed to judge yourself against other, larger than life characters in the universe, like an Iron Man, because not even they can then hold themselves up to it. You shouldn't be comparing yourself with yourself. Do what you can when you can, as you can. Don't feel insecure about your abilities for that reason, or whatever. Third one, you're supposed to, commit to the good decisions, even if they ultimately have bad consequences because they were good in principle. Then this one is never forget, right? All of those are responsibility related, but never forget that you are beautiful and people love you for you and not because you're special, but for you. And that is the fundamental, most important thing. You're beautiful and that people love you.
Beautiful.
It just feels so weird to me.
What people? Who's people?
She kills and rapes everybody. What the fuck are we doing?
Yeah. It's just I just want to sit down with the director. Actually, I don't want to get anywhere near him. I'd be like, do you not understand what you've done? How do you not know what you've done? Why did you you seem to have unnecessarily went out of your way to portray her as the most evil, stupid character imaginable. You didn't have to, but you did. You chose to do this.
And then the moral of the story is, look, man, you're awesome, okay? And that is your greatest responsibility, is to never forget how awesome you are. By the way, all of the dialogue is incredibly clunky. That is some clunk dialogue.
Bad.
When you actually write it down and read it, it's like, dude, these are some long sentences. These are some really repetitive structures. None of the language is very interesting at all. This is just clunky as shit. This feels like a first draft.
Why? And the solution of the entire theme of the movie is basically just some kind of fortune cookie crap. It's just remember how special you are today.
Why would it mean anything to Jean? I just don't get it. Why would it stop her from killing people?
The only thing we had in her backstory from that flashback is that there's that one mention of their mother who let them go for the quite sane and sensible reason that they are psychopathic mind rapists. That's kind of the only thing you've got for her backstory in terms of, like, oh, maybe she's missing some kind of maternal figure or the reassurance of a loving family. It's not
Mommy
enough.
issues.
Yeah,
So,
mummy
like, just
issues,
to
but
be
it's
clear-
still not enough. There's not clearly enough mummy issues. Like, she needs more mummy issues for this to work, and she doesn't have
Yeah.
them.
I just want to say though, if Peter had come from a
Absolutely.
really bad upbringing and the memory was just an abusive parent beating him, she would have just become like a supervillain?
More of a supervillain?
Like, is she just extremely lucky that the exact person that needs to speak to her was able to be focused into that moment and said what she needed to say?
I literally cannot comprehend what could, like, how much worse she could possibly get.
It's like,
And if this
Hey,
is Peter
calm
Parker,
down.
what is the implication that Peter Parker, we're doing you're one bad day away from being Jean Grey? I don't buy that. I do not
no,
buy
dude.
that.
Even the
Not
Joker
for
would
one
be like,
second.
"What are you doing? Why are you doing all this?"
Because that's the only thing that you could say tethers them together. Oh, they're both special, and they need to know that they're awesome for how special. But it's not because they're special. But that's why you're great, and that's what tethers them together, and that's the only connection between your protagonist and antagonist in this movie. By implication, that means that Peter, Jean is the dark shadow reflection of Peter. That if May wasn't so good, he would have turned into a psycho.
I see.
I don't buy that. I don't believe that.
No.
And yeah, I'm tired of stories that keep doing this. You're awesome. You don't need to change. You're all good. It's like, I don't
Yeah.
know, man. Pretty bored of this.
Yeah,
this is-
especially when you're dealing
does
with
this break the
Spider-Man,
record?
especially when it's Spider-Man.
Does this break the record? Because we're going to get to it, obviously, but just out of curiosity, does this break the record for most bailed out, like, horrible person in history of media?
I think so, because Wanda's pretty
Yeah.
close. But
Yeah,
you can
Wanda's
at least
close.
say, oh, Darkhold magic bullshit. In this case, you're just dealing with a
It's-
totally cogent, coherent individual who just decided to be a psycho
Also,
and essentially is bailed out completely.
And with Wanda, you can at least argue that she has been through some shit.
Yeah,
doesn't
got,
she also
some
kill
actual
herself at the end?
trauma. Yes. So there is something about she makes the sacrifice, in some way, shape, or form. It's funny because people are saying Jinx. It's like, yeah, but Jinx is like deeply fucking like mentally ill and traumatized.
No, Jean
Tell-
Grey wishes she was Jinx.
I was
like,
going to say,
holy
Jean Grey's
shit.
not mentally ill. That's the thing. She's very
No,
cogent. She knows what
that's
she's
the
doing.
Yeah, she's just
Yeah.
she's just a
She
woman.
knows what's up. Like, whereas again with these other characters, which by the way, it doesn't absorb. The thing is Arcane season 2, we have to, because that, fuck me.
No, that's
I-
not.
doesn't
That
exist.
does not
Not canon.
exist.
Never happened.
Does
Never
not
happened.
exist. It does not exist.
Yeah, but this one's pretty bad. Though I will say it is really what is the last male villain character that you can think of this happening to? Just as a sort of, because it feels like it keeps happening
Ooh,
to the
that's
women antagonist characters of recent
Male?
things. Who jumps out as like a male villain that is horrible, that gets absolved hardcore at the end of the storyline, no consequences.
Is the part about the power was inside of you all along
Does-
and there's nothing wrong with you? Does that count as part of it?
Does Kylo count?
But
But I don't think he counts because he
yeah, but
fucking
he dies.
and
He
he's
dies.
just
And he
like,
doesn't get
yeah.
and he doesn't get a
No.
force ghost.
no.
And he doesn't get a force ghost either that we are aware of, right? So people
No.
are saying Sentry, which is kind of an interesting one. But the problem with that is that Sentry appears to be two alternate personas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
No.
there's Bob and then there's the evil one. So you've got like a hard divide between those two. So I don't think it counts.
Yeah.
Loki,
Loki's
no,
a good-
Loki goes on the big arc. He goes on the arc. They make him go on the arc to
Yeah.
try and
He
get
also
him. And
was-
he dies.
The
And
arc
he
is
dies
nice
as
and
a
everything,
consequence
yeah.
of it.
Loki
He
was
dies.
recognized as a legitimate villain for
Yeah.
a while.
There's that too. Yeah, they never treated him as if he wasn't a villain. Killmonger. That might
Ooh,
be.
that might be the
Killmonger might
one.
actually be there. Yeah.
That might actually be the most recent one. And
Yeah.
that was nearly 10 years ago, lads. That was 2018.
Also dies at the end, right? But
And he
I guess,
does
but
die.
it's still he's like
But
he's
it's
lauded
tragic.
in his death.
It's
as
very
opposed to, yeah,
tragic,
it's
yeah.
not
Yeah.
a good thing.
Yeah.
It was tragic
instead of
rather
his own-
than good job we put an end to that
At
evil
least he
scheme
dies.
that you were doing there.
Well, I want to be clear about the difference. Like, Loki's death is tragic, but Loki's death is in favor of defending his brother, while fucking
Mhm.
Killmonger dies trying to kill the hero.
Yeah, trying to
so that
kill
he can
T'Challa,
kill
trying to stop him from killing everybody.
killing
Yeah.
everyone.
The point is that it feels like this is a weird. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I consider this to be Marvel failing its female characters. That's
Yeah.
how I feel about
100%.
this. I feel that
But
they
why
are failing
don't,
these characters. I liked Wanda before they ruined her.
Me
I am
too.
totally on board
like
with being
Black
in a
Widow.
position where I can get behind, like Jean Grey as a character. But unfortunately, you've laid down a foundation that makes it basically impossible. And it feels
What
like,
am I
and
supposed
it's
to
just
like?
like, what are you guys doing? Like, why can't you write these characters? Why are you incapable of doing it? What is wrong with you?
They already have these like a complete lack of talent and skill when it comes to character. But when I feel like like the woman aspect comes over it, it's just like
Yeah.
it's an extra layer of difficulty over something they already cannot do. That just is a force multiplier for bad quality. There's something
Yeah.
about it where it completely blinds them, and they just can't do it. We've got to do the power comes from inside. There's nothing wrong with you. Trauma justifies anything that you
What
do.
about Zemo?
You're going to be able to get away.
I'm so glad you brought that up. Zemo goes back to jail.
Yep.
He goes back to jail. That's the point. Because obviously we're getting ahead of ourselves.
And he tried to
Wanda,
kill himself.
Not Wanda. Holy shit, Wanda. Jean goes free. She flees from justice. She flees out into the world.
Doesn't just. I mean, we're ahead. Yeah, she doesn't just flee. She's facilitated by the heroes and the film.
By Spider-Man and the Punisher.
Yeah, the film agrees with her. Yes,
the Punisher helps facilitate her escape.
They all think she's great.
I mean, we're close to summarizing that, right?
That's like an example of what we're talking about. Yes, we are. We're pretty close. So maybe it's worth just getting through that. Because, Peter sits down next to Jean, and she's crying. And Peter says, "I'm sorry about your sister." Jean says, "I'm sorry about your aunt." And Peter says, "Just because we've lost someone doesn't mean we have to do this alone. We can't. Trust me. I've been trying. It doesn't work." And Jean says, "I have no one." And Peter replies, "You have me."
Jesus.
No.
And
Kill
then
yourself.
Peter's spider sense goes off, and he sees and hears Frank fire his fucking rifle. And so Peter grabs Jean and takes the bullet for her.
Oh, he did kill himself. Okay, all right. Well, all right. Hey, yeah, okay.
Very clear here. This bullet needed to be fired because that field was spreading and it was already killing. I don't care what fucking struggle session they were having. Frank was right to pull that trigger in every way you can imagine.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep. Peter was wrong to take the bullet.
Absolutely.
But again,
He was.
if we're factoring in the No Way Home Peter, I guess it's just he needs to save everyone.
Does Peter see it? Because
I don't think it's out of character
yes,
for
he
Peter to take the bullet.
Yeah. Yes.
No, but
I
what I'm
mean,
saying is it was the incorrect decision when it comes to dealing with the imminent problem of the force. The force field breaks because of this, but like it's not because he took a bullet. It's because Jean finally decided that she wants to. How long would they have sat there in their minds chatting about their problems while the force field was expanding?
Yeah.
And Peter was doing nothing to put an end to it.
So
yeah. But
my question was just like a logistical one. Like, would he be able to do that in terms of, like, because he couldn't. The hearing, you can't hear the bullet because the bullet's going to hit before the sound gets there.
He does hear it though. He does hear it. So you're right, because the bullet would move faster than the sound. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, the bullet would hit and then he'd hear the sound. So
his spidey sense did it. Okay, so good.
No,
it's crazy how
I think that's a fair question. I have no idea physics-wise what we're looking at for numbers there for what you'd have to do. I think you're probably right.
The amount of time.
Fair point. Yeah. And then Frank, he's horrified that he shot Peter. He's so horrified. And Peter begs Jean to run away, as people will be looking for her.
I wonder why.
I'm watching Spider-Man, a character that I once liked quite a bit, just like lying there on the ground.
Escape justice.
Escape, Green Goblin. Get away before they get you.
You have to get away from Piltover, or I mean New York.
Go, run! Go, Electro! Get away from here!
Don't let them capture you.
And then Jean starts doing some mental floopery, which I've seen people praise because it seems like she's breathing for him when he ends up in hospital. Which he goes. Frank rushes Spider-Man to hospital.
Why?
No, it's a great detail. She's amazing because she's helping him breathe. Never mind all the people that she killed.
It
Sure.
is, yeah, I mean, and before we even get into the again, the logistics of how is she even able to escape? Um, how is Frank able to get? Why is Frank not being
Well,
arrested constantly
well, and
for being the
also something that's a
Punisher?
bit
How is
awkward
the
is
Spider-Man?
does Metzger now know that Spider-Man is Peter Parker? Because he was in the room. He took his mask off and they
Yeah.
were talking about him, and Jean said Peter.
There's
What did
that.
Metzger do? He was in
Remember,
the room tethered to the chair.
remember, all the people that were in that room and that building have all just been released, so they're all getting there before
Yeah.
Punisher is.
That's
Yeah.
right, and they're all hostile.
Yeah. And she's
what
got to
did Jean
focus
do?
on
Did
keeping
she
Peter
flute them?
alive,
What about
so
all the
none of
all
this
the
makes
No,
any
ninjas?
fucking sense.
her powers are so good that she can
Yeah.
flute them and make sure that Punisher can get there before anybody else, and also flute breathe for Peter.
But Punisher would have to he'd have to find a boat.
Yeah, he
And
would.
then
Well,
cross
drive
the
there, I
water
guess,
in
would
a
be-
on a
and
boat,
how
and
is he
then
going to get there when there's all the
boat back.
crashed cars? Traffic would have ground to a halt. It would be very hard to get there. He'd have to run. That would take
He'd
him
have
a
to get an
while.
armored car with a minigun to crash
Yeah.
through all of them in order to
No,
get
you're
there in
right.
time.
There's no way. There's no way that Punisher can be the first one to get there unless Jean continues to do more mind flumpery on innocent people to prevent all of them from getting there first.
There's no way.
So maybe that's what she did.
But sure, we'll
It's
go
such
with
a
that.
hand wave of the plot to be like, yeah, but Punisher got Spider-Man to a hospital on the mainland, and not only did Metzger escape, but so did Jean. They got away. No one
No,
got
it's all
him.
good. And the news exposits that the people of New York are rallying behind his recovery, which makes you wonder, what do the people of New York know? Do they know that the person who created the shockwave was aided and abetted by Spider-Man?
And Punisher.
The
No,
person
they
who
do
was responsible for it, for the tank, for all of that, and possibly killing their loved ones, that Spider-Man helped her get away? What have
They
they
should
been
all
told?
be J. Jonah Jameson right now.
They should be. Spider-Man is a
matter.
menace. No, they
He's a
don't matter.
fucking no, like
They-
seriously, guys. He's a menace. He needs to
They,
be
they
killed.
only matter as a prop so that this movie can go you mess with him, you mess with all of us. This to me feels like it was made for Twitter. Look, it's the New York, they love Spider-Man. Look at him, even though he doesn't really appear to have much of a relationship with the regular people. He only, I mean, he doesn't save that many people in this movie. Like
No.
and he fails the Oldman who dies. So I don't know.
The
We
only
don't have any.
time.
It's the bus and that kid. The kid he saves, a couple of people in the facility, and then the bus. Otherwise, he doesn't really save anybody.
The only time civilians appear or factor into this movie is when they're killed by Jean. They just
I'm
be
pretty. It's what's really awkward. I'm pretty sure that the TASM movies dedicate a greater amount of screen time to that version of Peter saving innocent people from peril. It's become increasingly more of a problem with these movies is that they don't show heroes saving people to the point that
They
I'm pretty
almost
sure
begrudgingly show it.
because I'm pretty sure because TASM has the whole sequence on the bridge. TASM 2 has the opening sequence with Rhino where he's saving people. And also the part where Electro's fighting in Times Square and he saves people. Obviously, we don't need to talk about how the Raimi movies have massive dedicated sequences that are just saving innocent people because it does it all the time. It's something that would used to happen a lot more in these movies, but now they know that they need to put it in to pay lip service to that as a point. But they're more interested in heroes fighting villains directly, like combat.
Yeah.
That's what they're
They just
interested in.
the montage at the beginning shows them doing it a few times.
And then the people of Spider-Man, the people of New York, they're rallying behind Spider-Man, even though you don't actually see Spider-Man doing that much helping people, except for in a few instances in the first action scene, and that's it. But they love him. You mess with him, you mess with all of us. It's just funny.
The movies are sold
on. To me, it feels the same.
Pitting Spider-Man against a grander villain or heroes.
Against Hulk or against, yeah, exactly. I don't know. It reminds me of how in Thunderbolts they just have that little bit where they save a few civilians, and it's like, see, they're doing the hero thing that you guys want. They're just helping a handful of people there. Because it's the same in because it's the same problem that happens in a lot of the city is fully evacuated. We don't have to worry about any civilians getting caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, the whole thing in Avengers is they're fighting this army, but they have to deal with the civilians that are in the city that couldn't escape. And so you have to mix up them fighting aliens while also saving people. But we don't do that now. They just have it, he saves one kid or something. And then the rest of the movie is him just punching people.
Mm-hmm. And saving the person who is terrorizing those civilians.
Yes, exactly.
The only thing is
She
safe.
escapes justice. She gets away. She gets away
I don't
with
know.
it
I mean,
all.
it reminds me of how in Superman, in the last sequence in Metropolis, Superman only saves one person, and then after that, the city is empty, so he doesn't have to worry about it, and they can just fight and punch, and it's all good. It's just a lot of these movies aren't interested in having the hero save people because they obviously find it boring.
I think you like stepped on a nerve because someone said don't be dishonest and revisionist for the TASM 2 opening because he lets people die. There are mistakes made in the TASM films. I think we've been pretty clear about saying
like
they're
those
shit.
movies.
Yeah, I don't like them either.
I
But I'll
don't like
take
those
them
movies.
Freaky's
take
talking
them
about
all
the
any day
dedication
over
of
this.
scenes. What are the scenes for? What are the scenes achieving? And like TASM has
Yeah,
a
no,
lot of civilian saving
yeah,
scenes.
it's TASM too. He's fucking around doing jokes with Rhino while he plows through these cars.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I agree. Those movies aren't good. I'm just saying that even in the bad movies, there was still more screen time that was dedicated to heroes saving people rather than just punching people. So, just to be clear, I don't like those movies. I think they suck. But I don't know if I think that they suck as hard as this movie. I'm not sure. I haven't seen them in a while. Anyway, so, oh yeah?
This movie just forgets that Peter or Spider-Man is supposed to be a superhero or a hero of any
He's
kind.
superhero.
Yeah, I think.
He's just
By the way,
there.
on like ranking them, surely this is the worst morally. Like it's morally speaking the worst. Of the,
Morally,
Oh,
it
yeah.
is, yeah. Because, all of the other ones are usually pretty tight on the important stuff.
Yes.
Even like Spider-Man 3, the stuff with Sandman and sort of the issues that could be spoken about there, it's not even coming close to anything you're doing here. But those movies do the normal thing, right? Where it's like, oh, I'm gonna save Eddie, but then Eddie flumps into the Venom thing and like, oh no, Eddie, and then he dies. It
Right.
does the thing, right? It's like it does the normal thing where the villain dies by their own hand. Usually, it's what I've talked about before with usually Disney villain demises.
Yeah, they're instrumental in their own
self-inflicted.
downfall.
It's like when Clayton chops all of the vines and hangs himself, or Scar essentially because of his duplicitous nature gets the hyenas against him.
Yeah,
That's
when
like what you
Frollo
do.
falls into the lava from the the gargoyle.
Yeah,
as he's
exactly.
just
Because
filling
he
it.
went up there trying to kill him, and I think that you can see that DNA. You can see that certainly in the Spider-Man films, the Raimi ones. Green Goblin kills himself in his own glider. Doc Ock kind of gets the redemption for himself by sacrificing himself to
Yeah.
destroy the machine. Eddie jumps in the fucking flume and kills
Yeah,
himself,
I mean,
and Harry dies
there's-
saving people.
Yeah, the
you
point
know,
here is that
absolutely.
the Hunchback of Notre Dame ran so that Spider-Man 3
Spider-Man
could crawl.
Sure.
I do like those dichotomies though, right? Because like Goblin in trying to kill the hero killed himself. Doc Ock trying to undo his own damage, has to give his life to undo it. It's like, oh, and then Eddie's trying to get his power back, yeah. And then Harry saving the hero. That's a really good set of 4 different reasons why you can take down a villain that was fucking around,
This is kind of the point, is that the kind of flaws that you would be dealing with in Spider-Man 3, it's like, dude, we've entered a new domain of how these movies fail in a way that like stuff like Spider-Man
It's a
3
new grading
can't
curve.
match. It's
Yeah, it's just like
yeah,
a whole new
it's-
grading curve.
Talk
Like,
about
what is the worst thing that Bully Maguire does?
the worst thing that Bully Maguire does is well, it probably is that he tries to kill Sandman.
I
but-
think the worst. He put dirt in someone's eye, dude. I think that's
He
the
did
worst
put
thing.
dirt-
I mean,
Yeah,
well, I don't know. Did you see that dance? Oh my god, are you okay?
Kinda like a
Are you in
Yeah.
Have
Turns out
have
Nelson
you
has
been
been
stuck in
driving
traffic like
this
the
entire
film?
stream.
You actually just because the sound
Oh yeah,
of the sound
nearly killing Harry. He
outside
did
of-
throw a pumpkin bomb at Harry's face. That was
Oh
probably.
yeah, he did throw. That's right, he
Mm.
did. But again, he had
But
the
he was
symbiote with him.
Possessed.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
the point.
Well, and Harry
He
tried
was
to kill him,
very,
so
very
Like, even when possessed by like an evil creature, he doesn't
Yeah.
even come close to the extent of
Oh,
bad.
and they realize that that's bad, and he and even with that, he still tries to apologize for this. This is the problem: is that like a lot of these scripts are actually starting to fail spectacularly on sort of your core narrative morality, which is like a really important part of these stories. tone is complicated, but you can more or less conclude on what like a movie's perception of its events are. When you're watching like a Tarantino movie, right? Like if you're watching, you're watching like Reservoir Dogs, there's like a tone that's pretty apparent of like, these are all like bad guys, like in terms of insofar as you're invested in the story, it is couched in the context of, yeah, but these are bad guys doing bad things. Compared to, again, if you're watching The Lion King, it's like, well, I'm pretty sure The Lion King thinks Simba is a great guy, and that Mufasa is a great guy, and Scar is a bad guy. Because if it didn't feel that way, it would get real weird and complicated at that point, like sort of what you're meant to take away from the story. This is it's complicated. It is complicated dealing with this tone. But in stuff like Spider-Man, it kind of shouldn't be because of the kind of movie it's meant to be and the kind of audience that it's meant to be for. This is meant to be potentially like someone's like first proper movie that they've sseen, right? This is a movie that kids will be watching. So like it's kind of important to try and nail that, like your core sort of morality. And it didn't. It hasn't.
But it's not even striving for anything massively complex either, which makes it even more damning. Yes. This is not a morally complicated movie, and moral complexity hasn't undermined it. Very simple immorality has undermined this film.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty crazy, as we're about to see, because Peter's in the hospital bed without his mask on, and Jean's doing the mental floopery breathing for him, and Peter wakes up. And Frank is there. He's in the room, and he said he covered for Peter's identity. I don't really know what that means. That they left his mask on while he was getting surgery.
Did he have everyone like sign NDAs? What is going on?
So it's again, unless my mum is completely out of left field and wrong, I was asking her because I had a thought about this anyway, but it was like, first of all, you're getting any shit on their face off because they need to breathe, especially if they're near death and they need intubation or whatever. He's been shot in the heart, so yeah, that's not happening. Secondly, like to protect identity, it's like the mask. It's enough that they need to be sterile in a surgical room to remove that mask. Like the idea they'd be like, well, no, it's Spider-Man. It's like what you'll have is a doctor say, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to save his life. Like who cares who this guy is? I'm saving him. So the idea that Punisher's in the fucking room, like mooing at the surgeons to not touch the mask is hilarious to me.
I mean, again, it feels like this has got to be the Spider-Man 2 payoff. We're not going to tell anybody, that sort of thing. We won't tell anybody. It's all good, man. But instead it's like, no, I kept your mask on or something. And then when they left the room, I put the oxygen mask on you so that you could breathe.
I just love that they didn't even try to tackle that. There's like, you see literally no nurses in that entire like, hospital. The entire scene.
I don't know, maybe Jean did some mind control on them so that they did their work on him, but it looked like the mask was on, but it wasn't, or something like that.
It just covers for everything at this point. She's just mind controlling the whole world, and they just do everything they're supposed to do.
Yeah. And Frank says that Jean used her powers to keep him alive and that she's safe, and Frank starts crying and apologizes for what he did.
Yep. As if it wasn't enough damage done to the Punisher, they have him cry and apologize when he should be mad. Sorry, but if we want to keep him the way he is, he's supposed to. I'm happy for him to be like, good that you're alive, but you're a stupid piece of shit. You know that? Like he'd just be so angry, he'd rip into him, and I'd almost even be relatively okay with the scene in isolation if he was doing that. But having him cry over having done what he did, which was absolutely the golden move. There was no better move, even with every piece of extra context he has.
Yes.
You make him cry, go away,
and apologize. I'm sorry, Peter. I shouldn't have tried to shoot Jean. You were white.
No. Wait, no.
About the fact that Frank is crying, and then Frank remarks that maybe he and Peter are friends. Which then brings us to the one laugh that this film got out of me, which is that Peter walks out the front door through the crowd of Spider-Man fans that have amassed at the hospital, while Frank, wearing Peter's mask, pretends to be Spider-Man and goes while waving his hands in the air. Unfortunately, that did get a laugh out of me.
There's a goofiness to it. There's a visceral goofiness to it.
It makes sense to laugh at it. I just can't get over the fact that his mooing is like the main characteristic. That's what it's become now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
He even does it in that scene for nobody's benefit. No one can fucking hear him. And if anybody can hear him, then it breaks the
it's
actual
helping
trick.
him get in character.
He does, yeah, he doesn't get in the character. So yeah,
I don't. How does the world not know about Peter Parker? How is all this arranged? What are the logistics of him getting to the hospital? No doctors knowing where he is. Him just walking out. Frank Castle not being arrested.
It's all bullshit.
Again. I just don't like. None of this makes. They just gave up. They just gave up and said, we just want Peter to walk out and have
it's okay though
him see that
because
people
you get
love
a
him.
scene
Or...
where there's a kid in the crowd that likes Spider-Man. Which, by the way, this is the trick you need to employ if you want people to like your movie. Just put a kid dressed as whatever the superhero who is in that movie, and then that like triggers almost like a Pavlovian like response of, this is what it's all about. So you can't say anything about this movie. Even though I'm saying something about this movie on Twitter, and I've said a lot of things about this movie, but you're not allowed to say anything because there's a kid who's dressed like Spider-Man. It's just a very easy shortcut to make people like and defend your movie aggressively because this is what it's all about or something.
Superman
Even
does
though
it too,
everybody's
right?
making
And
memes about
the kid raises the flag in Superman, and then Hawkgirl looks at that and thinks, right, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and commit a war crime.
Yay!
Because Superman,
Because that is the statement that Superman makes. To solve foreign conflicts, American private military companies should unilaterally go in and execute heads of state.
Ah, what a film.
Yeah, Man of Tomorrow is coming soon. It's going to be great. It's gonna be great, and it's gonna make so much money, and it's not gonna mark the end of this stupid universe that they tried to do. So we're very nearly at the end, thank God. So later that day, Peter's looking at a sunset. MJ's also looking at a sunset, and Jean is taking a bus out of New York, having successfully evaded justice.
Yep.
Nice.
And so Peter goes to May's grave, but it's sunny now, it's not raining, and he lays some flowers there and says, I've been thinking about what you said, and you'll be happy to know I've decided I'm not going to do this alone anymore. He's completed his arc. He's not going to do this alone anymore. The arc of realizing that he was wrong to try and put the safety of these people sort of above his own personal wants. His wants are so important. He's special, and people love him for who he is and not his powers. So I'm gonna rope people into this dangerous life that I lead.
So his arc in this movie was going from selfless to selfish. Good.
Yes.
I mean, what was Jean's arc? It's like, you're awesome, right? You're beautiful, you're powerful, you're
so
what's
awesome.
And you know what? All
Jean's
that killing, that wasn't even killing, man. Not really. People say that, but no.
Because you're beautiful. It's not killing. Ugly people can kill.
We got another call with Trapper DeWolf asking for updates. Basically, the damage control situation is this. Metzger is missing somehow, but Yelena is now finally helping the cops dig through all the stuff that damage control scrubbed. It's an ongoing investigation, but you know what? Peter needs to take a break. And hey, he remembers DeWolf's kids' names now because he forgot them before. See, he's more he's not as maladjusted. He's living life. And so he goes to the bodega to get more flowers, and he sees Ned sitting there and eating lunch. And Peter, he turns around to leave, but he pauses, and then he turns around, approaches Ned, and introduces himself as Peter. And the pair do their secret handshake, and after a moment of reflection, Ned looks up and says, Peter! And Peter smiles. And that's the end of the movie.
And
that's not how that works.
I just want to be clear before we describe all the issues with this. This to me is like the shriveled, dead, infected corpse that was my investment in this is slowly crawling to maybe a bottle of water to try and stay alive, and then just someone comes along and fucking 2 shots to the back of the head. This final, oh, there we go. Thanks. Done. Great.
Can I get some water? Bang, bang.
And, I don't know what this means. I guess we'll find out in the sequel. The handshake breaks the spell.
I guess Zendaya didn't love him enough after all.
No, I guess not.
So I've heard multiple things on this. Apparently, it's not anything really. It's just that he muscle memories the handshake, now knows that he's actually important. maybe even get the fact that he's Spider-Man and Peter, because Peter's Spider-Man and all the things from earlier when he says, "Oh my God, Spider-Man's name is Peter," and blah blah. And so the idea is, I am going to make my relationship again with Ned. He's going to become my best friend again, because I feel like it's not the right thing to do to leave him out. Which, like I said, fucks No Way Home's ending. So screw you. The other thing that people have said as a theory is that Jean. And this, by the way, I want to be clear. Several people have said this to me, including Metal. He's heard this theory because I'm not sure he liked this movie. But the theory is that Jean has broken the spell.
What?
And of course,
It's
your first question is, I'm sorry, what do you mean
she-
she broke? Like, that doesn't make any fucking... And besides, if she did, wouldn't it then undo the point of the spell, which was to save the world? Like,
What are Jean's powers again? What the fuck is she supposed to be? Some kind of like messiah? What
I
is
don't
going
know, but
on?
apparently it's a running theory for a lot of people who are fans of this movie that Jean, as a favor to him, broke the spell, at least on Ned.
No.
And I was just like, I don't know.
No.
I would go with the muscle
I
memory
don't
theory.
care.
No, of course. The point of the scene is that
don't-
Peter will not
Yeah.
be alone. Peter will not protect these guys by staying away from him. Peter will not engage in his personal interests of these people just because they get hurt. No, he's gonna reestablish the relationship with Ned. But the thing is, like, by that principle, Peter, should you not do it with MJ? Because is she not your friend? It doesn't have to be that you. And besides, how is that not going to happen if you're going to be Ned's best friend? He lives with her.
If you're going to be Ned's friend, yeah, you're going to be interacting with
Like,
MJ,
fuck this
which means
ending.
that
This is the most absolute confirmation that it completely undoes No Way Home's pointless now.
Yeah, exactly. Which is, I mean, that's
It
just
is a
awesome.
pointless
And
movie.
also, just bear in mind, guys, this does essentially make it so the door is more or less closed on introducing other, like, new friends. It'll be a lot harder to incorporate them if you're still going to be doing stuff with Ned. Like, what does that look like? Ned and Harry, like MJ and Gwen and, like, Felicia and stuff all running at the same time? Like, you think they're going to do that? I doubt it. And if they do, it's going to probably be balanced very poorly. So, like, the blank slate was offered, and this film's like, nah. And yet it's being praised as a rejection of John Watts stuff. Even
Which,
though it
to me,
inherits
was
it.
immensely more
I've
Spider-Man
closed the door on
to
this.
remove yourself from the people that you love to protect them, and even the fact, like, because they can be happy without me, sort of thing, but I won't be happy without them. But that's the sacrifice I'm going to make to keep them safe. Like, that is very Spider-Man to me compared to, fuck it, I like them though. Fuck it. Stalk them for 5 years and then just break the rule. It's like, okay then, fine.
Yep.
Like I said, and the thing is,
So,
I just want to really emphasize, because a lot of people are like, yeah, but he cares about them, wouldn't you? Blah, 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 blah. It's like, the way you do this as a writer is you just force him into new connections. He can have another girlfriend. He can have more best friends. He can have people that he fights with as superheroes. Absolutely, it'll happen naturally. It's just that this was the life he left behind. This was the life that he was like, holy shit, it's the whole childhood thing, right? You move on from it. He's like, oh shit, I could have reestablished it, but it would be selfish because I only ever get these people hurt.
What was the point of them having the blonde chick that he bumps into in the elevator and on the floor who,
That
like,
was
says
just
hi
that
to him and he ignores?
denying, it's not setting up anything for Gwen or Felicia. That's just nothing. It's just some random
It's
person
just
that
like
he's
showing
ignoring.
his choice that he's ignoring people and is like, oh, I can't make any connections. It's like, well, like, you had a chick say hello to you and, like, smile at you. A lot of guys would kill for that, and he was like, oh, bye.
No, I mean, it's just, I don't know. And I think that it's just like, but I just want to continue with this, I guess. And it's like, okay, but, like, I don't know. You know what? As a creative, you need to be making the hard choices, even if it breaks the actor's heart or something, of, like, actually moving on with your story.
It
Like,
just makes
you
you
got to
think
move
that,
on
like,
with your story. You got a whole world out there, and you put all of that on pause. You put all of that on pause in terms of developing, like, Spider-Man's rogues gallery, except for off-screen, or developing new relationships or, future plot threads to rehash and then undo the consequences of the previous movie while extracting all of the emotional potency from the work that was done in those movies while everybody shits on them.
They think the caveat in this
I don't
film...
know, having your cake and eating it too?
They think the caveat in this film is that she said, like, I'm not the same girl, Peter, and I don't love you. It's like, sure, but now you're going to be around and in her life. Like, what if she does break up with the other guy? What if you get to know her? Like, what? So I guess, But like this film's own way of trying to be like, hey, we're gonna undo some of the stuff from No Way Home, but not all of it. Not all of it. There's gonna be consequences. It's like you've already set us on the road. This is it.
Yep.
There'll be nothing left, and I
get back
don't
to the,
consider it like a, you know, he's still going to be in contact with MJ, still going to build a relationship with her while he's trying to build it with Ned. And like Free said, are we really going to put Mary Jane Watson in when we still have Michelle Jones floating around?
Of course not.
No,
Of course not. You shouldn't even entertain. And if they do, they're not going to balance it well. They can't. It's just kind of the nature of making these sorts of movies. You got like enough screen time to be building up all of these things while you've also got to be dealing with, you know, like whatever villains you're going to be doing or what other, you know, Marvel characters come in. Like, nah, it's not. It'll be these two. This will be the core group. And anything you get for anybody else will be thin at best, if not at all.
It's unreal. You see the end of No Way Home. Sewing machine, empty apartment, no money, custom built suit, no friends, no support. And out I go with my police scanner because I've heard a crime is taking place. It's like, wow, we got everything you need.
Teleport it to,
That's a fucking hero at the end of
amazing technology, amazing. He's got thorough connections. He's taken out a lot of his rogues gallery systematically off screen. He's got an AI assistant that can do everything for him. And he's resetting his relationship with those characters. And the villain of his movie is not a Spider-Man villain; it's an X-Men villain, an X-Men villain, an X-Men hero.
Not even a
Who ends up being the villain.
And you know what's
of the
funny?
movie.
So they're like,
So,
"Well, Dark Phoenix is kind of like it's not Dark Phoenix, it's Jean. It's just Jean."
It's not Dark Phoenix. It's just Jean. And as I understand it, she's a paragon, but you've decided to make her a villain in this movie only for her to go on and be just unequivocally viewed and perceived in whatever the future looks like as a hero. You know it. You know that whatever they do next is not going to be about, oh, she's like morally gray. And she's not even morally gray. She's just evil in this movie. So it's not like, Jean Grey, morally gray. Haha, hoo he. And also, I don't know. It does feel weird. I feel like I'm seeing the same thing with Halo, where people like pretend, like it feels like they're actually lying to people about like, see, you don't know, you're like a tourist, and then they say something that's inaccurate. But the problem is that if you're not familiar with the source material, you can't tell whether they're lying to you. You just kind of have to assume, well, I guess I don't know, so maybe that's the truth. But then when it's something like Halo, it's like, no, you're lying. You're deceiving me.
I can't believe in the remake they added the Sentinels to the flood section to help you fight because they think you're so, you know, they're so bad they just needed to help the player. This wasn't like that in the original. And you're like, man, you're just such a fucking tourist. You just want to bitch with no purpose, no integrity.
It's
you know, actually the reset that we had, considering, you know, Far From Home and what we're doing here, in a way, it's kind of like what, you know, Disney's done with Star Wars, where you have A New Hope, and you have the rebellion fighting the Empire, and at the end of the trilogy, the rebellion defeats the Empire, they win, the good guys are victorious, and then once they do the sequel trilogy, we got to loop around completely to get right back to where we started and completely undo like the accomplishments of the, you know, of the trilogy. It's eerily similar.
So, yeah, with that, MCU's dead. Abandon all hope. Ye who enter. It's over. It's funny because, I mean, as you guys know, I basically write off like pretty much every superhero project at this point. But there were a few things that like arose where it got a little bit more complicated in terms of how I felt about it. You might remember that with Deadpool, I was like, oh, well, you know, there's kind of like other people and other production companies and stuff that are in it. Maybe that will help. Didn't fucking help. And then with something like this, it's like, well, it is a Sony production. It's like a collaboration with Marvel. Maybe that'll help. Didn't help. There's something fundamentally wrong with superhero movies as a genre right now in this decade. It's over. It's done. Everything's gone. Daredevil got ruined. Spider-Man got ruined. Guardians of the Galaxy got ruined by James Gunn himself. It's totally over. There is no hope. Never expect any of these movies to be good. They will never fix the problems. There is no amount of changes or course correction or anything that they can ever do that will fix that. It's over. It's done. They can't make good movies anymore in the MCU. It's impossible. Same goes for DC. It's done.
I agree.
Like, isn't
We're
it
absolutely
insane?
totally fucked.
In the last 7 years, not a single Marvel project, whether it's a film or a TV show, has risen to the lofty threshold of a 6 out of 10. Not a single movie, not a single TV show. It's done. It's finished. It already was, but this was like a last potential hope. It was like the only character left that I had any investment in that hadn't been ruined, and now it's over. It's done.
It sits at some sort of remove, and so you could think maybe the rot that's affected it. Everything else didn't quite make it as far as the Spider-Man franchise, but it very firmly has. It will be studied maybe one day if the kind of people likely to write the studies weren't the kind of people likely to write the movie. It's such a rapid, sudden decline. The only thing they'll take away from this, though, is that that much talked about superhero fatigue isn't really entirely necessarily real, because you can get loads and loads of people to watch these films, and this is probably going to be the highest earning film of the year. Probably, I would say it's going to be Doomsday at this point, would be my guess as well. And Deadpool got $1 billion, cost a lot of money, but got $1 billion. So they'll make more of them. It's just whether or not the returns diminish, because the opinion on Deadpool soured reasonably quickly, and it will be interesting to see with this one.
It's kind of what we talked about, which is that it'll consolidate around the most successful and profitable characters. You should expect less and less and less that you'll be getting movies on like more obscure, and more obscure in this case doesn't even mean that obscure anymore. It's going to get to the point where it's going to consolidate pretty hard, probably around like Batman, Superman. I would honestly say that I don't think that X-Men will benefit much at all. Like, I don't think that'll happen. I think that X-Men will come out and it will do surprisingly poorly. Probably better than a lot of other stuff has, but I think it'll be like Fantastic Four. Like, oh shit, that didn't work. It's like, yeah, I feel like there's a ceiling almost that like any superhero movie that's made that isn't Batman or Spider-Man has like a ceiling of about $500 million. But there will be enough things that come around that manage to breach that, that will mean that the delusion that making superhero movies is a good idea will never die. I don't think that there will ever be an end to reliably having superhero movies come out. I just think that a lot of them will fail, and then enough of them will succeed that they trudge forward. We've seen this before. We're seeing it right now with these live-action remakes. Moana failed. That's not going to be the end of anything, because the next one will come out and it'll make $1 billion, and then they'll go, shit, yeah, this is a good idea. And then
they are running out of things to remake.
Well, they're doing Tangled right now. That is being made right now, and that'll make a lot of money. That'll make money. That'll be successful.
Tangled will. Yeah.
Moana. Who fucking cares if that failed? That's okay. And then something else they'll do, it won't work, and then they'll be like, oh shit, should we rethink it? And then the next one will make a lot of money, and then they'll be fine. And that's the same thing that we're going to be seeing with superhero movies. And yeah, so it'll keep going, and it will keep failing. And they won't fix the problems because I can't fix the problems. There is something endemic to how these movies are made that means that they're incapable of being good. I don't know. I don't know what's happened. And I suppose what's annoying,
culture and structure of these corporations. I think it needs to be completely torn down.
Well, yes, because maybe a better way to put it is I think that it is exceptionally rare nowadays that a movie that costs over $100 million is good. It's like once it gets to a level of complexity in terms of production, it can't be good.
It's doomed,
with very few exceptions, like something like Project Hail Mary, for instance. In terms of reliably finding stuff that's worthwhile, it's either costs a lot less than that, or maybe it's animated and it costs more than that, but you can find it if it's animated.
It's something about the culture and the structure of these companies. There's like a rot that's like deep at the core that infects everything. The entire process of these systems and how they interact is just a breeding ground for mediocrity.
Well, I wish it was a breeding ground for mediocrity.
Yeah, I guess that's what's giving them more credit.
I wish that the films were okay.
I wish we got a bunch of 5 out of 10s where we could go, wasn't very good, but there's some stuff.
They were boring and generic. I wish that they were boring and generic and had simple arcs and simple themes. I wish we could get to that point at least, so that we could then move on to making stuff that's actually like interesting and cool. But now we're in a position where it's like, yeah, we can't even have these movies come out and not be entirely to the core dysfunctional. This film is to the core dysfunctional. Character, everybody's assassinated. Basically everybody. Plot is absolute nonsense bullshit, stupid. World building is dire. This is not a film that you can incorporate into the MCU effectively. And thematically, I mean, it's just kind of immoral. Which is a crazy one to actually achieve. It used to be that bad films were boring in terms of the themes that they were going for. That used to be where we were, and that they were kind of stupid on the plot and they weren't amazing on world building, but usually they got at least like the core character motivations right, albeit in a way that was kind of played out and dull. Now we're in a position where it's like, oh yeah, and then in this movie we just assassinate the shit out of the protagonist and everybody. Nobody makes it out unscathed. There's just no thought for how all of these, plot threads and beats interconnect and spill out, in the sense that you can do stuff and pull it in together in a way that bolsters, but you can also have it as something of a contagion, which is essentially what I think Jean is. Jean is a contagion that will ruin the X-Men movie on top of
Anything she touches.
any other problems, any other decisions that are made with these movies. Like, that'll just be a lingering problem that sort of just continues on. Same with all of these plot problems, right? I mean, you kind of see it when we talk about a lot of these Marvel movies. The decisions that are made in each of these movies start to spill out. That stupid Celestial poking out of the ground, She-Hulk breaching like the fourth wall and bending reality to her will, time travel in Avengers Endgame, the TVA in Loki, like all of these, every fucking thing that happens in like Deadpool and Wolverine, and how like you can just keep referring back, the Skrulls in Secret Invasion, every single time. It's just this stuff that leaks out, and it just makes everything sicker. I mean, it's essentially, it's like an infection. And yeah, I just don't think that there's any. It's just funny, right? That like when Doomsday comes out and it's terrible, because of course it's going to be. It feels like everybody's gonna be sort of aware of that and aware of what the issues are and aware of how it's clearly just this fucking rush job, desperate bid to try and get people back into this universe. But then, as long as it comes around with the right kind of cinematography, the right kind of theme, presumably, or the right kind of color grading, or the right kind of Spider-Man suit reverberates in the wind, then any of that sort of analysis of the story just goes out the window. It's part of what perpetuates the problems, I would say. If everybody was consistent and essentially clear on like the criticisms of these things right out of the gate as they were coming out, it wouldn't perpetuate like this. But it perpetuates when it's like, oh, Thunderbolts was actually great. You should bring that guy back. Oh no, Shang-Chi was actually, no, it was cool, man. Those fights were cool. You should get him back for Spider-Man. And then it's like, cool, nothing gets fixed. The problem persists, and then everybody looks back and goes, wow, that was shit. But this next one will be great. And then it just keeps going. The cycle continues forever. So yeah, it'll never get better. Be glad that you even got some good Marvel movies in the first place. It's a fucking remarkable that even happened. Go watch Avengers again. Go watch Iron Man. Just go back even further. Go watch like Batman Returns or something. You just got to go back, and then you can find stuff that was worthwhile. But otherwise, yeah, that's right.
Well, there you have it, folks. There you have it.
No hope. Abandon all hope. It's over.
Just find different things to just come back in 10 years, maybe. Go play video games or something.
Don't go play Halo campaign.
Go play Halo campaign. Yes, yes.
No.
You gotta go back further there as well.
Do it.
Well, I mean, that's an easy segue into being like, hey, guess what's happening next week? EFAP chat.
Yeah,
guess what's happening
next week. We're going to be talking about Halo Campaign Evolved and everything that's wrong with that game, as well as the conversation there, because the conversation around that game is very frustrating, but much smaller than Spider-Man, because nobody cares about Halo anymore. It's a very small and insular community at this point, because it's shed everybody. Do you guys see that?
Let me check the Steam numbers for that game.
I think
it
now
ever
it's
went
like
up.
7,000 or something. I think the peak it got to was 20,000 on Steam. And I remember I saw people say, yeah, but that's the early access. Wait until it launches. And then it launched and it only hit the peak that it had in early access.
Yeah, I think it was, it was basically the same. The all-time peak for this game was 25,370 on Steam. That's the peak for Halo. I don't think that a lot of you listen, get on Grandpa Rags' lap. I'm going to tell you a story, okay? There was a time, and I can't accurately describe it because you had to fucking be there, okay? Halo 3, in particular. Now, this happened with Halo. It happened with Halo 2. It happened with Halo 3 more than any of them because it was just building up steam. Halo 3 was like a phenomenon. This was like you'd see ads for Halo on TV, and you didn't get video game commercials on TV. This thing would move consoles. Consoles were built around the idea that Halo was a franchise that you'd play. There were gajillions of people online back in the day to play this game multiplayer. The culture surrounding this game and the community around it and how people would play it and talk about it. It was just y'all had to be there. If you missed out, then I mean you missed out, and it's a shame. But like, holy fuck, to look at Halo and what it's become. I don't know, man.
Mhm.
I'm just like I'm just at the point where I'm just like smile because it happened.
Well, yeah,
and
this
just
feels
be
like a
glad that
conversation
yeah.
that needs to be had because it's
Yeah.
been had. We'll talk about it next week, but it feels like it's relevant to what's been going on with Marvel. Of like, oh, the fans are so ungrateful. What if it would end because of what because of your dissatisfaction? Like, that's good. Things should end. Things need to
Yeah.
end. When they
Things
get
should
bad
end.
in particular, they need to end. Even when they're good, they could stand to
That's
end.
right.
I'm okay with things
Master
ending.
Chief gets back in the cryopod. Sam goes
Yep.
into his house. The story's over. Enjoy it. Savor it for what it is. Go back and rewatch it. It's okay for stories to end. They should. Just fucking let it go, man.
Let it end. But no, it won't. We need Halo forever, which means that even though this game is terrible and it's not going to do well, it will have no consequences. There will be no consequences. Halo Studios, formerly 343 Industries, will continue to exist and operate in the exact same way that it always has. And it will deliver a new Halo
They will
game in
be
5 to 10 years that is terrible.
It will
And
continue
then-
to be this insane corporate money sink. It will continue to pump out terrible games. It will just keep going on and it won't die.
It just won't.
It'll just
It refuses to
exist
end.
in a state of bizarre undeath that I wouldn't wish upon.
Well, kind of
anything.
like a corpse reanimated by the flood. That's what Halo has become.
I know we'll talk about it, but there were definitely some lines when I was playing the Halo, the campaign Evolved and stuff. And I was like, man, that's that's certainly a meta bit of commentary about things being dead and reclaimed and living. Oh, jeez. There's a lot to talk about.
But that's
At
next
least we'll
week.
be able to talk about a game. Yeah, because I mean, I will just like with this movie, this isn't canon. Fuck off. No, this didn't happen. This is a joke movie that didn't actually happen. It's a strange fever dream. It's not real. Very easy to forget that this will exist. It made me angry at the time for reasons that we've elaborated on in depth. I hate it, but I'll forget about it. And maybe that's the nicest thing I could say about it, is that it will be forgotten. Not for a while, though. People will be singing its praises for a bit until they forget about it, and the cycle will begin anew.
There's already a few posts about how ridiculous the movie is, so it'll take its time, but it'll get there.
Yes,
Just
I think
gotta,
this film can't survive. It can't survive the ravages of time.
Well, I think a question might need to be asked at some point because this cycle just keeps happening. Maybe people need to reconcile: is a good movie one that you enjoy at first and then don't enjoy ever again? And is that a standard you're just comfortable with? Because that seems to be it at this point.
And if
so
you
many
are,
people.
then welcome to the world that was created as a consequence of that.
Yeah, because
Films that
it
manage
actually reminds me
to
of
essentially.
the discussion on the Halo, in the same sense that they create films to make you explode in day one, but that don't last. The effort to make everyone pre-order an early play a game almost like splinters their initial numbers
to
and the blast.
maximize that.
Yeah, because you get two spikes.
How do we get the most juice out of that first week? Because after that, this shit is gone. I mean, I'll probably end up streaming. Doesn't like Gears of War E-Day? I think it's October.
That's October. Yeah.
So like that'll be one of those games where I'm like, well, I've enjoyed Gears of War in the past, to different degrees. I'll check that out, probably stream it. Will that game have any sort of staying power? I guess we'll see.
I don't know, because this spills out into games as well. It's relevant. Spider-Man 2, the game, you might recall, people were very positive about that right at the start.
Yeah.
Now listen to the way people talk about that game. Now look at the things that they say about like Insomniac broadly than their superhero stuff. This happens in so many. It's essentially buying into kind of like a hype cycle. The cycle you get hyped, and it would be so lame if something that you got so hyped for ended up being bad. But it's like, yeah, but once enough time has passed and you've extracted all of those good feelings from it, then reality can start to set in, and it's like, yeah, okay. But then if the cycle repeats, it's just then what are you left with? You're left with like a graveyard of crap movies, crap games that you don't like anymore, that you don't really want to play or watch again. You don't have any art that you can come back to and enjoy.
Which is crazy. I mean, talking about the Halo remake is playing through the first Halo, just getting ready, refreshing myself, getting it fresh in my mind. Was like, man, this is a really good game. I really like that. You breeze through that game because it's just really great. Man, playing them side by side, you're really reminded of that quality dip. Some things are just not you can't repeat them. You can't just like, oh, I'll formulate them in my lab. I will make a copy of Halo and it will be very good because we're just copying a great game. Like, man, y'all can't even copy greatness. That's how bad you are.
Well, actually, don't want to spend any longer than we need to be because I haven't solved this problem. It's still laggy, it's still jumpy, and throughout that whole thing,
Oh my
there were
goodness.
just cuts every once in a while, and people saying stuff probably on me as well. But hopefully, it was coherent enough that chat seemed to find it okay. So apologies for that. Not much I can do to fix it because this will end up being the VOD anyway. Because I couldn't even hit record locally because of what's going on. Hopefully, I can fix whatever's wrong with this PC as soon as possible. But before we head out though, Nutsa, what are you up to? What are you doing? How you doing? What's up?
Currently, I'm almost dozing off to you guys' lullaby, I guess. But what I've been up to, I'm making a new video about female characters. Woo!
Hate him.
It's gonna come out very soon, hopefully.
But Jean Grey's ruined it for you now. You have to have a whole section for her.
Oh, fuck no, I'm not. No.
Does Jean Grey hate Spartans?
I'm not opening that can of worms. Not yet. Goodness gracious. That needs an entire video of its own. But yeah, and I'm almost at 100k. So I'm looking forward to that.
First 100k is the hardest.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. It's my first, but yeah, that's all I have, really. Thanks for having me.
Of course.
Thanks for being on.
No problem.
Thanks for joining us. Well, fellas, what have you all got coming up?
I might do another last Halo stream next week. I might do like co-op with someone, like a friend of mine, and we might just go through and just do another one. Maybe we'll collect skulls, maybe we'll just piddle around, but it'll just be like us chatting about it. Maybe I'll get 1-2 people. I'm not sure though. But apart from that, I just got some videos that I'm working on in the background. They'll be out in not too long. I'm just chiseling away at it. I got time to do it, and they'll be back. So yeah, I mean, I've done some live streams for. If you haven't seen them, I've been streaming Halo. I streamed the original. I played the remake through on Heroic, then on Legendary. Streamed all of it. Fun stuff. I mean, obviously, I recommend you check them out, but you guys have a lot of Halo stream content to look through, so yeah, add it to the pile. I bet all of our experiences are unique and interesting. I know I'm starting to go through, people's and take a look at them.
I have loads of shit. So Odyssey Part 2 probably tomorrow. Part 3 sometime in the week or at the weekend. The video on this at some point, maybe next weekend or the one after that. At some point in between all of that, I have to finish all of original Halo and all of Halo Remake and get over this cold that I have to do all of that. So busy. I'm basically going to be constantly outputting for the next 2 weeks, and then I'm going to sleep for a month.
Sweet.
Nice.
I'm just
Someone
working. Oh yeah.
As if I'll do. Someone asked in chat, is there a way to watch the Fringy streams? Yeah, it's on his channel.
There's a playlist on my channel.
His channel.
Yeah.
Go to Fringy's channel and the playlist of lives. Yeah.
I mean, I've played it. Maybe you'll get one more. Like I said, I've beaten on Legendary. I guess technically last week, and I'm tempted to do a sort of like the South Park Do You See of just showing you some of the things that I like. Look at the things I've done. Maybe, I'm not sure yet. Otherwise, I'm just working. Though I guess since the last episode, my new video came out. So if you haven't seen it, no,
Ooh.
Halo is an
Speaking of
awful
Halo.
show. Part 1 it came out. That's out. So it's 2 hours long. It's talking about season 1 of that show and how I hate it.
Halo's bullshit.
Part 2 is on its way. And yeah, I'm just working in part on this EFAP episode that we're going to be doing about Halo next week. Talking about the game, talking about the original. If you haven't played it, you should play the original Combat Evolved. It's really cool.
Yes. Play all the
Yeah.
original Halos. The first 5 are on the Master Chief Collection on Steam. You can get them all bundled up. If you haven't played them, you need to.
Despite how Spider-Man-ish it feels right now, we truly are in the Halo arc heavily. Let's
Yes.
say you can
This
find
film is going to
streams.
get flushed.
Yeah.
Streams for
Oh,
Halo have been
yeah.
done by 4 out of 5 of the people here right now. Excessive, lots of them, with more on the way, allegedly. And then, yeah,
Who hasn't done it? Who's missing out? Who
certainly
doing their
more
Halo
streams
streams?
no wonder.
No.
who knows?
And after Campaign Evolved, I will be continuing with my legendary playthrough run of all the Bungie Halo games. I'm not sure when, but at some point.
Do you foresee, out of curiosity, how do you think that the Campaign Evolved Legendary stacks up to the rest of them
It's piss
based on
easy.
your memory?
Piss easy, yeah.
It's piss easy. Campaign Evolved is
Yeah.
incredibly easy. The only
It's
time when it gets
tedious,
annoying
really.
is the new prequel levels. In particular, the last room on the first and the second level is horrible. The second level in particular is very annoying because there's like a way that you can play it that's essentially perfectly efficient, but you'll still get sabotaged hard because there's basically no.
Basically, know what?
No, I thought it was me, but it's him.
Fringy got
No,
flipped.
Fringy died. Fringy's playing Discord on Legendary, and he hit the wall. He hit the wall of 5
hear me
elites,
again?
and he.
Right, yep.
You said,
Can you hear me?
yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I was just saying, like on that last room on the second one, when you've got like 2 cloaked elites with fucking energy swords charging at you while you've got a whole bunch of brutes funneling out through the 2 doors on the side of you, along with grunts and stuff, and the only cover that you've got in this space is 2
Oh, I
movable
know
boxes.
that
Okay,
room. That room's
it's supposed to be-
horseshit.
it's supposed to be
annoying.
wrapping up,
That's the
right?
last room.
That's
Yeah,
the
no,
one,
sorry. But
yeah.
the point being that aside from those frustrations, Campaign Evolved is absolutely the easiest. It's easier than Halo 3 on Legendary or Reach. I mean it's easier than all of them, but the point being it's very easy. You can run past the encounters.
To put it lightly, I'd say this applies to myself too, but certainly to Fringy and Rags. They're like the Coke bottles you drop some Mentos in when it comes to Halo, and we've closed the caps until next week, so don't worry. It's going to explode all over the
Yeah.
screen, and dense conversations are on the way. Lots needs to be said about Halo.
Yeah.
But all I was saying was that, yes, you've got all the streams available, all the streams coming, but then you've also got a full episode on Halo next week and possibly the week after. Don't want to make any promises here, but there's just lots of Halo stuff for
What?
us to do.
I wonder if there was people who made videos.
Yeah, I
about
don't
Halo
know.
that are
Don't know.
terrible.
Wonder if someone
I wonder if
notorious
anybody
made
did
one.
that. Talking about plasma swords and Sergeant Anderson.
Yes. And then on top of that, every Friday, and there are 2 of these available already, is going to be the arc that we took through Season 2 on EFAP TV, which have been beautifully edited by Mr. Fringolius here. So we've got loads of Halo in every format you can imagine. As was mentioned, you gotta grab the Halo show season. You can't watch the EFAP TVs about Season 2 until you remember how bad Season 1 is by watching Fringy's video on that. So do that, do the TVs, do the games, and then come back to the EFAP episodes on it. If you haven't played Halo, you'll feel like you've played it at that point, maybe. So it's gonna be fun. Lots and lots of Halo. The House of the Dragons got 2 more episodes left. I should, along with Fringy, be appearing with Gary, Ryan, and Shad to talk about the end. We'll see how that goes. It's been a journey. It's been a thing. And then, yeah, I guess, am I missing anything? Events wise? Oh, I guess the anniversary is really getting quite close. 20 days away. So I don't know what else to say other than I'm doing prep for it. And for those who don't know, August 22nd, going to be, about 26 hours, hold the event probably. It's we do it every year, and we'll invite a whole bunch of people, and we'll have a whole bunch of wacky things happen, more than likely. So, you know, we're on the way. Just so much work to be done. So many things to be done. If my PC wasn't fucked, I would want to say one other thing, but I just don't. I don't even want to mention it in case I can't even complete the project or make it at this point. Because I don't know what's going on.
What?
Really annoying.
Oh no.
You know what it is, Fringy. You know.
I know what you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about. But I can get away with alluding to things and then chat easily telling what I'm alluding to. I said it at the end of Friday Night Tights when my fucking computer wasn't melting. I said, you know, work stuff, but I've actually been interrupted by something that's kind of just set a fire in me. And I don't know, it's just something really recent, something so recent that, you know, it's like so recent, like recent in terms of days, even, you could say, that I wanted to make a video on, maybe. So who knows? But I can't promise anything. Maybe nothing will happen. Who knows? It depends if I can solve this problem. As soon as we're done here, I'll be like restarting and updating and just doing things until this horrible problem goes away. So anyway, anything else you guys want to mention before we leave?
No, I think I'm all. I'm all
That's
set. I
all.
think I'm all
Yeah.
all right. I'm running on fumes.
Okie dokie then. I'll say goodbye while I can, and I'll do what I can to shut down this stream. So bye, everyone.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later.